Buenos dias, good morning, amigos, amigas. How are you? Great to see you all. Welcome to South Summit's 10-year anniversary. Please use the hashtag SouthSummit22. Share the love on social media. Spread the word about what a magnificent event we are all experiencing here. My name's Oisín Lunny. I'm a podcast host for Fortune 500 companies. I'm an event MC, a journalist, and I have been coming to South Summit for as long as I can remember. I've been here for most of these 10 years, and every year I'm impressed at how South Summit brings together investors, startups, corporations, and really helps you get a download of everything you need to know to supercharge your career moving forward. This year's edition is all about decoding complexity, and there's nothing more complex than our transition to a race of digital natives and our coexistence in the metaverse with this parallel digital universe. Our first session is going to explore the metaverse and look at interoperability. Why is it so important for the metaverse? I used to work in the metaverse, and for me, it seems like a series of walled gardens, but can it be truly interoperable, and how does that all look like? It is a real pleasure to introduce to the stage some incredible experts who are going to explore this amazing theme for the next half hour. Please welcome to the stage the CEO at Linking Realities, Kai Philippe. Kai, come to the stage. Bienvenidos. Fantastic. Thank you so much. And joining Kai is the creative director at the Decentraland Foundation. Please welcome to the stage, Samuel Hamilton. Fantastic. Good to see you, Hamilton, rocking the hat. I absolutely love it. And joining us was now the co-founder and CEO at Utopian Metaverse, Miguel Angel Fito. Welcome, Miguel Angel. Yes. Muy bien. And we are thrilled to have, as a moderator for our session this morning, the academic director at IE Business School and CEO and co-founder at Binfluencer. Please give a huge round of applause for Ivan Martin Maceda. Thank you. Okay, guys, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, first talk of the day. How are we doing, guys? Good. Good? Okay, so we're going to start. We have an amazing panel today. We have a very interesting conversation that you probably, if you're here, is because you already have some of the basic knowledge of what we're talking about. But I'd like to have a very, very short introduction of what is interoperability? Like, what does it mean for the metaverse? No? So I would like to use a very, very, very simple example. So imagine we go online, we buy an NFT of a very, very nice picture. And then we would want to use that same picture in different platforms, right? So those platforms should be allowing me to do that. Let's say I buy an NFT and I want to have it on the shirt of my avatar, or I want to have it on my living room in my own house, or I actually want to have it in a big poster in one of my concerts, right? So these are three different contexts of different platforms that we would like to be able to use that, right? There's one of the common beliefs that, one of the common misunderstandings of this world of interoperability, which is that it's either all of nothing, no? But there are different layers of interoperability. So the first one, and most basic one, could be, for example, connectivity. In the past, we used to be used, for example, to playing video games, everyone in their own house, separate. Nobody was connected, right? Now we've created systems that allow us to connect each other and play together, right? So that could be a first level of interoperability, which we have kind of solved with the internet. Another level of that could be, for example, the presentation level. You could have that same NFT displayed in different ways in different platforms. So for example, imagine you have, for example, a hat, and you buy a hat for your avatar, and in another platform, that hat is not basically probably visible, but you can still store it and visualize it and see that you actually own it. No? These are different levels of interoperability that we're going to explore much further today. And again, we don't need to have all of them, or do we? No? This is what we're going to have to discuss today. And I'd like to have basically a first introduction, if you don't mind, in order of your corresponding projects. Please, Fito, you're welcome to start.
So thank you very much. Thank you to South Summit. My name is Miguel Angel Fito. I'm CEO of Utopian Metaverse. We are the first Spanish metaverse in regarding interoperability inside. This is something that we will discuss because this is really important. Our goal is for the users, creators, and brands to build their own community inside the metaverse. So we will give like lots of options for the creators and for all the users to build their own community. This is our main goal, and to make it really easy for the users and creators to start building their own community inside the metaverse. This is really important for us, with no stoppers, no technical, and no necessary knowledge from technical stuff. This is really important also. And okay, we've been doing this for like 2 years now, and we hope that we will give a really big platform in, I don't know, like 2 months maximum.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. We're looking forward to see it.
Yeah.
So, Sam, can you give us a short introduction of yourself and the project?
Hi, thanks for having me here. I'm Sam Hamilton. I'm the creative director of Decentraland Foundation. Decentraland is an open source metaverse owned by its users. The project was started in 2015 and launched in 2020. And now we're probably the most popular metaverse with about 500,000 monthly active users.
Great, thank you. So, Kai, could you give us an introduction of your project?
Yeah, I'm Kai, I'm the CEO at Linking Realities. What we're doing is providing tools to manage the digital identity in the metaverse, and we are focused on creating this interoperability through avatars or through identities.
Mm-hmm. Great. So one of the first questions that we had for today was understanding, okay, so why is interoperability crucial for the metaverse? And is it? What do you guys think?
I think Sam, that is the more experienced now.
Okay, I remember a time when the internet wasn't interoperable. I remember when you couldn't move a JPEG from a PC to a Mac. It just didn't work. And it was really frustrating. Imagine that now, if like every website you went to had a different format for images. It's complicated. So yeah, interoperability between metaverses is very important. It's also very complicated because everybody's building their own systems, and each system has its own limitations and different variables. I think some points of interoperability will come from software, like Blender. Like all the metaverses seem to be using the same file formats in 3D, like GLB and GTLF, which is great. Decentraland actually helped fund the Blender Foundation because we really believe it's an important tool for all the metaverses. Yeah, and it's going to be super important. I don't want to hog the stage.
Well, yeah, I think definitely it's like one of the key points to have this interoperability for the metaverse to be really open, and having the possibility, we as users, to move from one place to the other with the minimum frictions that we can have. I think right now we have several different like individual or single platforms, and we're still missing somehow like the browser of the metaverse, or a way at least to move seamlessly from one to the other.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's really important for sure. We are building connections with lots of platforms. We are having lots of conversations about interoperability. I think that it will be scaling like every month. I think that it will be, there will be lots of levels of interoperability, but I think that the first one will be like only linking through inside links inside the platform. It will be, I think, really easy to do. So we can go from Utopian to Decentraland from Utopian with just one link. And we are working also in a single sign-on solution that will get you only to sign up in one platform, and with these details you will be able to sign up in other platforms, which you have the interoperability. So this is something that is important, and also it will come the possibilities with the blockchain. I think that Kai can speak about this like for hours, and this is really important also regarding the blockchain. There will be lots of possibilities of interoperability also for the items, the NFTs that you can use in lots of platforms. For sure that his solution is amazing in this way. Maybe you can talk about something a little bit from that.
And if I may ask, so the three of you have said it's very important. And why is it important?
Because you want to make a seamless journey between, like, I don't like the word metaverse, first of all. It's a very hype word at the moment, but in virtual worlds, you want to be able to go from one to the other and keep your digital identity and keep your expression. So perhaps your avatar wears a certain outfit or has a certain look, and you want that look to go into every single metaverse. That's what users want. So from a user point of view, it's very, very important.
So entering a bit to one of the things you said, now you're working on a single sign-on solution, which is one same user for all of the platforms, from what I understand. And so the idea there is, would that solve, because it could mean that you have just a single sign-on that has different characteristics in every platform, no?
I think this is part of the problem, actually. Like, the layers that have been built in the past aren't being given the attention they deserve, and so people are coming along and building new layers that aren't compatible with the old layers. Actually, what Decentraland does is we're building a protocol for the metaverse. Anybody can fork it, anybody can make their own version, and that's true interoperability, like a protocol for the metaverse, just like HTML for the internet. Like the Decentraland everyone knows, the platform, the Explorer, that's just the first version of Decentraland. But in truth, anybody can build their own Decentraland, and then every version of Decentraland will be interoperable.
Yeah, in addition to this, I think, as you say, like protocols and open standards are one of the first steps to go in this direction. I think it's a little bit complicated because it's true that there are different entities developing different standards at the same time. I think that just like in internet, there will be a time where the market will quite force to establish some standard, even if it's not the best one, but at least it's a first approach that everybody can start to work with. But definitely for me, the standards and is one of the first layers, I would say. And coming back to what you were saying about the single sign-on and the different type of interoperability, at the end there is things related to the visual aspect of it, the fact that every platform have a different look and feel or style, so that's one part, but then the other, and for me that's the real interoperability, is the possibility of moving yourself as an identity or your assets from one place to the other and really be the owner of your assets and not being depending on the platform where you acquire these assets from.
Mm-hmm. So one of the questions we had for today is, for the metaverse interoperability, what are the software and infrastructure challenges that we could find? Like, what should we build? What are we missing? Or which infrastructure are we missing?
So, for example, regarding the mobile devices, that I think it's really important to have a platform that is accessible through mobile. This is something that is still really limited because the graphics and the motor also is like a little bit. It doesn't. It's not possible to run big graphics. So this would be like a limitation. And also connectivity. It's supposed to the 5G is supposed to put this like in a no problem situation, but I don't know. Maybe the real problem is that companies start talking and get to an understanding. I think that this is the main challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the main challenge is collaboration. Mm-hmm. What we see with NFTs is NFTs are already interoperable. So any NFT can be visualized inside Decentraland as well as other metaverses. We actually helped write the NFT standard in 2017. So, you know, we were part of that movement. And in the early days, everyone worked much more closely together and used the tools that were there. So the NFT just propagated all the metaverses, whereas now people are starting to diverge and go off into their own technologies, which, again, makes it complicated for the end user in time.
Yeah, well, totally agree with this, what you were saying. Something to add up to what I was saying before is also that not all the platforms are working on blockchain, so that's the next thing. So I don't know until which point we need to look for interoperability between Web 2 and Web 3 on certain aspects, and the possibility of moving yourself from a virtual platform that is in traditional web to one that have blockchain in it too. And then also, again, interoperability between chains. That's something that it's been explored already, and there are some part solutions. But I think there are a lot of challenges, and as you say, collaboration is the main one. So we need to sit down together, everybody, and try to look at least for a minimal option that everybody can agree.
So if I understand it right, then you guys, one of the common things that the three of you are bringing up is, well, agreeing, no? Like we said, I asked for software and infrastructure, but clearly those are another challenges because you guys have built amazing platforms already, so you feel like I'll just go for it and I'll do it. No, that's fine. But then we have an extra challenge, which is like agreeing, no, and working together. One of the advantages and disadvantages of democratizing anything and letting people choose is that they will have their own opinion and therefore build their own version, right? So do you guys think there is any way in which we could decide to agree? Like, is there any interest in deciding to agree?
We have a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, which means the community directs the way the platform goes and guides it. So if the community sees something in another platform that they want to bring into Decentraland, they can make a proposal to the DAO, the community vote on it, and then we as the foundation will implement it. So hopefully bringing the community into the decision-making process helps the whole ecosystem.
Mm-hmm. So if I understand then, the solution was, instead of letting the people change Decentraland, it was creating a voting system, and then Decentraland would evolve based on the decision that was made by the community.
Exactly.
Right? Would that work between different platforms? You guys, that we could create an overall voting organization?
I think different platforms need to talk. Like the CEOs all need to get together and kind of like work on a true vision. But the beauty of having the community direct our platform means that they're all out there looking at all the other metaverses and bringing back what they like and what they don't like. So we get insight into that.
But this is actually a good idea. It will be like a DAO, a metaverse DAO. This is actually a good concept. But I think that the real difficulty here is for the main platforms, the big players. You know, when they come to market and when they start doing business, like you know, Meta, Microsoft, and these guys. I don't know if they are willing to be interoperable, and let's see what they are offering to the market. So this is really important because we are talking about completely centralized platforms against completely decentralized platforms. So we have to meet in the halfway. So this is really the main challenge here.
Mm-hmm. I think just to add to that, a lot of the Web2 companies, they've created walled gardens so that everything that exists in their ecosystem only exists in their ecosystem. And this is how they've become very wealthy companies. It's going to be very hard for them to change their business model to a Web3 open metaverse. But what people like us are trying to do is give people a choice between the business model of Web2, where you are the product and your data is sold, so everything is free, or a new model of an open metaverse where you control the platform.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that, like, I mean, even though I'm really a supporter of free software and decentralization and everything, I think there is a point where, like, closed, or I would say, well, yeah, closed platforms and open platforms can still live together. Like, in internet, you have everything, right? You have different projects, and each one of them have a different nature. So I think that can be the same in metaverse. So it's not an obligation to be, like, we need open standards. So once the standard is set up, I think there can be closed platforms and open platforms living together and probably co-living at the same space.
Mm-hmm. And there's an aspect here that I've always wondered, no? That there is one very centralized company building everything in advance for then others to be able to properly distribute and share the ownership of that, no? So how is that company then going to be supported through this process, no? Because what you're mentioning here, Microsoft is going to have a super hard time switching the model because they're used to, and their whole system is built based on the fact that they are the only owners, no? So in this case, where we open source all of our platform and we offer everybody the possibility of participating in the decision making, there's still going to have to be a company that decides, okay, now we have to operate this and actually execute what the community has decided, which is one person with a salary and has to be there, right? So how is that model designed?
It's not simple, but we set up a foundation, which is who I work for, and that's a non-profit organization that has funding for the next 10 to 20 years. But if you think about writing a protocol like HTML and like the internet, there's no company behind that. They just gave it to the world, and an army of developers all around the world said, hey, this is really interesting, let's work on it. And now we have the internet. So it is possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally agree with what he's saying. Nothing to add up.
Nothing more to do.
Great. So the next part. So how do you guys think the interoperability will work for the user? Like, me as imagine, well, not in my case, I'm quite techie, but let's say someone who's zero techie and just wants to get into this for the first time. How seamless is that experience going to be? Like, how do you see it in, let's say, in 2 years' time?
Let's talk about now, because we have features now that help with interoperability. First of all, like I said, any NFT can be visualized in Decentraland. So any NFT from any platform, ERC 271, ERC 115, everything. But we also have, like I said, the 3D models, GLB, GTLF, and we've just released a feature which means that any, it's called third-party wearables. So any wearable from another platform can now be visualized inside Decentraland by a feature that we've written. So even though our limitations are different to other people's, we can link those wearables to external NFTs so people can continue their identity in our platform.
And also there are, user cases like really easy to understand. For example, maybe you can link your Zoom platform, your Spotify, this is something that, your YouTube account, this is something that is really easy now, and it's a big option of interoperability between, Web 2 and Web 3, no? Or Metaverse. So regarding how you will see it like in 2 years, it's maybe difficult to know, but I think that today we have really big options now regarding interoperability. So I think that it will grow in terms of communication between platforms, also taking your items between one to another platform. The one you purchased in Decentraland, maybe you can use it also with our look and feel in our platform, and it will change the look and feel between platforms from a pixel one to a voxel one to a polygon one. This is something really also easy to see in the near future.
I'd just like to pick up on a point there. Like, the Web 2 companies are important in this as well. But you mentioned YouTube. Now, YouTube is not interoperable. They put cores in between streaming from YouTube, so you can't stream to other platforms. So in Decentraland, you can't stream YouTube, but you can stream Vimeo, because they take that and they allow you to do that. So we need the support of Web 2 companies too.
Yeah, so that's interesting, actually. No? So Web 2 companies will have a presence in Web 3, of course,
yeah.
No? And you should be able to use those services as well. No?
Exactly.
In
People
Web
are calling it Web 2.5 at the moment.
So, okay, so when it comes to the a new person coming in, no? Say we have people here in the audience who are thinking, I'd like to build a design agency, for example. I want to work in the metaverse. And of course, right now they have to choose one of the platforms and then decide to build for that platform. But that's something that, or at least not for all platforms, right? Like there's a little bit of discussion of today. So how do you guys imagine people becoming entrepreneurs in the metaverse? Like how do you guys imagine a company starting right away within the metaverse and then being part of one of your platforms and just making money within your company?
So we have a lot of funding available. Part of our DAO is we have like, I think $500 million to give away to creators. We've been funding and nurturing creators for the last 4 years. There's a company in Spain called Polygonal Mind who build for all metaverses, and we've given them funding and helped them grow. I mean, Web3 is really easy to get into right now. It's so open and it's so new and pioneering that you can jump in and just kind of get your hands dirty, and there's so many different aspects to it as well. Like, you can be a builder, you can be a developer, coder. You could also, you know, there's people who make a living going into Decentraland and streaming to other platforms. So it's kind of reinventing the whole world. Everything that has happened before is now possible in Web3, but it's not tied up. There's like this window of opportunity to change things and to be part of it.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. I think that we are on the early stage, so that's the perfect moment to start to try a lot of different things. There are a lot of challenges out there, so it's good to have a lot of different people trying at the same time, and we're still on that point where we can do mistakes, go back and try again. So for me, that's one of the most interesting parts of this space. No? Now that it's getting maybe, well, I don't know, but since some years I feel that all this space is starting to be a little bit more mainstream, even if we don't have that much users still maybe on the space. But I think it's the perfect time to test a lot of things that maybe 8 years ago it was complicated to do. And on the other hand, in reference with what you were saying before, I think there is quite big steps on this sense, but I think the user experience is another of the big challenges that we have, especially for the integration of new users. That might change with the new generations, but I think that's still one of the biggest challenges that we have there, is just in reference to the question you did before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think that people won't enter the metaverse only through one platform. It's the same as social media platforms. You don't only have one, you have like plenty of them. So it depends on the community or on the community-based metaverse you are willing for. No? So this is something that will distinguish each platform. I think that the main thing that is the difference in the metaverse will be the communities that are built there. No? For example, you can be like a generalized general community, or maybe you can be centralized in some aspect or in some specialty. No? So this is something important. The community is one of the main opportunities, and this is something that you will you will go for one or another, but maybe 2 or 3 or 4 of them. This is something really important. It doesn't have to be like only one.
And then, okay, so the teams that are developing this metaverses, no? I understood your answer perfectly, no? If you're able to build a foundation with proper economical foundation, then yes, then of course you can support the development of this platform very, very well, no? But I would like to probably maybe ask you also, the two of you, which is, how do you mix the two concepts of having to have one company that has to have funding and a business model for it to run and have developers, build the metaverse, and then share it completely? So how does that, especially if you're going to end up interconnecting with open source platforms, therefore something that is created in your platform could just be moved out to another platform. How does that feel from an entrepreneur as well, right? So from an entrepreneur perspective, someone else is getting the value of something that I've worked on, which I could be okay with, but I need to at least make sure that I can pay my debt or pay my corresponding employees, right? So how do you guys see that interconnection to other platforms?
on our case, we are heading to some sort of DAO too. I think all these systems are really interesting. Maybe it's still, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're still on the early moments of it, so it's not really fully decentralized in some cases, a DAO, so there is still even some regulations and limitations. So, but I think, I don't know, I think it's not something new, like since the very beginning of open software or free software, there have been, in some cases, foundations or federations, associations, however you want to call it, or even companies who are running a project and it's open source. So for me, the fact of being open source, for example, or share the code or share the experience with different developers is not directly related to losing value of the company or to putting too much value on the other hand. So I think it's just a way of moving or a way of advancing.
So our platform that is based on creating content and real content in a virtual world, this is something that is one of our main goals. I think that we'll give all the technical building platform so that the users will be able to create their own spaces really easy. So I think that this is not an issue. I think that it will be like really easy, but we will fund the creators more. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, great. This was our time up, so thank you very much to the three of you. It was an amazing experience to have this competition fully develop it. Great to have, thank you for coming, and we'll see you around. Thanks for the next talk.
Yeah, fantastic. Muchísimas gracias, amigos. Amazing, wasn't it? That was such an interesting way to open up our incredible program here at the playground stage. You may have noticed the theme is a playground and it's very playful. We've got all these great colors and these things here. I don't know what the word is in Spanish, disculpe, but these are the floating things that kids have at swimming pools. At the end of the conference, all of these are going to be given to public schools to enable kids to swim and to have fun. And this is the playful spirit of the playground stage. Okay, but we are decoding complexity. We're living in this digitized world. It's so important to understand themes like NFTs, Web3, the metaverse. And now we have a fantastic session which is all about the logic behind the metaverse. So Web3, blockchain, they've really transformed our relationship with content creation. So folks can engage with NFTs on a watch to earn or a play to earn dynamic. And digital ownership, it's more than just having fun, which of course it is while we're on the playground stage. It is a way of creating, tracking, maintaining and growing wealth. And we are going to learn all about that right now with our fantastic panel. So I'm going to invite them onto the stage one by one. So ladies and gents, please give a round of applause for Web3 and Metaverse Director at Grupo Media Pro, Carlos Solana. Welcome, Carlos. That's fantastic. We've got to bring the energy here. Welcome our speakers on stage. Give them some good vibes. So great work, everyone. Thank you. Gracias. We are now going to welcome the COO at Stillfront Group, board member at Tezos Foundation, and angel investor. Please give a round of applause to Alexis Bonte. Thank you. Okay, my God, you're killing it. This is great. Thank you. Okay, please welcome to the stage the CEO at Paradox Interactive. You may have heard of them. Frederick Wester. Welcome. Muchísimas gracias. Wonderful. And now we're going to welcome the co-founder and creative director at Virtually Human Studio, Chris Ebeling. Welcome, Chris. Fantastic. And keeping that great energy from the playground stage audience, we are now going to welcome the CFO at Bitcraft Ventures, our wonderful moderator. Please give a round of applause to Martin Garcia. Muchísimas gracias. The stage is yours.
Well, thank you all for making the early morning on the first day here. I think we have a great panel today to talk a little bit about the metaverse and the logic behind it, and where's the money to be made, I think, is another important question here. I think to kind of level set, and I think this is important, is I'd love each one of you to just say what you believe the metaverse is, because it's kind of an esoteric and it's a buzzword, but a lot of people kind of, what is it? So level set with who you are and what do you believe the metaverse is. Carlos, do you want to start?
Hi, thank you all for being here. From Media Pro, I'm working in Media Pro, which is like a audiovisual traditional producer, and we are moving also to the Web3 and Metaverse new paradigm, trying to transform also the audiovisual industry to this new paradigm. What's the Metaverse for me? For me, the Metaverse is an evolution of the internet that is overlapping the digital and the physical layers. That's like the basic thing. And then also involving economy, also involving creators, and also involving new ways of distribution of the money, let's say, no? The value that is being created by the different players of these new ecosystems. This is, for me, the Metaverse. By now.
Yes, I'm Alexis Bon. I'm the CEO of Stillfront Group, which is a video games company with 22 game studios across the world. We're publicly traded on the Swedish NASDAQ. And I also do a lot of angel investments. And actually, I was the first investor in one of the most popular metaverses, which is the Sandbox, among other things. To me, the metaverse is actually where your digital identity lives. You have your physical identity, you have your digital identity, and one thing that is really fascinating is there's a whole generation coming up for whom the digital identity is actually more important than their physical identity. So I think that's really what it is. And then through blockchain and all that, there's an additional layer, which is one of ownership, which is also interesting that is coming into that. So ownership of digital things in the metaverse. And I think that's really the big difference, because metaverses have been around for quite a long time. Frederick and I have been building metaverses for decades with our video games. So I think we just have to be a bit careful. So that's my definition. My definition is digital identity, asset ownership, digital asset ownership.
Fred?
Right, thank you. My name is Fred. I run a company, Paradox Interactive, and we're a publisher of video games, mostly for the PC platform. We're also on the Nasdaq Stockholm exchange, so we're neighbors there. And like we said, we're both games publishers. So now, to me, the metaverse is, Alexis is touching on it, the digital identity online, but also a place where people meet and create things together. And I think a lot of what we see in our industry is the trend going towards actually the gamers creating things for other gamers. And we as a company become more of a platform or a social meeting point of the future. So also where you actually meet your social connections, because it's so much easier to meet people with the same interests, in this case gaming, but also other types of much more specialized interest. What I believe the metaverse is a be-all, end-all place where everyone goes to do everything, because those days are over. You can't create a place where everyone wants to be, because everyone's interests are super specialized, and you want to engage more in the things that interest you, not have a bland idea of what the reality really is. So it will be interesting to see how it develops, for sure.
I'm Chris Ebeling. I'm co-founder of Virtually Human Studio. We make a play-to-earn game called Zed Run, which is a digital horse racing ecosystem. It's our contribution to the metaverse. What is the metaverse? A great question. I think we're still defining that. Same way that we're still trying to, reach for the stars for Web3. We're in a transition period now where it's Web 2 going to Web 3. I say we're Web 2.3, and together we're going to get there. For me, the metaverse, though, is a digital layer which sits above and below reality. As a creative, it's using all these amazing technologies. It's blockchain as an underlying foundation for economics in the metaverse, in this digital space. And I agree with everything the three gentlemen here just said. It's about digital asset ownership. It's about identity. It's about community. It's a place where, if you have kids or young ones in your family, they're spending a lot of time in these digital realms already. Fortnite, Call of Duties, Grand Theft Autos, and living these lives like Sims. Second Life was a perfect example of metaverse. Roblox is an even better one right now, which has sucked a lot of people's attention. So we're already there, in the Discords as well, on the Reddit pages. We're talking away, and it's going to be this digital extension where you have agency using emerging technologies, be it VR, mixed reality, or more advanced games, or owning a digital racehorse.
I mean, I think that leads to the next question is, everyone has a vision, And what do we need to do to reach that vision? What is the current roadblock that you envision to really embrace that digital persona, as you were mentioning? What's missing in the ecosystem as of today? I don't know. I'll open it up. Whoever wants to kind of.
I think we just need to lead the charge and do what we're doing collectively, and then also be communicating like these summits or other conferences. You know, collaboration is key, and being, you know, I said this to two young gentlemen yesterday who were selling me their VR idea, and I said, look, you got to risk it, and you got to make mistakes, and you got to fail forward. Like, we don't know exactly what we're doing, but I think if you look backwards, you can see what works and where this evolution is going and where we're heading. So, you know, for us, it's creating games in an ecosystem, and yeah, learning from the mistakes we make. And
Another thing I would say is legal issues in general, because who owns what in the digital space? I mean, I left Facebook 4 years ago after reading through their end-user license agreement that I didn't agree with it, so I just decided to leave. And I think that's a problem for a lot of people out there. Like, do I own my identity? Do I actually own my stuff? If I lose my stuff, what happens? So the more you invest in the games, the more time and the more money that you invest, the more sure you want to be that you have legal backup to what you do, and that who owns what, I think, is one of the absolute key questions here.
Yeah, I think regulation is a big one. I think another one is also, quite honestly, the underlying technology of the blockchain, right? That is being used for a lot of this, for the ownership part of digital assets, is frankly not very good. It's very slow. It's not user friendly. It's supposed to be super secure crypto, and we've seen many things happen, you know, to very popular large games where, you know, money has disappeared. So we're really in the infancy, I think, of the technology there. There's a lot of different blockchains, you know, competing with each other, you know, layer ones, and then you have the layer twos, which build on top of the other blockchains. It's a bit of a mess if you're a developer. So I think that needs to basically harmonize, and that's happening. You know, we have some blockchains now that are really kind of, you know, reaching points of scalability, and where the wallets are much easier to use, and for the players, they don't really even realize they're opening like something within crypto. So there's that part. There's also, I think, the part where I actually think that the gold rush of last year was bad. You got a lot of, you know, bad characters that came in, a lot of bad practices, you know, pre-sales of tokens for projects to disappear, all this sort of stuff. I think the present massive correction that we're seeing here is actually a good thing.
Beneficial. Because
that's going to make a massive cleanup, and like only the serious people with the serious projects are gonna be there, and that's what you're going to see. And I think the final thing that means what you need is that one or two projects that really are symbolic and really are, you know, solid and are a success and can show the way for the other kind of startups.
And embraced by the general public.
Yeah, and embraced by the general public. Yeah.
Narrow group.
Yeah, I agree totally. I think there is a question related with usability, user experience, if you are not a geek, how do you deal with all these strange things that are also with the crypto thing, that people are like, wow, crypto, I'm not crypto, I'm frightened about crypto, and I think this is something that people have to digest, and it's like I always say that it's like a very young Lionel Messi with 16 years. It's very promising player, but we have to take some time because he's going to do very, very good things, but it needs some time. And another thing that I think many people in the traditional industry are waiting to happen is some kind of centralization of the decentralization, because everything is really nice, but really small. Yeah. And if you need to scale, you need some kind of centralization in the decentralization way. And this is a challenge too. I think we have to deal with scaling scarcity, centralizing decentralization, these kind of things that you say, wow, how are we going to do it? But we have to do it.
So we shouldn't use Messi as an analogy in Madrid, but the rest was perfect. I had a question, and my question was like, social media, how's Facebook, the large social giants going to play out. But is it going to be a gaming metaverse? Is it going to be mainly gaming, or is it going to be social media? But looking at the panelists, and we're almost all gamers or investing in gaming, I was like, I kind of know how that question is going to tilt. But I'd love to kind of, one or two of you, how do you think, the big social media companies are going to interact? Because they all seem to have a very strong interest in getting into the metaverse, because that's where they see kind of the future trend of social interaction. So I'd love to, how is that going to work within the gaming environment? Kind of open it up, because I think it is a very trending topic and very relevant as of today. I don't know who wants to kind of...
I'll go quickly. So I think, and I had this conversation with Philip Rosedale several times, I think the number one reason Second Life didn't become massive is because he did not want it to be a game, or he didn't want anything to be a game in it. Mm-hmm. If you look at Roblox, it's massive because you can create and you can play and all that. I mean, I think the fact that games are the ultimate metaverse. Games are the ultimate social network. Games are the ultimate community building thing. And then you can have a very wide definition of what a game is, and there's a lot of different things you can do. In many games, people go to the game and don't even play the game. They just hang out with the community, hang out with people. GTA, if you look at it, most people just walk around. Yeah. So I think that's kind of the. So I think yes, it's gonna be the new social network, and it will have game elements in it. Yeah. If you look at the whole thing, this whole NFT craze and what has worked there and hasn't worked, and I know Frederick has his view on it, and we'll talk about it. But I think the underlying value that people were really buying there, they were buying it's the velvet rope. They wanted to be part of the club, and now to keep these people in, they are trying to deliver games to them. So it's kind of an interesting evolution of the whole thing.
Yeah, but the biggest difference between a social media platform and a game, I would say it's social media is by nature divisive and confrontative, if you've ever been to Twitter. I used to be active there, not so much anymore. I write a tweet every now and then. While the games industry is by nature collaborative and much more friendly and community building. Now, there are two types of games, and we need to remember that as well. One is finite games, which is more competitive in nature, like esports. You have the FIFAs, you have the League of Legends, etc. Then you have the infinite games, you have the Minecrafts, you have the Roblox that someone mentioned, that are by nature games where the only purpose of the game is to continue to play the game. And that's where you're going to see a lot of what we call the metaverse today, because the whole point is just collaborating with other people and building things. It's very creative, it's very allowing to. I'm not saying it's heaven on earth, because there are problems there as well, but the nature of the idea of the game is to collaborate.
That's a perfect segue into my next question, which is basically, how are users or individuals going to interact in the metaverse? And we've heard a lot about play to earn, all sorts of watch to earn, live to earn, every sort of earn possibility. Walk to earn, exactly. And the question is, what of those earns is actually sustainable? What is actually a possibility to constitute something where individuals can really participate? And I don't think anyone's going to live to earn out of this, but be totally involved and really appreciate it, and not just be a nice tag on a company.
Yeah, I think the jury's still out, really. There's a lot of great play-to-earn games out there which are still testing the boundaries and seeing where we're going to end up and what kind of framework we're developing. But, and Steppen is a nice one as well, like walk to earn, which is an interesting concept, and it's working right now. Will it sustain the test of time? Who knows? We'll see. So it's a bit of mix of all of that. But yeah.
Yeah, from my point of view, there is a an interesting model called work to earn that we should also recover. And I think that it has to do with that, because one thing is belonging to a community, and other different thing is also collaborating with the construction of that community. And if you are that kind of passive player, for example, you are not doing anything from my point of view that is related with the metaverse, as we are understanding that something that is collaborative and that we are building together. But it's true, some people are going to be passive, even in a very trying to be active environment like the metaverse. And some of them are going to invest their time, their talent, their thinkings, and I think there are going to be different ways of incentivizing that and paying for that. I don't know, maybe it's going to be whatever to earn, but I think at the end it's work. You have to work to earn whatever you want to earn. And if I'm the platform, I'm happy to have this kind of community that is working to earn whatever. That's my point of view.
Now, I think one of the things here that is important to remember is that most people exaggerate the idea that you should earn money. If I ask the audience, if you're listening, how many in here play a musical instrument, for example? No one? Yeah, a couple of you. How many actually make money from that? Right.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
one. We have one. Which perfectly points at what I'm trying to say is that you do it because it's creative, not because you make money. And you have to appeal to the creative side of people, like allowing people to co-create and create by themselves and just be free. And that's what I think the metaverse is. And I think if you put the emphasis too much on making money, it turns into the world we're living in today. And that's what we want to avoid, because that's what we want to get away from, right?
Yeah. I'll add to that. Like, it's got to be passion, right?
Right,
You've got to be
right.
passionate about it. It's got to be fun as well. But to your point as well, like, it's work. And then again, looking backwards, look at Web 2. You know, the TikToks, the Twitch streamers, the YouTube streamers, like, anybody can go on and do it. But to really be successful and seize that opportunity that Web 2 gave us, you got to work. Like, if you're a hardcore gamer, you're spending 14 hours a day, and you're building up a community in your Discord chat, and now you're kind of making money and living off it, working to earn. So following that, and then looking at Web 3, it's going to be similar. It's going to be a place for us to run around and have fun, build community. But for those who want to seize an opportunity, for example, we're seeing this with Zed Run, our horse racing ecosystem. The people who are actually making money playing our game are the people who are putting in time and really playing. Like, it's work to earn, to your point.
Yeah,
So.
Right.
But some people will make a living from it. You know, I have a very strong view from this. I mean, if you actually play and earn, play to earn has been around for a long time. World of Warcraft, you know, at the famous, you know, gold mines in China with all the people. That was not very fun, but you know, those people made a lot of money from that. I think that the way this is really going to work, and games is actually a bit more. You can have a higher percentage of people making a living or making a decent revenue from games. They would have it from YouTube or the creators, just because, at least in free-to-play, you have actually an important number of players that invest a lot of money in their games, and they're happy to fund other players for their clan or whatever to basically help them in the game do better or progress and all that. And we have to realize, I passed on the Axie Infinity seed stage, seed round, shortly after Sandbox. Because when I looked at the economic model, I was telling Alex, who's the COO, like, this is not going to work. You know, you're dependent on new players. It's not going to work. But if you really think about it, and as you make as you do the shift from play to earn to play and earn, you're going to realize that some of your top players are probably going to fund people who are in countries where there's less revenue, where $300, $400 a month is a lot of money, and $300, $400, we have players in free-to-play that will invest in their game thousands of dollars a month. So you can have, I think, a higher percentage of people that actually make a proper living, but it's a very difficult economy to balance. It's going to be very challenging.
Yeah.
I think, Chris, you touched on Web3, and I think, for the general public, understanding how dynamic Web3 can be in the metaverse, which is, hey, interoperability, being able to exchange things. But I'd like to get your take on what is the current roadblock for mass adoption of Web3?
Well, it's to what we spoke about before as well. We're very early. Like, and to your point, I like to ask people, how many people own an NFT in this room? Right? That's not many. How many people own crypto? A bit more, but still not many. But that's actually an impressive amount. But you need to understand crypto before you can get an NFT, right? You can't just skip that. You got to get the horse before the cart, really, right? Digital one as well if you want. But no, so the onboarding is a big problem. We're that early. I like to think that we're in the startup dial-up stage of internet, like and it takes time, and you wait it takes forever, and somebody picks up the phone, and fuck, the connection's lost, and we're back there, right? But with this next iteration, and so onboarding in terms of, from our experience, you need to have crypto, and you need to do your KYC to get crypto. Then you need a MetaMask wallet. And then so the steps to fun. Time to fun, which is important in games, is super important. So we need to actually figure out the way to kind of do the heavy lifting behind the scenes for the mass consumers, and do that. Create little wallets for them, hold it for them. I don't think Dapper Labs is doing it the way that we want it to do, but they're experimenting their way. And we have to figure out how we can take away those teething onboarding issues and make it more efficient. So
there's over 2.5 billion video game players. Correct. There's less than 10 million Web 3.0 video game players, just to give an idea of how much at the beginning we are today.
Yes. Yeah. And maybe that leads me to one of my last questions is, where's the business opportunity? Where do you guys look to invest? What do you guys look to like? Where do you go, okay, this is where I'm going to put my money on in the metaverse?
Yeah, I mean, I can...
Not in general, in the metaverse.
Just in general.
Well, I would say in general, but
in general, I would say nuclear power, but it has nothing to do with this discussion.
Maybe I'll do it for the audience rather than for myself. It's more interesting. Right now, if I was to do another startup, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind, crypto winter, whatever, Web3 startup, Web3 game startup. Even after everything that's happened, you'll raise a lot easier the funds. And I think that's where there's an opportunity. The business models are being invented. There's not many teams that actually know what they're doing. You can really jump into it, having half a clue, which is when I started, I didn't know what I was doing. When you're an entrepreneur, first-time entrepreneur, you don't know what you're doing. And actually have a chance to succeed. You can build enough decent product and have a chance to succeed. If you're trying to do a free-to-play video games today, I'm going to crush you. It's not going to work. If you're doing a Web3 video game, you're going to be much faster than I can be because I have all these regulations for public companies to deal with, which makes me a lot slower. So I think that's the opportunity for the audience who wants to be entrepreneurs is do Web 3.0.
Go ahead.
Personally, it's creator community focused. I love projects which actually embrace the community. I think Web3 is about embracing the community and building alongside them and giving them the opportunity to build with you. And I think that's what Fortnite saw early on. The story goes that they saw that people were hanging out after playing a game of Fortnite and just running around talking, right? They didn't want to play, they just wanted to hang out with their friends. And Roblox is the same thing, right? You're hanging out, but you can play. There is gamified elements in there. And so if you are building a startup or looking to invest in a startup, I would look at one that's focused on community and bringing them along the ride. So it's like content creation. Like the best thing is you give them the tools and they create for you, and you can just lay back and watch that great.
Cool. Now, if I started from scratch with Web3 and all the new technologies in mind, I would be focused on sports, actually, because there you have, for free, you already have the fan base. If you work with a sports team that is already active and out there, you have people willing to pay for stuff, you have people just yelling for more content, they're looking for it actively. So I would do an app or I would do something that supports sports team, because in my experience, having invested in a sports team myself, is that they lack a bit of business innovation and they're technologically a bit behind other companies. I would not go for gaming first because we're like at the spearhead of technology in a totally different way. So it's harder, I would say, to do that.
So horse racing is a sport?
Horse racing is perfect. I mean,
just want to make...
Remembering what Alexis was saying about digital identity, I think there is a big potential on the way you project your identity, not only in the digital, but in the physical. And the way you connect the physical and the digital, for me, is very powerful. If you are able to identify a community of people that is very focused now, today, in the physical, but you are able to create utility that combines the physical and the digital, I think this is going to be a winner horse in the future. I think this is going to be great, but you have to go to big communities because it's so difficult to start from scratch. We need a Web3 community. Start from scratch. Why? You can move from Web 2 to Web 3. It's easier, but you have to think of the utility more in terms of, for example, you are in the digital space. Why don't we go to the physical and we meet together, but we knew each other from the digital? That's an opportunity.
Do you know, I'm so sorry to interrupt. That is actually the perfect way to end. You know, it's all about collaboration. It's about the metaverse. Ladies and gents, please give it up for our amazing panel. Isn't that fantastic? Yes. Okay, remember the ABC of South Summit. Always be connecting. Download the app, follow the hashtag, connect with our speakers, connect with me. Now we're going to the opening ceremony and the arena stage. See you back here at 11:15. Muchísimas gracias. Amigos, amigas, welcome back. Great to see you all here. My name's Oisin Lunny. Feel free to connect on LinkedIn and I will send you a mixtape. I've been coming to South Summit for most of the 10 years it's been running. I'm always impressed about how they bring the most incredible speakers together to talk about the biggest opportunities for startups, for business, for investors, for consumers. And our next session is about a very exciting growth area indeed, virtual real estate. We're now going to look at the construction opportunity in the metaverse with two experts. We're going to learn about the overlap of NFTs, augmented realities, and virtual real estate, and explore the dynamics of this exciting new world from the consumer perspective and from a corporate perspective. Ladies and gents, please welcome to the stage for this fireside chat. We're going to welcome them on one by one. And first, we will welcome the head of the Center of Excellence for Asset Management at Ferrovial. Please give a round of applause to Darren Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Gracias. And please welcome to the stage the co-founder and CEO of Superworld, Rish Lotlika. Thank you.
Hi, Rish. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Maybe for these guys, we could start off by sort of telling the guys who we are. So would you like to dive in and go first?
Sure. It's great to be here. Back at South Summit, I was here 5 years ago. I used to live in Madrid when I was 21. So definitely, soy madrileño. I love Madrid. I am so happy to be back. I think I'll be living here next year. But my background has taken me from management consulting, investment banking on Wall Street. I was at UBS and HSBC, in real estate investment banking of all places. So I come from the traditional finance, real estate world. Got into venture capital a number of years ago, and it took me from venture capital, early stage, I was at a company called TopTal, first biz dev there. TopTal is a talent marketplace backed by Andreessen Horowitz. And then previously to Superworld, I started Rogue Initiative Studios, which is a film, television, gaming, and virtual reality studio in Hollywood. My co-founder produced Call of Duty, the game, Modern Warfare series, and Ghosts. And my partner there is Michael Bay, the action director, who's known for Transformers, The Island, Armageddon, Pearl Harbor. We build cross-platform franchises at Rogue Initiative, and that's what got us to the idea of Superworld. I reunited with another co-founder of mine. We saw what Pokemon Go did in the real world, and we thought, you know what? How can we empower anyone to create, discover, and monetize anything, anywhere, and then utilize Web3 to own the world? So I'm excited to be here today, and thanks for the opportunity to tell our story.
Wow, that's really cool. So I don't think I can compete with that, Harish, but my background is really, I'm an engineer, so my background is electrical electronic engineering and computer science. My kind of go-to was designing machinery for pharmaceutical, oil and gas. I did some stuff for NASA, which was super cool. But I've been in the physical world. So now I work for Ferrovial, a large multinational corporation, multi-billion euro corporation. I get to travel the world and I get to play with concrete and bridges and these kind of things. So it's really great to be here. As you can tell from my accent, I'm from the north of UK, but I spend a lot of time in Madrid too. I too love Madrid, and I'm very lucky to have a team based here that's working in the metaverse. So it sounds a bit strange. I'm not really sure why we're on the stage together. No, we've got you Call of Duty and gaming, and me sort of concrete and infrastructure. It doesn't really make any sense. So maybe you can explain a little bit about Superworld. How can we find the connection here?
Yeah, I think we got to figure out what the connection is, and potentially how the physical world and the virtual world and how these things come together. So I'll go ahead and kind of talk to you all about what Superworld is, how to think about it, what the vision of what we're creating is, and we'll try to see if we can find those similarities. I use a three-pronged analogy to explain what Superworld is. The first prong is Pokemon Go. So if I come to Madrid, London, Paris, New York, Tokyo, anywhere in the world. You could say, Rish, why don't you check out my world? And I could walk around and you've left me things. You've left a hologram of yourself somewhere. I can talk to you. You can take me on a tour of your construction sites. You've left photos and videos around the world, allowing me to visualize things that you've seen, done, things that you want me to learn about. You've left messages at your favorite restaurants about what I should eat and drink. You've left digital assets all over the world for me to click on, activate, buy, discover. So you've personalized the real world in augmented reality with any type of content, virtual reality, augmented reality, WebGL. The content doesn't matter. The whole point is you have a video game. The whole world is your video game. You can do anything you want. So can I. So can brands. There's an infinite number of filters on the world. So that's the first kind of analogy of Superworld.
Interesting. So maybe I am seeing a connection here. So we're launching Infoverse. Infoverse, Metaverse, and infrastructure again. But looking at the augmented reality piece, what we need to be able to do to drive safety, to connect our people to our infrastructure, to be able to monitor our construction sites, we need digital content overlaid on the real world. We need to be able to monitor site progress. We need to look at when we're building a bridge or a building and make sure we can overlay the digital design on that real world, make sure it's aligned, make sure it's up to speed. And we need to be able to give access to our teams in a very safe way, access to that material. So rather than putting them in dangerous situations on a construction site, I can put them in the metaverse. They may not be chasing Pokemon, but they are able to experience working at height. They're able to experience how to construct the thing before we ever actually have to touch the real world. So yeah, maybe I'm starting to see the first connection. So what's the second point?
Yeah, and again, I love all those examples, and I think the way we think about that first analogy is it can be anything you want, consumer all the way to enterprise. So I think there's a lot of things that we could do together to allow companies to personalize the world. The second analogy is a data analogy. I use the analogy of Foursquare, which is a well-known kind of data company. And, you know, there's a concept called play to earn that you might have heard about, which is you play a video game and you earn crypto. But what if you could create live to earn? And that's what we're doing. How can you use tokenomics to incentivize everyone to be able to do the things that they love? Whether it's come to South Summit, go to Ibiza for the weekend, you know, do things in your community to help improve the lives of people around you, to go on a run. You know, how can I get Nike to help pay for you to go on a run, you know? So the idea is, can we use tokenomics and bring those into our real lives so that we could do things we're passionate about, right? The other part of it is, there was a documentary that really impacted me called Social Dilemma. It was on Netflix. And it's all about how we're in these algorithmic bubbles. Everyone's in these different bubbles. It's about how we're staring at our phones all day. Like, even if we don't know it, I mean, you can't lose your phone, otherwise you're like in serious trouble, you know? Or it's about how kids are obsessed with making Instagram and TikTok posts. And I think the second analogy that's really important to us is, how can we, instead of creating a life-sucking or life-escaping platform, we don't want to do that, okay? Let's build a platform that actually enhances your real life. How can we build a platform that enhances your real life? I call that live to earn. And then additionally, how can we build a platform that improves the real world? So every time someone buys real estate in Superworld, we plant trees in the real world. We're partnered with the World Bank in the Caribbean. We're partnered with the United Nations and UNESCO to help rebuild cities. In fact, a month ago, we brought together 2 tribes in the Amazon jungle to create digital art in the Amazon to help people understand reforestation. So the big mission here in our second data analogy is improve people's real lives and build a better world.
Again, I think I can see another connection. So from a Ferrovial perspective, obviously our main focus is building the real world. So actually building the infrastructure. But there is a value chain there. So we have an whole ecosystem of partners, supply chain, clients, and obviously we have the very important end user that needs to use our infrastructure in a safe way. And I'm fascinated by the idea of tokenizing that value stream and how when during the early design phases we can start to recognize value that maybe pays back during operational maintenance phases. How we can start to digitalize our asset in a way that we can offer new digital services to a wider audience, so to 5G operators, how we can deliver new digital services to people on the road. So maybe, again, I really like the concept of, autonomous vehicle, we're driving down the highway, but I've got digital content. Maybe my kids are in the back looking with their iPads out the window and seeing dinosaurs on the side of the road. And this is really improving the experience while at the same time ensuring we're monitoring that vehicle and we're making sure that there's a very, very safe experience for those end users. So I think that tokenizing piece is really, really, really key, and I think there's another connection there. So again, now I'm starting to get really, really curious about what's your third point.
Yeah, and I think I think all those examples are really ways that we can, again, utilize data to bring customers, bring companies like yours, building out infrastructure in the physical world, and aligning those interests, right? Where, when you're talking about rebuilding a city, there's so many stakeholders there. And if you can make sure that all of those stakeholders are really aligned in that process and utilize data to do that, to help people understand their environments, I think it's a very powerful combination. You can really impact and activate and mobilize, huge projects around the world because you have the support of the governments and the people around where those projects and why those projects are being built. So, but the third analogy is monopoly. So we've taken the surface of the earth and we've divided it into 64 billion properties. Each property covers a city block of land. So you could buy Puerto del Sol, Plaza Mayor, your favorite beach in Malaga, Times Square, your favorite spots in Tokyo, you name it. You can buy anywhere in the world. The whole world is available. Why do you want to buy the world? Because when you buy virtual real estate, you get it for 0.1 Ether, which is about $200 right now. You get a city block of land anywhere in the world. And once you buy that land, you become a stakeholder there. That's your property on the blockchain. And you get a share of all of the benefits and monetization that happens there. Digital commerce, e-commerce, advertising, gaming, data, analytics, decentralized finance, anything that results in monetization. And you are able to create, discover, and monetize content in those locations. So if you have places in the world that you love, you can own those places in Superworld and help to start creating value in those places. And so the important thing there on the real estate side of it is we all build Superworld together. That's the beauty of it, is if you understand this mission, when you buy real estate, you join what I call Team Superworld. And then we build together. And corporations are a part of that too. They come on board and buy their projects. They buy their real estate in the physical world, but they buy it in Superworld on that virtual overlay.
I really like that concept of Team Superworld. And I think from a construction and from an infrastructure perspective, the whole piece about having a team, the ecosystem. So it's maybe a little bit boring, it's not a super sexy Pokemon, et cetera, but having this common data standard, having these models whereby we're able to develop this infrastructure in a virtual space, knowing that when we deliver that the digital footprint is then compatible with a DOT, with a government agency, is compatible with OEMs of automotive vehicles, et cetera. Being able to simulate those sensors, those data protocols, and the connectivity of those systems is absolutely fundamental to how we need to drive infrastructure forward in the future. So again, I think you're very lucky, $200 for an acre of land. I don't think Ferrovial's been able to do that within the last 100 years. And I think the time frames to build a digital world and start it from scratch, I think this is really cool. But infrastructure needs to catch up, and we're still dealing with the legacy. So we have to be able to promote, and we need to bring the ecosystem on board, we need to train, and that for us is why Infoverse is so important now, that we need to really, really start pushing this message, and we need the ecosystem of partners, we need the startups, and we need all of that help from guys like you. And I started this conversation thinking we had nothing in common, and now I'm thinking maybe I should be launching Superworld and you can launch Infoverse, because we're pretty much doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, that all sounds great, but let's also talk about maybe some of the challenges. So I think we all know with Metaverse, you know, the concern about digital identity, identity theft, deep fake, the GDPR, these kind of challenges. So what are you doing to address those kind of things in Superworld?
Yeah, and those are very important challenges, and so I'm glad you're bringing that up, and I think you're exactly right that there's more similarities by far than there are differences in what we're doing. I mean, on our side, it's very expansive. It really can, you know, accommodate anything you can imagine, which, again, you are building, you know, to the limits of one's imagination in the physical world. And so that's very inspiring. And that's what we're all about, is enabling people to do that. I think the challenges of, you know, enabling all of us to have a world and have our own filter on the world and an infinite number of filters on the world, again, goes back to one of the challenges is on the data side, I think you brought up. You know, we believe in permissioned use of data, data integrity, data sovereignty. What I want you to be able to do is own your data, own your world, and be able to monetize from that data, right? And ultimately, what that means is you are the stakeholder in the world that you're creating, and you're able to leverage that in different ways. I think that ultimately, as we all come together to build this world, I think governance is also very important. You know, who makes decisions here, who runs the world, and a lot of that we're doing in a very decentralized fashion, and we're progressively decentralizing Superworld. And I think ultimately we all, as a society, as one world, I think the biggest challenge is how can we use this technology, as I said, to actually improve our real life? You know, can we stop wars from happening, right? Which is very important. Can we educate people? Can we, you know, so the challenges, I think, are real world oriented, and we're using these technologies to solve those things and do that in a way that's very responsible and, you know, again, takes in all of our stakeholders into account.
I think it's really good to hear, and I think at the moment, you talk about Superworld. I think we need to talk about Infoverses, the plural. At the moment, we need separate Infoverses that are compatible, and we need to be able to secure those. I think technologies like blockchain, distributed ledger, these things are going to be really, really important in terms of monitoring that security. And this is something that I think has to be at the forefront of the thinking. And I think as Web 3.0 matures and these kind of trends, it's going to be absolutely fundamental to the growth of these kind of opportunities in the metaverse. And I think for me, the next thing to think about, okay, if we've protected the individual, we've protected our clients, okay, but if I build a bridge in my Infoverse and I publish this into your Superworld, what's to stop my competition coming and taking this bridge and copying it 500 times in the world and maybe even in the real world? So how are we protecting corporates? How are we protecting the corporate interest in the metaspace?
Yeah, you know, I think that's a very important question as you consider, you know, like we are doing, building a platform that ultimately is, you know, across consumer to enterprise. You know, we are employing many of the best practices, and again, we have, you know, many of the top people in the space on the enterprise side. Nithin Gower, who built the digital assets group at IBM, is one of our investors and advisors. We have people like Stephen Wolfram on board, who's one of the top AI computer scientists in the world. You know, again, our idea is we're not necessarily reinventing the wheel here. We're taking the best practices on the security side, on the infrastructure side, on the data side, and again, working very closely with corporate partners and determining what are the best ways to optimize, you know, the goals of enterprise partners that, you know, again, want security, want the ability to, again, have safety for their customers, safety for their projects in terms of what's happening in the real world, but also be able to do that in a very optimized fashion in the metaverse.
Again, I think you've hit the nail on the head here. The right partners with the right approach. And from Provio perspective, strategic partnership with Microsoft, we're working with Unity, Unreal, NVIDIA, and we're really pushing to make sure that from a security perspective, this is being maintained and monitored. And people like Autodesk and Bentley, as they mature into this space, I think those are the guys we need to be playing with. But I think what's also really important, it's not all about the big brands and the big names, it's about the startups as well. It's about making sure that we give the opportunities. And what I'd like to just very quickly invite you all to do, the Infoverse, there is a yellow cube just as you leave on the left-hand side. Please come and visit and see some of the use cases. And we'd love feedback from you guys and the ideas and thoughts, and anything you can do to offer to help us to accelerate the journey to the metaverse is going to be really, really cool. And on that note, the final thing, scalability. So for us, this is a key challenge. So in terms of Superworld, where's this going? How quickly are you going to be able to scale?
Well, I think the beauty of Superworld is that we all build it together. And one of the things that we've noticed is that when someone understands what we're doing, understands the long-term mission of what we're doing, they come on board, they buy real estate, and they start building. So I'd love to build with all of you. Thank you.
What an invitation to finish on. Big round of applause. A fantastic panel. I'm so sorry to interrupt. We're running a tight ship here. That was just fantastic. It is a huge opportunity. Professor Scott Galloway says it's one of the opportunities. Virtual real estate. Okay, just a reminder, this is all about connecting. Remember the ABC of South Summit, always be connecting. Please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn or any of the social media platforms. Install the South Summit app. Build some connections, share your love for South Summit using the hashtag SouthSummit22, and you never know who might see your post and reach out to you. Okay, we are now going to move from the exciting world of the metaverse into the very important world of climate technology. And this is an area that's very close to my heart. I live in a Masia with solar power, and I'm very kind of committed to this whole area. And we are delighted to be welcoming to the stage a panel of experts to talk about investing in the energy transition to accelerate decarbonisation. So, ladies and gents, I would love for you to welcome our fantastic speakers on the stage. Let's introduce them one by one. First, Senior Associate at Commerce Ventures, Lorenz Herring. Ladies and gents, a round of applause for Lorenz. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I know there's some crossover, but please, let's bring the right energy. Lorenz, aquí, gracias.
This one. Okay.
Yeah, gracias, fantastic. And then we are going to welcome to the stage the General Manager at Enagas Emprende. Please welcome Fernando Impuesto. Round of applause for Fernando. Thank you so much. Muy bien. Okay. Gracias, amigos. And now we will welcome to the stage Director at Elewit, Silvia Bruno de la Cruz. Welcome, Silvia, to the stage. Gracias. Fantastic. And finally, let's welcome our wonderful moderator. He is the managing partner at Adara Ventures. Please welcome to the stage Alberto Gomez. Thank you. Okay, thank you all so much for joining us here to talk about this important topic. The stage is yours.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting us. Thank you to the panelists for joining us today. So the topic of this panel today is investing in the energy transition to accelerate decarbonization. And clearly energy transition is a very relevant topic for both sort of sustainability, decarbonization, climate change goals. Also important for Europe in terms of achieving independence and sovereignty from an energy point of view. But achieving this energy transition also presents challenges and opportunities. And that is the topics that we would like to discuss with you today. So, maybe to begin, by addressing For this energy transition, I wanted to ask Sylvia, who heads the unit dedicated to innovation, corporate venturing at, Redella, formerly known as Red Eléctrica de España, the electricity transport operator. From your perspective, what do you believe are the main sort of technological and business challenges that need to be overcome to achieve this energy transition?
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this amazing panel. And I think everybody knows that energy transition is a huge endeavor, that it will need the high amount effort of the private and public collaboration, investment, and so on. So I would like to point out the 5 main trends in technology regarding energy transition. First of all, integration of renewable energy to meet the target of energy transition, to meet the path. For example, here we are talking about solutions for secure operations and the energy system. Here we are talking regarding AI, flexibility, service provider, energy storage, for example. In the second place, I think it's important to mention the cost-effective deployment of new infrastructure for energy, for the integration of the renewable energy. Here we are talking, for example, regarding new materials. We are working and launching some projects, pilot projects regarding the on and the offshore. So new materials, new device in the equipment, energy storage also. In the third place, I would like to mention the advanced asset management. Can you imagine we are a company with a huge amount of assets distributed in different geographies, so it's so important to make it better available, to maximize the use, to make the lifespan of the assets longer, and to optimize finally and make efficiency their processes. Here we are working with digital twins, we are working with IoT, we are working with big data, we are working with analyze. In the fourth place is very important cybersecurity. Cybersecurity regarding the digital and the communication for the energy services. And finally, I think electricity, everybody knows, is the most proven vector to introduce renewable, but it couldn't be the only one. So regarding the new vector to introduce the renewable in the grid, for example, hydrogen, I would think it will be the 5 technological trends in energy transition.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to ask Fernando, from the point of view of Enagás, that is a is in the gas business. You've launched an initiative with, you both have an initiative internally and also have a fund that is, I believe, an initiative with an external party. Mm-hmm. How do you see the role of the corporation working from the inside and with third parties or even private entrepreneurs to invest in energy transition and achieve your innovation goals?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting us. I mean, first of all, I would like to say that, to share with you that if we talk about energy transition, we have to say that we are today in a very, very important situation that is going to happen only in 2 or 3 centuries. The necessity of new technologies that are needed in order to comply with the challenge of the climate change are so huge that all the innovation forces that we can add in order to work together for achieve the challenge is going to be enough to do that. Because some estimation, we need still to develop 50% of the technologies that are needed for accomplish with the climate change. And we are thinking that probably if we apply the same standard that we are doing in the traditional innovation in other places such as in a digital ecosystem, probably we will not succeed. So we think that when we talk about energy, we are going to talk about huge investment And we are talking about the necessity to scale up very fast the financial investment in the different startups. So because of this, Alberto, we firmly believe that cooperation between the different parts of the ecosystem are absolutely needed in this point. And for sure, corporations has a very important role to play. We have today, of course, energy companies. We have today the financial resource that is good, but it's not only the most important thing. We have the capacity to pilot the different technology. We have the capacity to put the different startups in contact with the different players of the energy sector, and we have the capacity to accelerate with our internal capacities of the management and technicians. So if we can join forces in a good way, we can achieve this huge challenge. In that sense, I mean, we are working in three levels. One level is entrepreneurship, so we are trying to develop our internal capacities and our internal knowledge in order to develop a new venture in the energy transition. So this is one part. So far we have created 8 ventures in Enagás Emprende, related with different fields of innovation, such as green hydrogen, biomethane, and digitalization. Also, we have a direct investment tool in startups, a traditional corporate venture capital. So far, we have invested in 8 startups, 50 millions. And also, because we think that we need to join forces in order to put money and to put resources in order to scale up the different startups, we have created and we have invested in 2 funds. One fund is jointly we created with Alantra, which is called Clima. It's a fund of 150 millions. So we provide 30 millions to this fund. And it's a venture capital fund dedicated for growth companies in startups. So we are investing our corporate venture tool in seed capital. We have the fund for growth companies. And additionally to this, the third element that we have is so-called venture infrastructure funds. It's a mix between venture and infrastructure fund. So it's dedicated. This is going to be probably today is the biggest fund for green hydrogen in the world. So it's a fund that today is 1.5 billion, and is dedicated to develop the infrastructure. Once you have the technology, once you have all the pilot, you have to deploy massively in the different sector and different countries. So we are going to use this tool of investment in order to invest in SPVs, to invest in projects where the technology of the startups, where the capacity of the corporation is going to be together with this financial tool in order to make the transition possible.
Excellent. Thank you. So within energy transition, I want to move on into a different topic that is in the realm of what Commerce Ventures does. So I understand, Lawrence, that you guys at Commerce Ventures focus on fintech in general as a firm, but you've begun investing into climate fintech.
Exactly.
Can you tell us a little bit about the kind of opportunities that you seek to exploit there in climate fintech, and maybe also describe 1 or 2 sort of success stories in this space?
Absolutely, happy to. So first of all, thanks for having me, right? And we are a venture capital fund based in Frankfurt, Germany. We have 550 million assets under management, and we directly invested into fintech, as you mentioned. We focus Series A and B mainly across Europe, but also Israel and the US, right? We started in 2014 with a focus on fintech only, but as you mentioned, we shifted our focus to also add climate fintech to our focus. And this is mainly because, as pointed out, we have a massive challenge in front of us to decarbonize our economies, our infrastructures, and essentially it touches everything, right? It touches energy, logistics, our industrial supply chains, right? And we believe that financial services, or especially fintech, has a crucial role to play here because essentially you have to channel an enormous amount of investment and capital to get going, right? To get started. And so this is the first narrow definition of climate fintech. But then what we also see is that we have a lot of companies starting to build products to actively decarbonize our economies. And just to give a bunch of examples, we have companies that are building software solutions for carbon accounting for enterprises. We have carbon taxation, carbon trading schemes. We have the huge topic of ESG, right? ESG touches everything, and there are fines paid out right now if you're not ESG compliant, or all of that stuff, right? You have data analytics solutions that underpin all of this and make it possible. You have climate risk management. It touches insurance, right? And insurance is also a part we focus on at Commerz Ventures. So that is to say, climate fintech is the intersection of finance and climate tech, and it's an area that we are actively deploying money in because we essentially believe that societies in our lives will change dramatically, right? And this will create massive opportunities to build very valuable businesses in the future. And this is why we'd like to invest in that, right? Because we are investors, as you mentioned. We look to find founder teams that are building in this space and build the next super valuable businesses because it is needed, it is urgently needed, right? But it's also a great investment space, I think.
Great. Can you discuss maybe one or two sort of success stories because it's an emerging...
It is.
Would you call this an established sector, or is this like a niche?
It is not an established, but a super rapidly growing space, right? It started recently, and I mean, to give you some perspective, right? Last year, we published a report on climate fintech because we look at it a lot. And we identified 300 companies in the US and Europe that are in what we call climate fintech. And essentially last year, they had a breakthrough year. They raised 1.2 billion in venture capital funding. And to put this in perspective, this is 3 times more than all previous years combined. So we have a very, very strong momentum in that space. It is just the beginning, right? It is very, very nascent, but it will be huge in the future. That's what we believe. And what's also very cool from my perspective, because I'm European, right? We have the lead here. We are ahead of the US. Usually it's the other way around when it comes to investments and venture capital and all of that. But in climate fintech, or in climate tech especially, what we found, there are more companies in Europe that are being founded and created, and in 2021, more money was deployed. So I think it's a huge opportunity for Europe to play the lead here. And as I said, it's the beginning, but it will grow massively. I'm convinced of that. And second question, some examples, right? So we invested, for example, in a company called Duconomy. Duconomy is based in Stockholm, Sweden, and essentially what they are doing is they're taking bank account data and payment data to calculate the carbon footprint on a transaction level. So for each and every transaction that you do, you get the equivalent of the carbon emissions. And what Duconomy then does is it packages this solution in a software development kit and distributes it to banks, fintechs, software as a service companies, so they can use the product and build it into their own product. It is super interesting, and customers, for example, include Klarna, BNP Paribas, and lots of other banks out there are deploying it right now. It's a very interesting company. They raised 19 million in venture capital. We co-led their Series A round last year. Citi Ventures participated, MasterCard. And interestingly, the venture capital arm of IKEA participated as well, maybe supporting Sweden, but super interesting, and it shows that there is huge interest. right? Yeah, and one more point. The CEO, Matthias, he's here. He'll be speaking tomorrow, so check out his talk. He's a great guy, and it will be super interesting.
Excellent. So let me come back to you, Sylvia, again. And following up on the comment by Lawrence about the role that Europe can play in energy transition. I think, indeed, the ecosystem has been developing, very rapidly and very well, but we have followed the U.S. In energy transition, maybe there's a chance to skip ahead and lead the globe in innovation. You think that in Europe we have, for example, the necessary sort of regulatory policy sort of support for this to happen really in Europe?
I'm truly convinced that Europe and even Spain has a unique opportunity to lead the energy transition and decarbonization, the change of paradigm in the economic model regarding the energy transition. We will see in the last years there are a lot of mechanisms, there are a lot of programs for joining the public and private collaboration. I think this is moving a lot of not only investment, a lot of projects. So I think Europe is setting up and Spain also the whole programs necessary for pushing more. We'll see in the last year a lot of programs like NextTech, for example, here in Spain, that helps to investment the corporates, the funds to scale up companies that are really good here in Spain and in Europe also. Recently, Enagás and we have a meeting with the European Commission regarding how they can help the corporate venture capital that we are pushing, because they are aware that the corporate are very necessary in that point, because corporation make the validation of technology, we made proof of concept, so moreover the investment we help. So I think always is needed more help. But the program and the whole framework, I think, is working to make it possible that Europe will be lead the energy transition that is needed.
Okay, great. I'm also hopeful that we can, and optimistic that we can. Fernando, you have been sort of involved with some of your portfolio companies, and also through the external work with sort of fundraising and for both the fund and your companies. What do you see as the appetite from LPs? What are the kinds of opportunities that you think that they are seeking in corporate funds or external funds or in companies?
Now, for sure, to invest in energy transition today is a trend. It's clear. I don't know if in a very short term could be a bubble, but I mean today is a trend, and it's a good trend. So in the funds that we launched, the fundraising was, let's say, easy in terms that there are a lot of appetites to invest in energy transition. The thing here is that I insist that it's not only a question of money. So for me, my main concern is that in order to make the different startups grow, it's not only a question to have a good team, not only to have a question to have a good technology and money. It's a question to have a good market approach in terms of regulation, as you said before. I am not so optimistic like Silvia and you in that sense. So the regulation is something that is needed. I would say that probably we have to innovate in regulation in the same level that we have to innovate in the technologies. So to be innovative in regulation is absolutely needed in order to make up the deployment of the technology in the speed or with the speed that is needed. This is one point. And the second point is that is very important. is that in some point, I mean, we have to use the tools of venture building. So the cooperation between the different energy companies together around a good startup and together around a good investor is something that is going to be needed. And it's something that, in that sense, I am more optimistic than with regulation. So just to share with you some facts, this week is not all the weeks we close to operation, but this week, I don't know because it's South Summit or not, but it's something that we're going to do this week. We're going to close a deal in order to give the entry in one of our venture building startup in the field of green hydrogen. We're going to give the entry to the first industrial player in Spain in order to industrialize and to grow the technology of this startup. So it's something that for sure is going to help to create probably the first green hydrogen factory in Spain with a specific Spanish technology. And the second operation that we are going to close this week is around the battery wall. And also it's a venture building, it's a venture building between three corporations with the participation of the government and with the participation of a scientific center with a specific technology in the field of solid-state batteries. So I think this is something that we have to do because the level of speed of growth that we need all to connect the startups with all the players, with all the companies to make this possible. So in the
data that Endesa has provided us in order to identify certain patterns of consumption behaviors, then we add intelligence to those data and then communicate the results in a way that everybody is able to understand what the findings are, the findings that we have gathered. That means there's one thing that we say, that you really do not master something if you are not able to teach your grandma how does it work. So that's roughly what we do.
Okay, thank you. Antonio, we have to do with your objectives. We would like to help Endesa to do this decarbonization. And of course, we have things in common with you also. Ingelectus is a company that started as a spin-off of the University of Seville, and especially the electrical department. So we see the grid as an opportunity to develop innovation solutions that help this energy transition. And of course, helping ourselves with the digitalizations, because all the data we have, it's all the information we have, like big data. We can use that to make applications that make the grid operate in an optimal way. You know? So we are focused in the grid operation.
Okay. So I have some special news from our wonderful friends at the technical department at the back. Ladies and gents, could you please welcome to our virtual stage the CEO of Aerones, Denise Cruz. Thank you. Round of applause for Denise, because he can hear us. Welcome, Denise. Great to see you. Disculpe, gracias.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Denise. I don't know if you
hear me well.
If you could hear the beginning of the panel, but right now, could you introduce yourself and what your company, what does your company does?
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect. Perfect. We hear you perfectly.
And I can't hear you.
As you can tell, this is completely live. You know, we are pushing the boundaries of live streaming right here. Can Denise hear us? This is a good question. I don't know if he can. Okay, sorry, please continue. I'm sure he'll come in when it is. Beg your
We see that you're pushing the boundaries because if I have to charge my laptop, I have the right spot here.
We just need a huge laptop to plug into this USB, then we'll be fine. Thank you.
So, well, as you can see...
for Endesa, creating the real value that helped Endesa in that case.
And in your case, how do you see that you can help Endesa with your project?
Well, what we have done, then you realize that we are not so different than a certain number of people. So, at the moment that we have a label in order that this is the type of pattern that you use the energy, we are able to identify which is the optimum pattern for that specific area, radiation, temperature, amount of data consumed across the year. So immediately you can start sending pieces of advice how to match that optimum behavior. And it's very personal. It's not, I would say, same dish for everyone. It's very personal. Only you is the one who is receiving that specific item that is applicable for you.
I think you pointed out something really important, because sometimes we feel that our customers are very ticky, but one important thing you do is make it simple. You pointed out a little bit at the beginning of your talk.
Yeah.
I think you could go a little bit more detail in this aspect, because I think we as a huge company, we have to provide our services to the people who are young, the people who are old, the people who are disabled. So at the end, I think a key point is that you make it simple for everyone.
Yes, because it's very easy, or at least not so complex, to use all the digital channels in order to supply this type of information. But we do not use the digital channels only. We also
I can talk.
Good.
I can talk.
We can hear you. Good.
Great.
Okay, we finished.
Finally.
We finished this question, and I give you the word. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So we use the analogical channels as well. So everyone in his invoice has this type of information about how efficiency is the client doing, which could do better in order to optimize the consumption. And we include a QR code in order that everybody easily gets from the printed invoice to the web and start interacting in a different situation.
Okay.
Okay.
Dennis, two questions then. First, explain briefly what your company does, how it helps to the energy transition, and then second question, explain deeply how are you working with Endesa, and a little bit more about your project and importance for the energy transition.
Okay, yeah. So yes, my name is Dainis. I'm co-founder of Ironis. We basically bring preventive blade maintenance of the wind turbines with using our robotic services. Wind turbines, as we know, are becoming bigger. The efficiency, the turbine blades, every 10% in length of the blade gives them 20% in efficiency, so the turbines are becoming bigger and bigger. But they're also becoming, the bigger they're becoming, the bigger the problems. A lot of damages caused by the lightning. Leading edge erosion is reducing the efficiency of the turbines significantly. They twist, they bend, they crack. And so the bigger the turbines, the longer it takes the maintenance. The downtime of the turbine and when the maintenance can be done is basically a risky job. It's done by rope technicians. So we're the first company in the world bringing robots actually to be able to do the maintenance and repairs and inspections of the blades approximately 6 times faster without risking human lives in a lot higher wind speeds. We gather a lot more data. We do ultrasound inspections, visual inspections from outside, from inside, lightning protection system tests, and etc. So it's again, we are gathering a lot more data than it was available before. And that helps basically to turn the industry from corrective to preventive maintenance, and therefore generate a lot more energy.
Okay, thank you. So now I would like to get to the point of the importance of the startups, because sometimes we feel that open innovation is only about big companies, which I don't believe in that. And sometimes we think that open innovation is just about small companies, more flexible, which again, I don't think it's about that. But I think there are specific places where you have a lot of importance. And you are 3 examples of achieving this, because of course we are doing data analytics over the grid. We have departments of data analytics, but we are also working with you because in some points we think you are better. Of course, we are doing data analysis on client data with many projects we are building inside, but again, you have been there on the edge and competing with many international companies, that I must say that, because we are every time we are doing benchmarks with other companies, and you are there. And of course, the maintenance of the windmills is so important for us because it's an asset which is very expensive that you are being the best of the class, and that's why you are there. So these are success productive projects that we are talking about. That these are not pilots; these are projects. So I would like that from your view, this is my view. From your view, every one of you gives your opinion of what is the role of the startups in the energy transition from your perspective of your business, but also a little bit more general. So, yeah, we can go in this order.
Okay, I think startups have a very important role. I think startups companies normally are cutting-edge technologies, very flexible. But I think that startups need the collaboration of big companies. For us to test our solutions in a small lab or a small sandbox, it's not. We need a big corporation to test and to give value all the things we have developed. And I think also in the energy transition, there's another third party that is very important, which is also university and basic research, you know?
Yeah.
Because we startups and big companies are very focused on real applications and always thinking towards that, but for a real energy transitions, we need that basic research that provide us new solutions that could be applied. No?
Yeah.
So I think that is the third
I
part.
completely agree. And that's very important because I feel sometimes that technical centers are a bit frustrated not being able to give this step to get productive. And I think that your role, and your case, you are working with you didn't say it, with the university, yes. With very tight projects. I think this is very important to help them to do the thing they don't know, is to make it commercial. And from your point of view?
Well, I think that's a marvelous symbiosis, the possibility to work together, a startup and a large company. Because if you find the appropriate sponsors, then you are able to move from the comfort situation and somehow push them to take some risks, exploring different things. And for us, as a startup, it's a unique possibility to reach 12 million of customers and trying to help in order to use the energy in a more competitive, in a more efficient way. That's something that we could not have been done in another way. So this symbiosis is something that once you have gone through the initial step, is something incredible. That's my personal feeling.
And Dennis, from your view?
I think that the biggest benefit of the startup is you can move faster with a crazy idea. In a big company, you have a crazy idea, you will have so many board meetings and so many people to convince. It just takes it's too long. Startups, most of the startups are going to bankruptcies, right? Because most of those crazy ideas doesn't, go to success. But those which goes in some cases large, right? So I think the startup role in this all is crazy ideas and believe in this crazy idea and, do not stop until you, win or die.
Okay. Well, we have, I think, time to do 2 more questions, 2 more rounds. You're being good and not talking too much. This is good. The first one I will come up is a little bit the downside of working with a big company, but don't be too hard on us. We already know, but people don't need to know. So one thing you could tell the downside of working with a big company. I could talk a lot about this because with the innovation departments, sometimes we feel frustrated because we want to do more and more and more, and this is complex. But I would like your point of view, one thing that...
Yes, well, I think Dennis has the key there. Sometimes big companies are a little bit slow to adapt to new proposals or crazy ideas. Sometimes it's a little bit slow, but on the other hand, it's normal. You are looking for profit, you're looking for results also, and want to make sure the solution that you are applying is the proper solution. So I would say yes, that Danish was on the key there.
I think that the Danish has pointed perfectly well, because in my opinion, when Einstein thought about the relativity theory in terms of time, they were thinking in utilities, because time is relative different from the utilities and to the startups. So that's. But after that, after you are dealing with a large company, you have to be prepared for that. But after you go over that barrier, everything is absolutely different, and it's worthwhile to be for that.
Many people ask me, why do you think it's worth all the efforts? Because there are many startups that fail in the process. You're the success examples. I think is that point, because the impact that you can make is huge. And once it's proven in one country and other countries, and you know this because right now we are studying getting your solution to many other countries.
That's right.
The capacity to put it in all the world. So I mean that's a huge acceleration path. No?
Yeah.
That's right. And
you have a point. My first idea was like why the startups should work with big companies, because many of our ideas work only on scale. If you need to build a robot and like repair for one customer 1 turbine, probably it's actually better to do that with one guy, right? Who is hanging in ropes, and he will do that. But when we are talking about, for example, lightning protection system tests, only the scale tests on large numbers can actually prove you some statistics, etc., and prove that basically that the idea is scalable and actually like economically right.
Okay. Well, and my last question for the entrepreneurs. Tomorrow we have organized, I think that I'm very happy with it, which is Endesa Startup Lovers. So these people who want to make their business, they don't know how, this is very early. One word to them, you could give how do you started your idea, or how do you think they should start? And all the people who are listening, I recommend you to try to get into this event, because I think it's going to be very preferable to get new meetings, people who want to start. So what advice would you give to them?
Under my opinion, it's very important to be enthusiastic and to have energy, because in the process you're going to find lots of obstacles, and you're going to need that energy and to overcome all the obstacles. So I think that you need that startup energy, no?
Okay, great.
No, I think that I started saying that we were a lot of crazy people who love the energy. So this is something absolutely relevant, and you have to be resilient in terms that well, there are very ups and downs in the process until you finally get through with a new idea that finally fits into the strategic plan of a utility, or you have you touch the appropriate sponsor. So for me, the best advice I could provide is try to find the appropriate sponsors inside the company, because that's the way to get your idea get through, and a good one.
Someone who believes inside the company, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And from your side, I don't know if you are frozen or. No, I think
he's frozen.
He was frozen. So, and again, technical problems. So I think we finish it here. Thank you very much to all. And okay.
Ladies and gents, please give a huge round of applause for our fantastic panelists. It was absolutely brilliant. And, apologies that we had those technical issues. That was completely live. We are beaming up to the internet, beaming down, and Dynus did a fantastic job there, wonderfully moderated by our great friend Jose Minguez, who really has been a wonderful friend for South Summit all these years. Ladies and gents, just a little reminder, we are at the 10th anniversary of South Summit, such a wonderful occasion. They have been bringing together all of the players in the ecosystem and really making a better future. And this is very, very important when it comes to the topic we are addressing right now, which is all about our transition to a greener, cleaner future for energy. And in this picture, it is so important to make sure that we are future-proofing the energy grid. It's one of the most important topics we're speaking about today. And, you know, how it really kind of opens up this question: how can we create and maintain an infrastructure that supports an entirely sustainable energy supply? And how do we make our energy grids more robust for that future that we all are hoping for here at South Summit 22? Just a reminder, share the love, share your thoughts using the hashtag South Summit 22. But now we are going to talk about future-proofing the energy grid. We're going to welcome on our speakers one by one. Please do give them a nice warm welcome to bring them on stage. So first we're going to introduce the CEO of ZIV. Please welcome Borja Negro, please. Gracias. Fantastic. Bienvenidos, Borja. And now we are going to say hey to our we've got a Swedish and Spanish panel now, two of my favorite countries in the world. We're going to welcome the Chief Business Development Officer at Flower. Please welcome Jasper Björkman from Sweden. Wonderful. Welcome to the stage. Good to see you. And we're going to go back to Spain. We're going to welcome Javier Lieva, who's a sustainable network design and resilience expert at Enel Global Infrastructure and Networks. Please welcome Javier. Bienvenidos, Javier. Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. And we are now going to welcome our wonderful moderator for this session. Again, she is Team Sweden. She's joining us from Sweden. She is the Chief Business Development Officer at PlexGrid. Please welcome Linda Maria Wadman to the stage. Wonderful. So, muchísimas gracias, taxamiket. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. How are you feeling today? Super psyched in the back. So a very warm welcome to our panel on future-proofing the electricity grid. So I'm Linda Maria Wadman, and I must say I've always been super fascinated by our electricity infrastructure. And it served us so well during more than 100 years. But now, with climate change, it appears we also have to change how we live our lives, our everyday. And these will cause massive stress on our electricity grids. So, you know, to achieve net zero, electricity consumption will probably more than double. So electricity grids are more and more becoming really the backbone of our electricity energy transition. And, but they were designed 100 years ago, and by then, you know, back then we didn't have weather-dependent renewable energy, we didn't have rooftop solar or electric cars or anything. So in order to reach net zero, our entire electricity infrastructure also has to change. So what if the grid can't cope with the speed of these changes and become a bottleneck? And if so, what are we actually already doing to make sure that that doesn't happen? Because that would, I don't even want to know the result of that one. So there is a lot at stake here, and I'm super happy to have this competent panel with me today to help answer some of these questions and discuss the topic. Mm-hmm. So I think it's fair to start from the top, maybe from the grid perspective. Mm-hmm. So, Javier, you are a grid operator in Enel. So, what's your view on, you know, the whole challenge and making the grid fit for the energy transition? And where do we need, you think, innovation to solve a potentially urgent situation?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Linda. From our point of view of the network, I would say that we are facing two major challenges that you somehow mentioned. On the one hand, we have an increasing rate of renewable sources for electricity generation, and in the other side, we have a growing in the demand electrification. In the middle, we have the distribution network. The distribution network needs to act as a facilitator as an activator of that transition. And that means that the grid needs to host all that increasing number of distributed generators and that increasing power flows to supply that demand, which is increasing, with reliability, with resiliency, and with sustainability. Having that in mind, we cannot forget that the grid itself has an impact. It has emissions related. And also to overcome these two challenges, we are working in three lines. On the one hand, firstly, we're working on more sustainable technologies, like, for example, free SF6 devices, just to cause the lower direct emissions. In the second point, we're working towards the reduction of technical losses that represent a 46% of the emission impact in our business. And finally, we are searching for innovative, sustainable material and components, which represent a 50% of the impact, and where we are working on circularity, the use of recycled input, and the full life cycle of the components that we have in our grid. That's how we are doing.
So those are two very key areas to help us reach this goal. And let's introduce another topic, which is flexibility, which is sort of a subtopic of what you're doing. So flexibility is a big buzzword used in this segment right now. And all the way from EU Green Deal and Electricity Markets Directive, there is regulation saying that individual, you and me, we should have the ability to participate in markets and sell our demand flexibility. That's by EU law. So this is really opening up for a whole new set of actors and also new business models in the energy ecosystem. And I think, Jesper, you and Flower, you are such a good example of this new actor in the market. So could you just tell us a little bit about what is it you actually do and what value does it provide to the grid?
Of course. So Flower is a company, it stands for Flexible Power. That is a technology and software provider that develops and operates a flexibility platform. You can also call it a virtual power plant, where we have the role as an aggregator. But what we really do and what our core is to really unlock the flexibility, both on the consumption side and the production side that we have in the new power system that we are developing today. So on the consumption side, we work with the EV chargers, heat pumps. We can also work with small-scale batteries, where we aggregate these, connect them to our platform, and then we sell the capability to actually control these assets. In Sweden, we sell them mainly to the Swedish TSO, that is in charge of keeping balance in the national grid at all times between consumption and production. So we sell, for example, with the EV chargers, we sell the capability to reduce consumption at any given time. And for that, we get paid by the TSO. And our business model is based on a profit split. So we take a share, and then we share it to the end consumer. And we also work on the production side with new types of asset that also needs to be have a regulating power, which means for solar and wind, for example, we sell the capability to actually curtail the power if there is a disturbance in the grid. And for that, we create a new type of revenue stream for the power plant owners, where now their main revenue is for maximizing energy production. But now we're also opening up the revenue stream of actually selling the capability to support the grid by reducing production. It's not intuitive, but it actually ends up providing a better balance sheet at the end.
So you say it's not intuitive, and I know this is a bit complex, and it's adding tons of complexity, I think, to an already advanced machine, which is the energy ecosystem. So I'm thinking, from ZIV, Borja, I mean, you have tons of experience in delivering products that actually, I would say, act as the foundation to make the grid, to enable smart functionality in the grid, to make it smarter and more modern. So, but what do we actually mean when we talk about a digital grid, and how does digitalization add value in this case?
Okay, Linda Maria, thank you. Well, I think for a long time now we've seen digitalization in the high voltage part of the grid. But what's really going to be the new revolution, what's coming absolutely like a big wave, is adding digitalization to the low voltage side of the network. Why? Because we have many new players that are coming into the grid, like the distributed renewable energy producers, like the EV chargers, like heat pumps and others. So we have a much higher degree of complexity that we used to have, and it's going to be bidirectional. So in essence, we need to add electronics and communication technology not only to monitor the network on the low voltage, but also to be able to act on it. One example of this are the smart meters. Well, we have already close to 200 million meters in Europe, and those are digital devices that can measure real-time the energy and send it to a central system of the DSO, allowing the utility not only to bill or invoice the customer, but also to read and receive alarms or events and be able to act on those alarms of events. For example, if the meter sends an alarm saying that it's being tampered, the utility can interrupt the supply. And this is, of course, a great benefit. Another example, which is somehow linked, would be the supervision and monitoring of the low voltage in the secondary substation. By adding digital technology, we can compare the energy that goes out of that low voltage line, compare it with the addition of all the smart meters that line is serving, and if there is a difference, of course, we can know there's a leak, or there is a fraud, or there is something in that way. In consequence, that allows the utility to reduce the OPEX, and some utilities have talked about the savings of more than 30%, and also it has a big impact on the CapEx.
So technology is an enabler, absolutely, and there's a lot we can do, but I'm thinking that in this change there's so many other things. It's the competence, it's processes, it's laws and regulation. And if we look again back to your case at Flower, you've started up your business quite successfully in Sweden. That's where you were founded. So what do you think are the key drivers that enable you to step in as this new player and enter that market?
I think, so we were started 2 years ago in Sweden, so we've come quite far, just in under 2 years. But I think one of the I mean, it's a perfect storm. So in Sweden, there is really a big incentive to buy more flexibility, and the TSO has 8 different markets and a pretty big budget to actually spend money on buying and procuring flexibility. But we have a fully built-out hydropower system, which can only provide so much. So the TSO in Sweden needs new types of asset to provide the flexibility. So they're really keen to try new types of assets like EV chargers, solar farms, batteries, both small scale and large scale. So they really, like, they have the incentive, we have the incentive to really exist and to work with our partners to actually sell the flexibility, and there's a clear buyer of flexibility. I think that's what we see in Europe. I mean, UK has come quite far, but I know here in Spain and in a lot of different countries in Europe, there's not a clear incentive and a clear market for these types of services. I mean, we have the incentive from the Green Deal, and like we all know, we all understand within the energy industry that we need flexibility. There's still not a clear market for who's paying for it and how like actors like us can actually exist and create value and actually have a sustainable business model.
Mm. So business, money talks, right? I think
yes.
If there's a market, there is money, there is a need, then things will change. And that's important to keep in mind, and I'm happy to see that there is actually those. I mean, the commercial drivers are starting to get there. We have fuel prices as well going through the roof, and that's also continue helping our cause. So that's a clear enabler. But if we think about also technology as an enabler. I think that, Borja, do you have any takeaways or wake-up calls that you would like to push for to make sure that we avoid a situation where the technology becomes the bottleneck?
Okay, of course, like an industry, you have many challenges, but some of the biggest, first, and it almost looks shocking, but today the material shortage in the semiconductor industry is a hurdle for the deployment of smart grids. There is huge demand compared to the industrial capacity, and the industry basically can't get all the components we would like, and this is creating an issue, and it's gonna slow down, or could slow down, the deployment of all the technological solutions that the DSOs need. And I think that's something that is not going to be fixed right away. Next quarter is gonna go on for a while. So to me, that's one big one. One second one is regulation. So in most countries, the distribution activity is regulated, and the rules of the game are set for a business that existed 40, 50 years ago, totally different than one we need, and which basically pays a return on CapEx. While now, we have to deploy and supply technological solutions that need certain maintenance on cybersecurity, on new functionalities that require a maintenance and OpEx that in some countries the DSOs cannot pay because they are not paid to do so. So regulators need to adapt the rules of game to the new picture. I would say that's number two. And number three, I think the third challenge I would think of is that different countries, or even within the same country, different customers have or want different communication protocols, or have different requirements on cybersecurity that in some cases are even contradictory. So that, of course, has a risk of slowing down the development of technological solutions, and has the risk of increasing the price. There could be many others, but I think those are the main three I would pick.
Okay. And you mentioned that, there's different challenges in different countries. There are different challenges in different markets. All come from, what I usually say is that we all converge to sort of the same situation with the energy transition, but we all have different starting points, which we must take into consideration. And going back to you, Javier, and Enel, I mean, you are one of the world's largest grid operators. You have business in multiple countries, so you must encounter many different challenges in these different markets. And you're also sort of a first mover and innovator. So what is what do you think are keys to really increasing the speed of transformation and make sure we get to that sustainable energy system?
Mm-hmm. We act with that global vision, but also at the same time with a local approach. The way we try to innovate to be more sustainable is like, first of all, by identifying the needs, the challenges that we have in any country that is part of Enel distribution activities, and any business unit, any function, any team. Having that in mind, we listen to startups, to industry, to academia, to search for solutions. And when we have a match between the challenge and the solution, we develop a proof of concept for a practical validation in real operation conditions. No matter if the necessity is in Colombia or in Spain, if the startup comes from Sweden or from Italy, it doesn't matter. And our focus is put on the scalability, the replicability, not only at country level, but also in a cross-country scale. And to do so, we need to, at the end, to leverage on the most disruptive solutions, perhaps unknown solutions so far. It doesn't matter if a solution comes from a crop, sustainable crop, to give us wood, to make a pole for our overhead line. with a sustainable plastic that comes from our output process. So it's a circular design for all the process that we have. With that cross-country approach, that sharing best practices and being a world player that is able to move first for certain actions. No?
So how do you, and this is a bonus question to Javier, so he doesn't know about it, but how do you see that interaction between Enel having a lot of own, your own power and muscles to innovate yourself? You have grid expertise, so you are developing a lot of tools, and then you also have the need to work with other parties like startups. So how do you see that coming together and collaboration?
Yeah, I think that open model is a success, because at the end we have our capabilities to develop our own solutions, to produce it, but also sometimes that knowledge, that value can be outside. And academia, startups, they can be even faster movers in this world. So we launch challenges in an open style, sometimes via our scouting networks, sometimes in a completely open format, open to the public, and how we gather that potential solutions. Having a clear list of needs and challenges that we have already previously identified, that is why we can make that match and to execute in a practical proof of concept. And also I would like to remark that we are including the sustainability factor in all this, because if we want to be net zero in 2040, we need to include the sustainability in every step of the innovation process.
So I don't know, Jesper Borge, do you have what's your view on this? How could we collaborate? I mean, I think this is an excellent example of what I've said, 3 layers in the ecosystem. We have the grid here, represented by Javier, and then we have sort of the service layer with Jesper, and then the enabler on the digitalization level with Borja. So we need to really work together between all these 3 partners. Do you have any views on how we could do that better or more, or is there anything stopping us from this?
Well, if I could choose something, even at the risk of shooting my foot, because I'm a manufacturer, I think one key area would be to push for open architectures and interoperable systems, so that it results easier and easier to scale on current developments. We've seen too much of proprietary or private protocols that have been deployed and developed, and of course that is a stopper for the development of digital solutions. So I think we see trends already doing that, and see many utilities working together in different task forces and groups trying to think about how that can work. But I think it's a shift of mindset from a more closed world to more open environment, where we all will need to bring a different value than we used to.
Yeah, and I think I can add to that and just build on that, because that's what we really see. Like one of the key drivers for us is just partnerships, and it can be partnerships with grid operators or technology providers. But what we really see now with different types of manufacturers is like the proprietary systems and the lack of an open architecture for us as an innovation company to really build on, and to actually think in a new way in a new power system. I mean, I think that's also why we've come quite far, is because a lot of us are engineers and economists, but none of us has really been in the energy industry before, so we really have a clean perspective, or like really fresh perspective of how to do things. And like, is scheduling every asset, is that the perfect way to do it? Maybe not. Maybe we should work dynamically, real time. But in order to do that, we need to be able to find these partnerships that are extremely valuable, and also work with open architecture.
So I'm curious, Jesper, when will you conquer the rest of the world? I mean, you started in Sweden, and I think in Sweden we have a challenge related a lot to capacity in the grid. And I know in Spain there is also a sort of other challenge related to a lot of solar in feed, increasing number of rooftop solar. So again, the different starting points, different problems converging into the same solutions. So how do you see, expanding into other markets outside of Sweden? Is that in your plan, or how you?
Yeah, that's definitely our plan.
Come to Spain?
Yeah, hopefully we'll come to Spain soon. We're actually looking to hire our first person here, but we'll see. So we've just entered into Denmark, and now we have 5 summer analysts working on analyzing where to expand next. And that really comes from where's the best market for us to enter, where we actually see where we create value for partners and customers, but where we can also exist. Here in Spain now, there's only closed markets for ancillary services. So if we were to enter here today, there's really no one to pay us for the value that we provide, and then we could not either pay the end customer and really unlock the flexibility that the grid in Spain, for example, has.
Yeah, you need that. So I want to give the audience maybe one more takeaway before we end. So to each of you, if you could just select one thing that you think is the most important action, or what do we have to do now to make sure our grids are fit for the future? Starting with you, Javier, what would that be?
Yeah, I would say the challenge is common. So all the community needs to work together, all the stakeholders, not only the grid operators, but also all the startups, the service providers, the technology providers, and even the raw material providers, to reach that common goal. If we don't go together, it will be hard to be on time to get it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can only agree. I'd say, speed is key here, and to be able to act fast, we really need, the stakeholders need to work together here. Forgot what else. My next point. Maybe I can add to it later.
Yeah.
Okay, so of course working together is key, and I would build on another topic that has come. If I had to, assuming we are working together, now I can have one more, would be a quick change of regulation in the major markets that is very much needed to allow the DSOs to do what they need to do fast and quick.
Yeah. So technology is there, you mean we just, please regulators, just give us the chance to move faster. Yeah.
Yes, and I can add to that, because that is really what we need to see. The regulators and governments, we need to have an open, almost a big sandbox project for the complete energy system, and I think we can do that. Even though I think the energy system, reliability, stability, and security is top of mind for everyone. And as long as we prioritize that, we can still work with a lot of innovation and new things. And for that, we need a more open legislative and new regulations to really facilitate that.
So I think I started by saying that the energy ecosystem is fascinating because of the complexity, and I don't think that from this discussion we've definitely seen that there's more and more complexity coming, and there's also more and more innovation needed and already underway. So that's very exciting to hear about these your insights, and thanks a lot for that, and very good to hear that you are all working in these different layers towards reaching the same goal to make sure our grids are actually future-proof. So thanks again, and thank you also to the audience for listening. I hope you've enjoyed this, and that you have a great rest of the day.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias. Tack så mycket. Muy bien. Absolutely great. Future-proofing the energy grid, very important. Once again, a big round of applause for our fantastic panelists. Thank you. Okay, folks, do not forget ABC, always be connecting, build your network. There's some fantastic traffic on the app. If you do not have the app already, please do download it, install it, and get networking. Share your love for our amazing panelists using the hashtag SouthSummit22. You never know where these connections could bring you. They could bring you to the stage here next year for South Summit year number 11. Okay, now we are going to get a 360 view of energy as I knock over our wonderful counter here. And this is such an incredible topic. South Summit 22 has gathered all of the main players to discuss from their fantastic expertise the challenges and opportunities in energy generation, distribution, investment, and working with startups that strengthen the sector and lead the energy transition that we all need. Fantastic. Okay, we're going to welcome on our speakers one by one. First up is the Managing Director and Head of Iberia at Foresight Group. Please give a big round of applause to Carlos Rey. Fantastic. Bienvenidos, Carlos. Gracias. Awesome. And now we're going to welcome the CEO of Perfecta Energia, Borja Saiz. Welcome, Borja. Thank you. Wonderful. Next, we're going to welcome the manager of the Innovation Hub Europe at Enel, Fernando Sandoval. Give it up for Fernando. Thank you. Excellent. Welcome, Fernando. Next is the CEO at Easing Solar. What a great name. Please welcome Alberto Cortez. Fantastic. And we're very, very happy to be joined by our wonderful moderator. He is a founding and managing partner at Future Energy Ventures. Please give a big round of applause for Jan Lozak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the stage is yours.
Is it on? Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. It's really exciting to be here in Madrid and talk about energy transition, the most sunniest place you can imagine. And why we are not starting with a little introduction. Should we start with you, Carlos? Just a short introduction about yourself and the company and the business you are in.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks for organization and for the introduction. It has been very, very pleasant. I'm Carlos Rey. I'm Managing Director at Foresight Group. We are a traditional investor in the infrastructure space. We invest in renewable energy assets, mainly wind and solar, utility scale, probably a bit different of what we are going to see here today. We have around 8.4 billion under management, and we are very active in the energy transition space, and we see a lot of new trends in the area.
Thank you, Carlos. Borja, you?
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Borja Saiz. I'm the CEO of Perfecta Energia. Perfecta Energia is a Spanish company which focuses on residential solar, and we started the business when the market started here in Spain in 2019. We do turnkey solution from the selling to the financing. We finance our customers ourselves because basically we believe that providing access to the families is the key thing to get the revolution of PV solar in residential. We are already working all throughout Spain with 3,000 installations, 5,000 clients, so very happy to be here to serve. And we believe in this transition, and that's why our name is Perfecta Energia, not because we are perfect, but because solar is the Energia Perfecta. Okay, that's how we see it.
That's a really cool story, and later I would like to discuss with you what you see in the customer end market. But Fernando, what about you?
So thank you. Thanks a lot for the invitation. So we are Enel. Enel is one of the largest utilities in the world. We reach about 73 million customers in more than 30 countries. We are a vertically integrated utility with an open innovation approach. And within this open innovation approach, we have a lot of relationship with the startups. In the last 5-6 years, we have worked with nearly 500 startups, out of which 115 have become suppliers of the group. That is the ultimate goal of our open innovation approach with the startups, to have them becoming our suppliers so that they can grow with us and they can have a customer of reference, such as Enel. I'm in charge of the Enel Innovation Hub Europe. My responsibility is basically positioning the value proposition we have for startups among the different ecosystems where we are present. And second, and most importantly, scout those startups able to solve the innovation needs our business units have.
Okay, that's me. I'm Alberto Cortés, the CEO of Easing Solar. We provide the technology to allow these companies to enter into the distributed energy and to sell, to design, and to install energy, solar photovoltaics.
Yeah, thank you, Alberto. Just starting the panel, it's a question for all of you. It's a little bit about investors, what's happening in the startup scene, and also what's happening in the larger organization. What do you think about the impact of the current situation in Ukraine and Russia with regard to the energy transition? Will it accelerate? Will it pause? Will it stop? What do you see already now, and what's your future perspective on it? Maybe Fernando.
That's a tough question, of course. It is, first of all, it is inconceivable that we have a war in Europe in the 21st century. That's the first thing to say. And of course, wars are not good at all. But if we have already had the climate change as like kind of a warning of what we should do regarding the energy transition, then the war has become another warning, and it has shown how we have to reduce the dependency on fossil fuels, and how we have to push for the energy transition with not only with installing the renewable energies that will help us solve this dependency in Europe, but also with the electrification of demand. It's both ways that we have to work.
What about you, Carlos? How do you see the investment market? Is it pausing now, or is it accelerating with regard to energy transition?
Regarding the crisis in Ukraine, you mean? Well, I mean, the fundamentals of the transition are there, despite this matter. So I think it's well understood, and all the economies, private investors, governments are putting all the efforts towards this energy transition process, so not become dependent on fuel, not become dependent on centralized kind of generation, but the opposite, yeah, be more green, generate green, and reduce emissions, etc., etc. But this is a process, yeah. In the meantime, the societies need to be fit, yeah, with the energy, and we are in our position in the globe. In Europe, we are highly dependent of I would say everyone, yeah. We depend on the Russian gas, as for instance, but also we depend on oil from Middle East, US, or the Mexican Gulf, or North of Africa. So what we have learned with that crisis is that probably, we need to keep pushing for transition, but also we need to push for the secure of energy, yeah, and independence of the supply, yeah. So I think we need to accelerate plans. This is pretty clear, but evolve from one to the other is not switched for tomorrow. So it requires more policies, more investments, accelerate planning permits, reduce barriers for investments and for consumers to evolve to this, make much more easy, yeah, all the procedures for Borja clients to put solar panels in their roof and not be 4 months, yeah, waiting for the subsidy or waiting for the aid. And ourselves, the same, be in the position to build plans as soon as possible, etc. But in the meantime, we need to do something, because it's a reality that certain dependence we need to have, and in that cases, we are depending from, I would say, governments that are not aligned with us. Yeah, we are with friends with Europeans and with the Americans. We share the fundamentals of democracy, etc., but not with the other people that are close to us, and we are dependent to them. So I think we need to keep pushing this transition. We need to take hard decisions, and probably here we need to reopen the nuclear kind of element, yeah, because in the end is what Europe can generate without dependence, and we need to take brave decisions and push for that.
Yeah, thank you. Alberto, Borja.
Yes, well, as Fernando said, obviously the humanitarian and the social thing is awful, and that's a disaster. But as we see it in the market, we're on the street selling to customers, and the perception that we have is the Ukrainian thing is being a shaker for politicians, in terms of, as Carlos was saying, it's a major trend below, which is climate change and transition and so on. But at least this thing has served to European politicians say, okay, we have to take action now. And the solar plan that the European Union has put on the table is quite aggressive and quite comprehensive. And, well, it's good news. At the end, this is going to, talking a little bit more on a corporate thing and the investor and the startups and so on, this is going to eliminate one of the questions you always get when you are doing branding funds, which is, What about regulatory risk? What about global trends and so on? Energy transition is here to stay. It's happening. It's going to happen. It's going to accelerate. So at least we are clearing one of the big topics that's always in the questions on the economic financing discussions. And obviously for the clients at the end, they are also more conscious on the prices of energy, independency and so on. So I think it has been a shaker for the market.
Yeah. And what do you see, Alberto, right now happening with customers? Are they buying more or less? How's your business?
Well, actually, as said, the energy transition is being pushed because, you know, in the pocket of everyone, we are seeing the results, right? And we've seen like everything is connected, and almost the supply chain for the supermarkets got stopped in Spain, and the electricity price has doubled, right? So everyone sees how, you know, the electrical bill has increased over the months, and everyone is looking for a solution, right? It's like, where can I save money now, and how can I be protected from? It's not a regulatory push. It's more like an effect that the people, the consumer, is seeing in their pockets.
And starting again with Borja and Alberto, what do you see as limiting factors right now, scaling your business to the next level? Is it supply chain? Is it installation? Is it operation? So what do you see? What's happening right now? What do you need to scale your business faster and bigger?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question, and we have the opportunity to be in the market in a B2B2C model with our partners, and we are facing the problems of selling photovoltaics right now, right? When everyone wants to buy, now you have to supply, right? And we are seeing like we don't have enough workers, electricians or PV specialists. We don't have enough materials in the supply chain. We have a shortage in inverters. So it's not enough to have people wanting to buy. You have to have everything ready to support that growth, right? And I think from Europe, and also connecting to the security and energy transition, we need to understand that also, and to regulate, to encourage manufacturers in Europe to be there, right? And we are seeing like how difficult it is to be an European manufacturer and survive in the market, right? Even though there is this shortage of material.
Borja, what's your view on that?
Yes, installation is a bottleneck right now. Yes, for sure. Materials, well, I think the capability of the industrial capability of many countries to adapt moves faster than the training of workers. So if there is a shortage of materials, it will be temporary. So at the end, obviously, in the market that we move, 3 months is long term, okay? But in energy transition, 3 months is nothing. So I don't see a problem in materials. I see more a problem in short term in working capacity, which is good news for Spain because we have a high unemployment, obviously, but you have to do the training. And well, on a business basis, what we are trying to make the leanest possible processes to reduce the pressing that you have from lack of installers or lack of material. That's more organization and how you deal with it, but it's there. It is there.
Yeah, thank you. Anything to add from your side, Fernando?
Well, probably what you were commenting about the demand side is what I was mentioning before. We see that last decade was the decade of the utility development of energy transition, let's say. That was all the installation of renewable capacity that we have done. So now we talk about, we have renewable capacity from the utility side. We have the wind, that is a mature technology. We have PV solar, that is a mature technology. And we have been able to prove that part. Now, we need the part of the consumer. So it's not only producing the renewable energy, but also it is electricity as a vector of energy on the demand side. And that is what we're working on this year. That is what we call this the decade of electrification. And that is what we need to push. And In a way, we need the customer, you know, in the past it was, let's say, easier because it was the utility, the one doing it. Now we need the customer to be on board on this transition as well. And for that, we need the products and services that we deliver to be easy. Here comes your part. Convenient, probably comes your part, and secure. So, and on top of that, and this is what was commented in the previous panel, we need the backbone that is the smart grid that needs to be digital and needs to be there to be able to bring all the pieces of the puzzle together. So there's completely agree with the title of the panel. No? We have a 360-degree view of the electricity industry right now.
Yeah. And you, Carlos? Any?
Very briefly, I second what Borja said in terms of bring back to Europe the factories. Yeah, Spain in particular was pioneer in producing modules. Yeah, first brands were based in Valencia, most of them. So it was a hub of solar. Then for cost matters, all this production went to far Asia, in particular to China. And here again, the dependence of other countries. Yeah, because ourselves in our plants and themselves, we are dependent that the production of China. Yeah, in Chinese factories, that not in our case that we need to comply with a lot of ESG elements. Sometimes they are not compliant with the ESG. Yeah? And we need to assess the labor conditions of the factories. We need to assess the minority aspects in these factories. Yeah? And depend on how they want to move the game of solar. Because when they decide they want to do local installations, Europe has a shortage of panels, yeah, and it affects ourselves and it affects the consumer. So I believe one of the policies we need to implement is get back to Europe, yeah, and support these companies to get back productions in Europe in which we can have more access to these equipments. This is...
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's bringing back the value chains of production to Europe. Yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. Makes a lot of sense. But then moving the topic slightly from electrification of buildings, what PV in general is, but you also can use PV for electric vehicles, isn't it? For electrical cars. So the question is a bit, how do you see the electrical mobility going? Last year we had sold globally 6.6 million cars. That's not much, isn't it, if you're seeing. The forecast is we need to grow that selling or electrical cars on our streets by 20, 30, 40x. So my question is regulation already rightly set for accelerating this trend so that we can really also achieve the electrification of transportation? What's your view about that? Maybe Fernando, then Carlos.
It's not only a matter of regulation, of course, it's a matter of having all the pieces of the puzzle together again. What we have seen is that, or in the past, there was kind of a sense of it is still expensive, the electric vehicles. Of course, when you have the help of government subsidies and so on to do this, of course, it kind of pushes the industry. Then you have, of course, the part of the charging of the vehicles. That was the other kind of pain point for the people. And I think we all have been able to work on this, not only the manufacturers of electric vehicles, that most of them are already, most of the traditional manufacturers are already doing them, but the utilities, we are providing this network and we are developing this network needed for coping with these pain points that the customer had. And then, of course, governments are helping with the regulation. I think all the pieces are going in the right way. Now it's just a matter of having, again, the customer pulling demand, so pulling the offer, let's say, so having more demand of electric vehicles in order to scale up the industry.
I think, with the electrical cars, the problem right now is the battery is the core of the car, and it's not evolved enough. The cost is still super high. So if you force you put the two solutions to an end customer, you want to still buy diesel for 30,000 euros or buy an electric car for 100,000 euros, it's still, the decision is clear already, and this happened in the past with the photovoltaics. So, or you regulate to encourage, to give grants to customers to decide to buy something more expensive instead of something cheaper, because in the whole Europe is better for Europe to electrify. Or I think consumer will not push to buy cars which are like double the price than regular cars, right?
It is where incentives
exactly.
come into play.
Exactly.
And also probably new business models as well.
That's true. So. That's true. That's true. It's quite similar to the photovoltaic energy evolution, and we see that is exponential. How the price decreased, and I think we will see that. But if you want to push it in the short term, you need help, economic help, at the end of the day.
Yeah, makes sense. And just adding one question into your direction and leaving in the room the first question, but what do with technology moving that quickly, how can investors prove their investments in that spaces like electrical mobility and so on and so forth?
Well, electric vehicles or the infrastructure in electric vehicles is not yet, if you wish, easy asset to invest for a typical infra fund. Yeah, it needs scale, it needs volume. Yeah, I think probably it's more for corporates such Enel or maybe the traditional oil and gas companies that are evolving towards the green space. Yeah, I'm personally a bit reluctant of the deployment of electric vehicle. Yeah, I think there are 2-3 challenges that we need still to find a solution. One is the infrastructure. Yeah, if you live in a single family house, yeah, you can have your plug, either the fast or the slow, and you plug your car. But how many of you live in a single house? Most of you live in an apartment, yeah, a block of 15 apartments. So how you can plug and where you can plug your car. So this is first point, infrastructure. Second is something what Alberto was saying, the technology. We talk about a battery. Yeah, this battery runs out and it's not anymore used maybe in 2 years, but I can afford to buy a new phone. Yeah, but my family cannot afford to buy a new car every 2 years because the battery doesn't work anymore. Yeah, so I think you cannot push this expense to families. Yeah, so I think technology needs to evolve a bit more. So. And the third, I don't know which is. I forget it. No, sorry, the third, of course, mobility is one of the main pollution elements, yeah, but we also need to understand the mobility of goods and transport, so lorries, etc. And maybe here, technologies like hydrogen can support this transition from the typical diesel or petrol mobility, but also planes, ships. So not be focused only in the domestic car and put to the single individual, do something for the planet. Yeah? So I think we need to think wider and change completely the mobility of in our societies.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we think the cities for sure electric cars have an opportunity, and also for public transport. But then, of course, for airplanes and long-distance trucks and so on.
It makes no sense that you go with an electric car in Barajas Airport and you have the plane shooting kerosene, yeah, and polluting like all the fleet. No, I mean, we need to be consistent. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. It's a good point. Flying is the most polluting I think we can do as human beings, and it's up to us.
For ships.
Or shipping, yeah. But yeah. But then, just having a couple of minutes of time, the question to all of us, it's a bit, what risks do you see with regard to the energy transition? What are things which worries you, which may don't let you sleep? I don't know, any kind of reflections?
Yeah. In my case, I would say, and it's linked to something that to me, we try to get out of the fossil fuels to have more like security or independency, but we are not looking who is our supplier in the renewable space, right? And to me, it's something that, over the past years is worrying me. I was part, of this Valencia manufacturing company called Silicon, so we were like pioneers manufacturing goods in Europe. And I see right now how Chinese inverters are like 60% cheaper than European inverters. And the inverter is the core if you have a conflict with China, we don't want to, but can happen, and they set up all the inverters because remotely they can do it. So we don't have energy, So in terms of security, we have to look also who we are exchanging cards with, right? Is, I think, something we should, as Europe, reconsider.
I will bring it from the macro point of view to the micro point of view. That is my day-to-day work. That is, we have a lot of pilots with the startups, which is good because it is a way to prove technologies, business models, to bring them in to help with the energy transition. And of course, we want them to not being any more pilots, but being realities within the company. And that is still what we still need to do within the big corporates. Talking with people in open innovation in other corporates last week, we all came to the same conclusion. We have walked a long distance from, saying one day we want to work with the startups, being able to introduce the startups to the corporate traditional mindset, having been accepted, having been able to launch the pilots. We have done that. But now we need to bring all these pilots to our reality and to a scale. So that is, I would say that is my worry now, in my work, how to do that.
That's very interesting. From pilot to scale up is a big jump, and you suffer a lot from it. But to your question, Jan, what I see is that energy transition needs to be closer to the end customer. Consumers and families has to be in the center. So far, in the last decades, energy has been a discussion of big corporates, which is good, big assets, which is good, and the end customer was, the one paying the bill, that's it, And good regulations and the plans from the European Union is great, grants are great, but they have to be thought of for the end customers, and the end customers, they are the ones that are going to do the transition on electric vehicles. When the customers are ready to get electric vehicles because it's worth it, there will be a transition. So what worries me is how all this macro thing is going to touch down into the final client, which is the one that is going to make the reality. At the end, in our case, the reality is people putting panels in the roofs. And the good thing is that they put panels and they ask you, can I put an EV charger? Fantastic. Can I put a battery? Fantastic. You have to facilitate that part of the business. The big corporate regulation thing is necessary, but we have been many years thinking just on that part. And you already mentioned, the convenient.
Convenient, easy, secure. That is how we see
the security is fine from the regulators and the big corporates, but the conveniency and simple the things is what we need to do.
We're on that. We're on that.
I know. But that's what's worrying me, obviously, because it's my day today, okay? But that's what's worrying me.
Yeah, thank you.
And very briefly, less than 1 minute, for me, with no doubt, regulation. Yeah, I think everything has convinced that of this wave, this transition. There is a lot of public money on this effort. There is a lot of private money on this effort. Consumers have realized that. But we need this to make it happen. Yeah, and it needs to be happen with regulation, with legal framework, and local countries or local authorities to support that. Yeah, Spain has today around 9 gigawatts of solar plants, which I don't know how many football pitches are. Yeah, but we need to have 10 times this
He's cutting us off?
In few years.
I have to do this. I would like the conversation to just keep on going. That was fantastic, the 360-degree view of energy. Please give a huge round of applause for our wonderful experts. That was so good. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you for everything you're doing. And I love this concept of the 360 view. South Summit is, of course, a 360 platform, which is where you can connect with your peers, with investors, with partners, with startups all year round. So install the app. Let's build this ecosystem. The primary purpose of any functioning ecosystem is for that ecosystem to thrive, and South Summit is absolutely no exception. Okay, just a little reminder, please do share the love. We want to see your social media posts. We want to see you sharing great things about our speakers, maybe some nice photographs, something you were impressed in. Use the hashtag SouthSummit22, and you never know who you might connect with. Please do connect with me on LinkedIn. I love to connect. Let's build the South Summit family. Okay, we are now going to talk about data. It is our most powerful asset in an age of digitization. So let's use it for precise decision making in climate tech, when production and risk management choices are on the table. It's time to talk about tackling climate tech through data, and I would love for you to give a very warm welcome to 3 gentlemen doing incredibly important work in this field. So ladies and gents, please give a huge round of applause to the founder and CEO at Open Cosmos, Rafael Jorda Siquier. Bienvenidos, Rafael. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. And next, please give a warm welcome to the stage for the managing partner at Planet A. What a great name, Nick Delaforge. Welcome, Nick. Fantastic. And our wonderful moderator for this session, we're very delighted to have him here. He is the managing partner at White Peak Partners. Please give a big round of applause for Unai Franco. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The stage is yours.
Thanks. Yeah, we're very honored to have here Nick Delaforge, who is co-founder and general partner of Planet A Ventures, which is a Germany-based venture fund that provides early-stage impact startups with not just funding, but also mentoring and impact forecasting. Right? Did I get that right? Yeah. He's a seasoned investor with a long trajectory investing in tech across Europe, and a very strong believer in the combination of science and entrepreneurship in order to drive change towards a more sustainable economy that can work for people and the planet. We also have Rafael Jorda, who's CEO of and founder of Open Cosmos. This is an end-to-end developer, designer, developer, and manufacturer, and operator, I should say, of nanosatellites. They are consolidating as a European leader in the new space sector, and they just recently launched Data Cosmos, which is a platform where you can find images, data, and intelligence applications globally in order to tackle some of the most challenging problems related to sustainability. They're based in Spain and the UK, but have traction already across Europe, LATAM, Middle East, and Asia. So they're going to be illustrating and discussing a very interesting topic, which is how can data sort of tackle sustainable challenges? How crucial is data in this challenge that we have ahead of us?
Well, in my opinion, it's absolutely critical to have data at a global scale to understand what is going on, what impact we are having, and how we are going to react to it. It's well known that you can't improve what you can't measure, right? And the most challenging problems that we are facing globally need accurate measurements on how much oil is being extracted, for instance, from the soil, how many natural resources are being used, and in which way. What's the impact of the extraction and transportation of those resources around the globe, or how much carbon is being emitted and how much it's being synced, right? All of these are things that if we don't measure, we won't be able to improve.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe to add to that, so when we started Planet A, we set out with the goal of supporting the most ambitious companies when it comes to tackling climate change and global pollution. And in the process of building the investment thesis, we thought, okay, there is very likely going to be a very clear correlation between the companies having the biggest positive impact and the ones who are being counted as the most successful ones in traditional terms, so in monetary terms. The big question, the elephant in the room is, however, how do you measure and forecast the impact potential of a startup, especially at such an early stage? And I think while Rafael is personifying the automated analytical approach on how this can be done for forests and so on, we had to tackle this from another angle. How do you do that for early stage startups? And in the end, we decided to set ourselves up a bit differently than regular funds in the sense that we have a science team. And this science team is conducting something called life cycle assessments, which is a very holistic overview of a company, but in the end enables us to have a reading on how much better a certain innovation is compared to what we have as a status quo. And that we are able to extrapolate into the future given development in the market and also an estimated market share of theirs. And it boils down to the same concept. Data is absolutely crucial because these life cycle assessments, they are very scientifically precise studies. It's not something we invented. It's been the gold standard for impact measurement. And we find, and this is, I think, the key learning that we've had, which I'm happy to share, that most companies overestimate their impact because it is very hard to tackle all different dimensions. Once you maybe improve on greenhouse gas emissions, you might use more water or produce more waste, and it's important to take this holistically into account.
Yeah. And in doing so, are you innovating different approaches to measure? Are you following existing standards and building upon them? And are you, very importantly, are you sharing all those findings with other companies so that they can learn from that practice?
Yeah, absolutely. So we set out with the clear ambition to say Planet A is bigger than us, and if we focus on egos, then we are not going to make it as a human society. So we publish whatever we do as scientific studies that can be found on our website, and also the approach we're very open with. So these life cycle assessments that we are using. And LCAs, in short, is something which has been known to the industry for a long time, so we didn't have to reinvent the wheel here, but it's building a lot on data that companies like Open Cosmos are gathering to basically have that very precise reading on what a company does.
Interesting. Maybe, Rafael, what is the most exciting data-driven solution that you have come across recently?
Oh, wow. Actually, we have many examples on what we call Data Cosmos platform. As a matter of fact, even if we are still keeping like in beta mode, we are onboarding 4 to 5 companies a month, each one of them with specific use cases and applications that basically just take the source of data that comes from our satellites, third-party satellites, and other sources of data that we harmonize, and then derive from it intelligent solutions that effectively bring the answers to governments and corporates about what decisions would be recommendable to take. Some key examples. One of our partners, for instance, is looking at the amount of oil that is extracted. And if you want to understand what's the impact that you have in terms of carbon emissions, you need to understand how much of the future carbon emissions, and therefore the oil that is going to be extracted, it's happening. Where it's stored, how much of it is stored, how it is transported, how many oil spills or venting of hydrocarbons there are in the sea while this transportation happens. And these partners have developed products that target each one of these needs, just taking images from the satellites and then understanding exactly how that entire delivery chain for that commodity happens. Another great example is a company that is working on, together with us, in the water management sector. Who would have believed that one of the key things that we are doing through the platform is monitoring desalination plants, just literally telling to the customer how much turbulence there is in the intake of desalination plants that provide clean, drinkable water in desertic areas of the world. And we just realized that a lot of the turbulence is generated by the algae blooming, caused by the rising temperatures due to climate change, for instance. Right? These are some of the applications that we are seeing now emerging into the platform that we think put together the key technologies, data, and information in the hands of the public and in the hands of the decision makers. That's what excites us a lot.
Interesting. And so we are already collecting a lot of data. We have data like never before in humankind. How close are we to make good use of that data, though? Because that comes with challenges, right? What do you think?
So I think you have much more data points from the machine room. I think from our perspective, it's a gradient. So there is use cases in which we're incredibly able to make very good use of it, and there is others where the old concept still applies, bullshit in, bullshit out. So where we might have false trust in a system that in the end is not backed by good data. Maybe to give an example, a couple of years ago I was structuring, and this is still current, I was structuring a consortia for a couple of logistic companies, and the head of spare parts of an automotive OEM filled me in on their current mission to track all spare parts that entered a container ship in China through a QR code, because there is a high amount of fraud for spare parts, to track them from the boat until they are being distributed in Europe. And in the next sentence he said, but most of the fraud is happening in China. So most spare parts, most fraudulent spare parts are fed into the supply chains before they reach the boat. And to which I said, okay, but why then do you start tracking on the boat? To which he said, it's a constant battle, like leapfrogging forward to increase the hurdles of fraudulent behavior. And so I think that's a very good example where we're definitely not there yet, but we are constantly improving. And talking to companies which are operating in the same field as you are with Open Cosmos, I would say that the bandwidth is very broad in how good the actual analytics are. And it can also be dangerous, right? If you have false data and then you say, okay, you are storing this amount of carbon, and in the end this is not happening, then this gives away false credits, false carbon credits, and is not really helping.
I agree 100%. I mean, the quality and reliability of the data, even if you have very abundant data, it's one of the issues, right? You need to systematically provide good quality and reliable, trustworthy data to take some of these key decisions. We are working very hard to make that happen, leveraging the satellite imagery and the satellite infrastructure that we can bring to orbit. At the end of the day, a picture doesn't lie, right? And it's accurate scientific data, what you can extract from there. The other key challenge that I think needs to be addressed for that data also to be more useful, it's not about building a generic way to analyze that data. It's about being able to have the niche expertise to apply certain kind of data to a very specific problem, algae blooming, or growth of certain types of trees, or monitoring of the coastal mapping, right? I think that the key is that we leverage common sources of data that are harmonized, scientifically generated, and of good quality with a reliable timestamp as well, and with the right frequency of data. But then we democratize it, and we make it available to both small, big companies, startups, to everyone that might have that niche expertise to bring that algorithm, that neuronal network product that is going to truly build information out of those data sets. I think that's one of the key challenges.
Yeah. Interesting. And you know, as we move along and more connectivity and IoT and the rest of it, data will continue to increase. And it's only now, I think, in the last years that a lot of companies, traditional companies, if I may call them that way, are sort of adopting company-wide data strategies, etc. How important is, you think, to building sort of common platforms of data across the organization that maybe traditionally have been operating sort of, even in the extreme cases, in silo mode, right? How important is that to?
It's essential. Sometimes when I try to explain the capabilities of the kind of data that we gather from satellites, I picture the two biggest challenges that I see out there right now. One is, with no doubt, sustainability and the climate action. The other one is the digitalization of many of these industries, right, that need that reliable data. And that needs to be done with external data that might be captured by sensors and systems like the ones that we put in orbit, but also their internal data, merging the two, working together with those corporates, those governments, those big organizations that have access also to that data in order to build together those solutions. We are seeing an amazing transformation and interest from many of these corporates into having this, let's say, digitalization approach to some of these legacy and traditional industries.
I fundamentally agree. My take would be a bit of a different one in maybe why we are not where we are. I believe technically this is feasible, like probably not easy, but feasible. But maybe to give an on-hands example, another logistics consortia I was structuring with my last employer in 2018 was with 3 of the biggest shippers on the planet. And we were a technology provider, basically had built a lightweight blockchain node, that's my old word, the Web3, but also the industrial version of it, which was usable on a Raspberry Pi level, so you could easily throw that into a container or even have it run on any type of computer. And the goal was to simplify the shipping process by having a digitized bill of lading and give, with a zero-knowledge proof, a very precise summary of where a certain shipping is throughout the entire supply chain, which is currently not really being digitized. And the technical infrastructure for that was one thing, and everything was on track. Why this didn't happen in the end was egos of the CEOs of these companies, which were not agreeing on a data silo. They all said, okay, we agreed to share some data with our competition, but we want to have a slight edge, ever so slightly, to see a little bit more. And in the end, they all wanted the same, and nobody could agree to the terms of the next. And this is why this didn't happen in the end. And I think that's the big chicken eggs problem that we're facing when we're talking about really cross-enterprise platforms.
Okay. And what about collaboration? I mean, if we go back to sort of the energy transition challenge, I think the energy sector is quite, characterized by being quite protectionist and so on. Collaboration is an important one because, I mean, clearly we cannot solve problems alone. We have to do it together. So, do you see any signs that any sort of green shots in that regard of companies working across sectors, nations, and so on in sharing information?
I think, from our read on the energy market, it's an incredibly fractured ecosystem. So even if we look only at Europe, different regulations apply to different challenges. The current quota of smart meters in Germany, which would be the basis of doing anything with the data, to have that data, is close to 0% simply because basically the homeowners, oversimplified, have to pay for it, while in the US it's close to, I think, 75% currently, because in the US you have an incentivized system to spread out innovation into the market. And so this is highly, highly fragmented and really hard to build, not impossible, but hard to build solutions which are able to reach over the border at the moment that you are talking utility level. On a household level, it's a bit of a different topic, and we see fantastic solutions. It could be private homes, but could also be companies which are trying to optimize their energy usage by having some smart sensors which are able to predict certain behavior, to not heat over the weekend when people are not in the office, to not have light on over the office over the weekend in offices, and so on. But I think on a European level, there is, from a regulatory side, still quite a bit of work to do.
Okay. So yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Look, I think we don't have to be naive, but at the same time, I think it's important also to acknowledge the importance of collaboration. Will it happen in all of the fields, among all of the companies, among all of the countries? Probably not. But I think we should realize that for the biggest global challenges, if we don't foster that collaboration, we are not going to solve them. Climate is not something, the issue with climate, it's not something that we can just sort from one single nation or from one sector or from one set of companies, something that we need to collaborate, whether we like it or not, if we are to address it in any way possible, right? If I have to put a hopeful note to this statement that I was doing, is that in sectors like the space sector, collaboration has been going on across nations and across companies very naturally. And I think it's because typically big space sectors like the International Space Station or others are things that can only happen when nations collaborate, put mutual resources into them, and different companies with different expertise and capabilities collaborate in them. So I see hope that some of the industries and some of the sectors already work in that manner, and I think vertebrating around those relationships something that is more ambitious at a global scale, impacting also other sectors as enabling capabilities, could work. So that's my hope.
Maybe to add to that, to exactly that point, because I fully agree. What you said initially, what we can measure, or you said what we can move, what we can measure, and I think that data has the possibility of having that very systemic change. So we all know since already 30 plus years that climate change is going to happen, and this is potentially going to cause quite a bit of distress on our economic system for multifactorial systemic crises like the biggest migration waves ever to be seen, breaking down ecosystems and so on. And now I think for the first time we have sufficient data at hand to really build a precise picture and also put that down into costs. So for example, there's a company from London called ClimateX, we're not invested, and ClimateX is using data points such as yours to create a sandbox which is simulating the probabilities of different climate change driven extreme weather events on a very low resolution. So for example, on 10 by 10 meter basis, they're able to say, okay, this is the likelihood of wildfires, of storms, of earthquakes, which are not really climate change driven, but of floodings and so on. And their customers is the finance industry. So basically they provide ratings for the finance industry on how likely their the assets are going to be hit by one of these events. And that suddenly makes the finance industry wake up because they understand that the costs of the behavior that we're currently still pursuing are exponentially higher than to make the turn and become a sustainable company. And maybe to share another data point, if I may, sure. Because that was really hopeful to me. Again, coming from the automotive industry, so there is players who got it. So one of the biggest German OEMs, when their CEO steps on stage currently and says that we are calculating with an internal price of 100 euros per ton of carbon emitted. That's the estimated price for under the European Union Emission Trading Scheme. It's a straight up lie. They are internally calculating 200 euros per ton, so the double of that amount, because they anticipate that regulation is going to hit them much harder than what the analysts are currently saying. And they are forcing effectively their entire tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 suppliers into ticking a box whenever they apply for an RFP, or request for proposal, to say we're going to produce completely CO2 neutral until 2030, which is incredible. Like this is true impact. Like anything that we do is like a drop in the ocean. Yeah. But that is true impact. But it's driven through innovation such as yours, because you somehow have to start somewhere and start to manage and measure.
Interesting examples. We talked a lot about data. We started to sort of move towards actionable information. What is the role of AI, artificial intelligence, in all of that? And what's stopping it, if at all? What are the challenges to develop that further at this stage?
AI, like many of the other technologies involved in trying to solve this problem, it's a tool. It's a tool that we have at our service to be able to find some of these solutions, right? So it would be impossible without the developments done in the deep learning and neuronal networks to process these vast amounts of data without them and extract meaningful information and insight about very specific niche applications. I think that's one of the huge potentials of AI, and it's a multiplying effect, right? Because you can use the results from one analysis into the inputs to a following analysis, and you generate a lot of additional information and useful and actionable information on the back of it. However, there is no holy grail, right? There is not a single technology that is going to solve everything. It's a combination of sources of data, communication and transmission of that information, either through IoT or through other systems that enable the gathering and the distribution of that information directly to the decision makers or to the machines that are going to implement that operationally. There are a lot of technologies involved in both gathering the information and then articulating the solutions that the information empowers.
Mm. Yeah. I could maybe try to provide a slightly different perspective in the sense that when I try to come back to what I said, what we as Planet A do to be very precise in impact measurement, then that AI allows us to be faster in creating this analysis. So we invested into a company called MakerSite, and they basically do what we do manually, automated, for all types of different industrial clients. And in the end, to maybe give you a comparison, they did that for a manufacturer of a car seat, or like the manufacturer of a car seat hired a team of 23 people who worked on having a complete emission footprint of that driver's seat, and they worked on it for around 23 days, I think. And they were working on it non-stop. And then they took that bill of material and let it run through MakerSite, and MakerSite gave out 95% of the exact same results after a minute and 15 seconds or so. And it was not at 100%, but it enables us to make meaningful adoptions to how we source, because then suddenly you're able to say, okay, how does my footprint change if I do not use leather grown on animals, but lab-grown leather or plant-based leather, and to in real time simulate how this is going to change. And that's also then bridging towards AI, because I think AI has the power of simply making us faster in understanding what are the real impactful choices.
So a big case on efficiency, speed to market, efficiency from all angles, right? From a cost, but also from a planet resource perspective, sustainability. Interesting. Going a little bit, we have a few minutes left, to sort of business models that evolve around data. What do you think are the key, the keys to a successful business model that evolves around data?
Well, I can talk a little bit about ours, right, in the platform that we call Data Cosmos. It's a revenue sharing approach, right? So we put together large amounts of data from different sources, harmonize them, and make them easy to be processed by expert analytical partners. So obviously, once a big customer, either a corporate, a government, or a smaller companies, request information out of this service that we provide, we take that contract, and there is a revenue sharing. Part of it goes to the analytical partner that provides the algorithm and that we execute also in the context of the platform. Part of it goes to additional sources of data if we have to procure any in order to provide a better and reliable service. And honestly, I think it's a business model that is very fair for everyone. It's very transparent, and that helps leverage the capabilities that each one of the players have. It goes without saying that to enable all of that, we do need to deploy expensive satellite infrastructure. So in our case, since we are doing that, we do it also on the back of customers. So some of those anchor customers that are interested in the data are also helping pay the critical infrastructure that we deploy in orbit in order for those data sets to be available. So all in all, it closes the loop, and hopefully we can make it a scale and have that flywheel that we have found spinning faster and faster.
Yeah. So basically, throughout the entire conversation, there's couple of words that are resonating over and over again. Collaboration is one of them across industries, between science and entrepreneurs, between companies, within companies as well as sharing, right? Because no one solution fits all. Do you have any sort of final remarks to the entrepreneurs of today and the entrepreneurs of tomorrow as to how they can sort of make a contribution and have a real impact on the planet?
Come play into our playground of Data Cosmos. That's what I would say to every single entrepreneur that there is out here. Let's try to build solutions to these global challenges together. We'll make our data and all of the technologies that we have built be put at your service so we can together find solutions to those problems.
I like the framing that you gave it, and to also draw the red line to why we are here. Because honestly, I struggle partially with being here. So to take the flight here is, I know, completely counterproductive, and one of the most influencing books that I've read in my path towards Planet A was Winners Take All: The Elite Charade of Changing the World. So are we living under the spell of feeling, okay, I'm actually contributing and this is actually doing something good, and in the end I'm just part of a self-perpetuating system that in the end is not doing so much good. And I think that's a very important, to me it's a very important part to very regularly question, is this the best use of my time? And I feel like this is, but I think that's something I would give to everybody because, and I know I'm very biased in that sense, but I'm very climate anxious, as you may be able to tell, and like this is real, and I think everybody counts. Like this is not our mission as Planet A. This is a very joint mission, a very collaborative mission, and it needs us all in everything that we do.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I hope that this conversation at least triggered a little bit of questions on your side and curiosity, because that seems to be sort of the main driver on progress, right? So thank you very much for your time, and thank you as well.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Absolutely wonderful. That was so inspiring to hear. You know, look at your investment in time, look at your relationship with energy. They say at the moment data is the new oil. Maybe someday soon they will say data is the new sun. I do hope so. Okay, so I am going to move to the next big thing stage after lunch. It is now time for lunch. I want to say a big thanks to our wonderful team here. Blanca, Marcel, Virginia, Christina, and all the team at the back there. Mine, yeah, round of applause for the team. Brilliant work. Absolutely, muy bien. Okay, remember, connect on LinkedIn. Feel free to connect with me. Use the hashtag SouthSummit22. Spread the love and have a good lunch. Buen provecho.
Thank you. coffee here. Everyone got their coffee, at least one tiny little piece of coffee. No coffee. We need to fix that. Well, anyway, I hope the energy that we have in this stage this afternoon, actually, it's more than enough to propel you to the afternoon without falling asleep. Anyway, my name is Alex. It's my pleasure being with you. I'm going to be like Troy McClure from The Simpsons. You might know me from the other startup stage. This one, we're more moderate, but we're still going to have a lot of fun. And we're going to start with a rooster of panels. So we're going to start talking with the first panel, but something that didn't happen years ago. Not only with the 10-year, I'm just curious, who here, I asked it on the other stage, but who here came to South Summit 10 years ago? Raise your hand. No? 9? 8? 7? No one took Las Ventas? We're also young.
We have a Ventas guy. Big applause to him. He's a veteran. So yeah, we started this 10 years ago. At the time, a lot of the ecosystems in Europe and worldwide were still very young. So the major challenge was to actually get your company going. But as all these ecosystems have been maturing, now the issues are slightly different. It's like, okay, we're scaling, and that creates a lot of challenges. Kind of hilarious talking backstage, and they cannot really decide what challenge to talk about. There's so many when you're scaling. It's like, which should we talk about? So I hope you have a wonderful conversation with the next panel. And without further ado, I want to introduce the moderator for Challenges and Solutions to Scale Your Startup. Please, a bright welcome to Robert Swirling, Director of Digital Native Business Development at Google. Robert, thank you very much for joining. And joining Robert, please welcome Jorge Sancha, founder and CEO of Tinybird. Big applause for Jorge. And Manuel Marina, co-founder and CEO of Idoben. Come on, it's the first one in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Robert, floor is yours. Enjoy.
Thanks, and thanks everyone for coming. And I'd like to welcome all of you, and particularly I'd like to welcome the CEOs of two of Spain's most exciting startups. Now, the topic of today is challenges and solutions to scale your startup. Now, that can encompass just about everything, right? But on the other hand, I think it's quite an unusual situation in that there are some big live issues at the moment that I think everyone is thinking about, right? And so I'm hoping we can have quite a focused conversation and learn from your experiences on topics, on challenges, and on opportunities that will impact everyone in this room, regardless of whether you're an investor or an entrepreneur or wherever you sit in the tech ecosystem. So, why don't we start with some introductions? Manu, why don't you start? Why don't you tell us about yourself and a little bit about your company?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to South Summit. It's a pleasure. We are Idoben. It's a strange company because I'm the founder, one of the co-founders. I'm a cardiologist, now being a CEO, but my background was at the hospital dealing with patients. And we were doing research with my co-founder. He's a telecommunication engineer. He was doing his PhD on machine learning applied to cardiology. And we were able to automate some tasks that are done by cardiologists, analyzing electrocardiograms. And that was the idea. Like, today, thousands of doctors are dealing with this analysis, signal processing of the ECG, how the heartbeats are going on. And many technologies are doing signal processing through technology, not through humans, not through cardiologists, which is a human really difficult to get, like 6 years of studies, 5 years of specialty. So it was like, can we build a machine that is able to process that in an automated, scalable, and easy way? And can we sell that and integrate this kind of product in the healthcare ecosystem? And
how far have you got? Tell us about where you are today, and tell us a little bit about your funding journey as well, just so people understand the context.
Yeah. So we were 3 in 2018. Now we are 25, a team of 25. 15 of them are full-time employees. We have been able to raise money to finance the project, as there is a deep tech and scientific background, so we were able to raise grants Some of them, first company in health tech in Spain with CDTI, Neotech, it was 250,000 euros at the beginning. Money from Google Cloud also at the beginning, it was really helpful, 100,000 dollars from Google Cloud, and then big grants, like 14 million grants from Horizon 2020, the European Commission, then 6.5 million grant from also the European Commission, the AIC Accelerator. Just 99 companies in Europe were able to raise this money.
And do you have financial investors as well, VCs?
Also VCs.
Right.
We were able to raise money from private VCs, a seed round a year ago, and then good news are coming.
Great. Okay, well, I look forward to picking up on some of the points you've already raised. But before I do, Jorge, quickly, tell us about yourself and your company.
Thank you, and thanks for having me here. I'm Jorge. I'm one of the founders and CEO of TinyBird. TinyBird is a platform for developers to build data products at scale. If you want to, just to simplify it very quickly, you probably know products like BigQuery or Snowflake. You can think of TinyBird as a Snowflake for developers, like designed to build things and applications on top at scale. Because the way basically we think about this is, and we had experienced this in our previous companies, is at the rate that data grows, you can't, it's very difficult to keep up, especially if you want to react quickly to opportunities and problems and to leverage the data as it happens. And also, nowadays, companies are building armies of data engineers just to deal with that load, and we believe that the value really starts with the developers when they actually build something with that data and put it out in the world. So we're trying to empower developers to build these data products.
Great. Where have you got to? How much have you raised?
We're 50 people in the company right now. In 3 years, we have raised 37 million Series A in March this year.
March this year. Wow, that seems like a long time ago, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I want to talk about the funding landscape. It seems to be top of everyone's mind. Is it top of everyone's mind, the funding landscape? Y Combinator? Do these terms mean anything to anyone in this room? Sequoia? Everyone's panicking? No, everyone seems very calm.
Yeah,
we have a cardiologist, so if anyone does start to panic, just raise your hand. Look, I think it's important that we address this, right? Everyone's seeing what's going on in the macroeconomic environment, in the geopolitical environment. We're seeing the impact that's having on the public markets. We're hearing a lot about the impact it's having on the private markets. We're hearing stories of down rounds. We're hearing stories of rounds being cancelled. I've seen examples of companies having to shift very radically from growth at all costs to capital preservation to showing a path to profitability, so on and so forth. I'd love to know if this is what you're seeing or if you're seeing something different, and if this is having any impact on your decision making.
Do you want to start?
I want to start. Go on.
I'll go, okay. Well, it definitely has, like, we raised at the perfect moment in the sense that, we were procrastinating a little bit at the end of the year whether we were going to raise or not going to raise. And then we started with the discussions, and then Ukraine happened, and then the markets started to take a tumble and so on. And then basically our investors were like, hey, hurry up, we either close this now or you might lose the opportunity. So, we raised, and we're very happy to raise at the moment we did, because now it gives us like a really...
Okay, so that's great. So you raised this at the right time. Congratulations. But when you think about your business plan, right, the plan that you raised the money on the back of, presumably it was like invest, grow, hockey stick.
Exactly.
Is that still your business plan?
No. This was the plan, and this is what we were trying to go for. But the reality, now we've changed the plan such that we are going to continue with what we had in mind for this year, because we think there's a lot of things going on and in our market and what we're trying to do, and it makes sense to speed up now. But we are planning such that if by the end of this year we see that we're heading into the nuclear winter that some people are saying that it's coming, we can dial investment down and still ensure survival for a couple of years.
So you're going to fire a whole bunch of people?
We're not going to fire anyone for now. we are hiring just to the point where if at the end of this year we wanted to stop, we would be in a very good place to continue to grow, to continue to build and find customers and so on, but not in this crazy, I'm not caring about gross margins type of way.
Got it. And what about you, Manu? You're saying, hey, we're doctors here. We're in a different world. This is real stuff. We're saving people's lives. We're not one of those like little startups,
bits around,
crazy, Web3 stuff. Is that right? Is that your message now?
Well, the way indeed we are supposed to risk every day when you are a doctor, and if you are a cardiologist, you are dealing with a heart attack. It can kill you in 20 minutes. So the way I see it, and it's a personal perspective, the way to approach when there is too much noise out there and too much fear is to just relax and think.
Right.
So how I see it, the money is already there. Last year, all the LPs, they have never raised so much money, or like many VCs raising a lot of money. So the money is there, and they have to invest this money. So that's, for me, this is clear, and there are some data about that. How are they going to invest, and how do you think you should be and act and do the plan as a startup based on where are they going to invest? I think they are going to be betting and investing on those companies that are performing well.
Yeah.
So you have to focus on execution, on get the right metrics, right assumptions, validating the hypothesis with a lower amount of money that is able to demonstrate that this experiment, this hypothesis that is in your head, like I'm able to sell this way to this kind of client through that channel. And I'm going to demonstrate that with this amount of money. And then if you are able to validate that and you are able to get those metrics, I think those companies will be able to raise the money they need, because those funds are going to invest on the ones that are where they are reducing the risk. When the money is afraid,
yeah.
they try to invest on those companies where the risk is lower. So
So no, I think that must be right, mustn't it? It feels like this is where quality is really going to come to the fore, where everyone is going to start to ask perhaps more questions, both on the investment side and on the entrepreneurial side, and be more thoughtful and look at the metrics that, frankly, some people have forgotten about as being absolutely critical. Just talking a little bit on that theme about scaling and about scaling effectively, I know both of your companies have been involved with Google for Startups right from the outset and have built your stack on Google Cloud Platform. What was your thinking behind that, and how would you sort of characterize the benefits of being involved with Google, given where you are in your journey?
For us, we first chose Google as a technology, as in we came from another startup and we actually preferred Google Cloud to AWS Cloud. It had given us much less trouble when scaling and so on. So in this new startup, we said, let's start with Google because we had sort of already made that choice in the previous company. Then we were just 5 of us. We went to work at Google Campus, which was great. Like to be suddenly you don't start like the old garage thing. It's a very nice story, but it's actually much nicer to work in a place where there's other people that are going through the same things that you're going through. So that was the community and aspect of that was great. Obviously, the Google for Startups program with putting money, like that was like free, like the best. The kind of money you need when you're starting, especially a technology company. That was key for us in order to convince some initial customers and not being worried about having to invoice them every month and all of these things. And then the network as well, like it was like through Sophia in Google Campus, she opened a lot of doors for us in terms of companies to speak to and people within Google to ask questions to. So that was, it's like having like a rich, wise parent, So it was.
Actually, I wouldn't know, but that sounds great. Manu, what about you? Similar sort of experience?
Yeah, for us it was great. Like at the beginning, you were the one helping us when you are alone. Like Sophia giving us an office at Google Campus, I think this was great. We were asking for credits on cloud, and you were telling us like 20,000 euros, and it was like, we can do nothing with 20,000 because it was a lot of computing stuff. And so you were giving us the same amount of money that you were giving to US universities. And it was just 2 founders, 3 founders doing with the plan. And then once the project evolves, we are a highly regulated market, like healthcare, cloud solutions. We are hardware agnostic. So our software is a digital cardiologist that is living in the cloud, analyzing data from different hospitals, different countries. So in such a regulated market, having a cloud architecture that is everywhere, that is compliant as far as all the ISO norms, all the infrastructure that is able to integrate with different servers from different data protection agreements, I think this is really, really, really important.
Cool.
Cloud provider.
Well, I'm delighted to hear it. I want to move on. We haven't got a lot of time. There's so many issues that are top of everyone's mind. I want to come on to the sort of post-pandemic landscape, and specifically around workplace dynamics. Clearly, the pandemic has accelerated a trend which was kind of already there, but it's really supercharged that trend towards sort of hybrid or sometimes fully remote working. What are you seeing, both within your companies, but more broadly? What are some of the challenges and of course opportunities that the new working landscape presents? Jorge.
I mean, opportunities, I think, working remotely, I think, always before the pandemic, always had the advantage from my point of view of, hey, you're opening yourself up to hiring people anywhere, and so your pool is much bigger, and you can find people, and that makes a lot of sense. And I used to be like a big defender of remote work. Not so much. No, I'm kidding. It's not that I mean, we work remotely and we're used to it, but actually,
hang on, let's be specific. So, how many of you are there?
50.
And on any given day, how many of those people will be in one place at the same time?
0.
Oh, right. And has that always been the case?
Well, we started in Google Campus like 7 months before the pandemic.
But you haven't been tempted to sort of revert to a more traditional model?
We talk about it. I don't think we will do it. We now have an office in Madrid sometimes where people can go. I meet my co-founders there maybe once a week. But the reality is that it's very difficult. You're either remote and then everything is online and everything you write, people can read and all of that stuff. But when you go into sort of a hybrid model, then you're leaving a lot of people out of certain discussions. So it's not that easy. And to me, the problem is not so much about what Elon Musk says, that people can go procrastinate, or I don't know how he put it, like just on someone else's time kind of thing. It's more about the culture. Like when you're a startup, you want to make sure that the people you hire work in a certain way, have an attitude and that is right to what you want to do. And
so what's next? Are you going to build a building in central Madrid and fill it up with?
That's the thing. We haven't figured it out yet. Right. But the problem is it's very difficult. People learn what they see, and if they're not seeing you, it's very difficult to the culture make sure that it evolves without a physical presence. So that's what I miss, and we haven't figured out how to solve this in a way, and it's a source of frustration because we see, hey, we should be maybe doing more teaching, more speaking.
So you're trying to figure this out. So Manu, tell Jorge the answer. What's the answer here?
I don't know if we have the answer. What we are doing now, it's 3 times a week at the office. Monday and Friday, you can be everywhere. Because people like that, like they are traveling sometimes and they are working on Friday from another place and then spending the weekend on that place. So we are quite hippie on that. And then if you don't want to come to the office, you don't have to come. If it's a powder day, like snowfall, biggest snowfall and the sun rising, you can cancel all the meetings and you can go because we are crazy.
And that's working out for you?
Sorry?
And that's working out?
It's working. Model? Like for me, the key point about remote, non-remote, it's we are leading through productivity. So for me, how to build a great team. And for me, the company is the team the tech, the product, and the business. And you have to revisit all of those 4 columns, like every month. So how is the team going? And to build a great team, that is the one that is going to perform the other things there, you have to be friends. You have to be able to drink beer sometimes together. You have to be able to have fun. And you have to be able also to argue sometimes. And remote, sometimes it's not so easy to argue in a human way. So that's why we are trying to do an hybrid thing. But then we are hiring people that is not living in Spain. So
right, I want to come on to that. Okay, so here's obviously a massive opportunity and also potentially a massive threat that in any kind of hybrid model, it kind of totally expands the geographical range that where you can hire from, right? But that also applies to your competitors, and it particularly applies to the big multinationals. So how are you seeing this play into the kind of the war for talent, if I can put it that way, in particular technology talent?
It's difficult. Suddenly, Meta is coming here, building, a big development center for engineers and so on. Lots of companies, Eventbrite, Amazon, Google as well. So it's very difficult. You compete with those guys, and at the same time, I think the advantages are. I think if you have an exciting startup in Spain and people. That hasn't been the case for many years. I mean, there's been really good startups, but it hasn't been a massive amount of them. I think engineers and in general, people like those examples, and they see it as an opportunity to come to work for a small company and learn how that's done. And that's, I think, an advantage at this stage, where you're sort of a Series A or so. So that's something we see a lot. People want to come and be part of something that's born here and going international. Right. But obviously you have to be very competitive, and you have to find the angles to compete with the multinationals. And one of the problems is salaries are racing across the board, because one thing is to say, hey, I'm very excited about this startup. Another thing is like, hey, Amazon's going to pay me double what you're paying me. It's not that easy.
So let's say you want to hire somebody in a low-cost jurisdiction. Are you going to pay them Madrid salaries, or are you going to pay them local salaries?
So what we've done, we have we've created salary bands that start in the US based on US salaries, and then we've made an adaptation, like sort of a percentual adaptation if you're in the UK or in Spain, which is what we're doing. But it still generates friction of, hey, I'm doing the same job, and this person is winning more money. And the answer to that is, we understand. If you want to move to the US, we're very happy to pay you the same salary if you move over there. Because the reality is, you have to find a balance somewhere.
Manu, what about you? I think your team is sort of a bit smaller.
Yep.
Clearly, hiring is going to be and is a key challenge for you, like everyone else. How are you seeing the new world of work playing into your challenges around hiring and retaining your talent?
For me, the competition is global. And we have some examples that we were doing the offer, and all the companies just saying, I'm going to double the salary. Like company from Switzerland to a smart guy, we were doing the offer, and he was telling us, I cannot come because they just doubled the offer. And so you don't have, I think my perspective is, you need to have kind of a budget and a structure and a mindset on how are you paying all the team members and about salaries. And then if things like that happen, you should not go for it, because just double because of it's another company from another country. You cannot do that, because at scale it doesn't work. And if you don't understand why you are doing the things you are doing, then you are going to have troubles to explain to the whole team what's going on with it.
Yeah, we don't make exceptions. Yeah. I mean, these are the bands. This is where you fit in. Do you agree that you fit in this band based on what you're expected to do? Yes. Then this is a salary, and then if you have a better offer, there's nothing much we can do. That has forced us to raise the bands at some point and bring everybody up. But we prefer that. The alternative is internal. It's just not fair, and we're not comfortable with it. So
got it. Look, this is absolutely fascinating. I hope some of this, all of this, has been interesting for people in the audience. Each one of these topics, frankly, we've barely scratched the surface. I'm conscious we've only got 2 minutes left. The one thing we haven't talked about is Web3, which apparently is a thing, and everyone's talking about it. And so I'm just going to spring it on you guys. Apparently, it's changing everything. It's changing the rules of business. It's changing the world. At least that's what my 14-year-old boy tells me. Jorge, you've got a minute. Actually, you've got 30 seconds. Give me a high-level reaction to the new technologies and the extent to which you care, you understand it's going to impact your business.
Specifically on Web3, my 30-second answer is I'm either too old or it's all bullshit. But that's just me, so I haven't really looked into it in a lot of detail, so you shouldn't take it from me. You should make your own opinion.
Got it. There's a lot of wisdom in what you've just said. Manu.
Also a difficult one. I don't like to talk about things I don't know. So if I'm not an expert, I try not to give an answer, so it's going to be no answer. What I know from technology and from science is that the world is continuously evolving, and what I have learned from all the papers and all the, our name is Eindhoven because we come from Willem Einthoven. Einthoven was the inventor of the father of the electrocardiogram in 1903. And the electrocardiogram has saved thousands of lives. And now we are building AI on top of this kind of technology, which is, he was able to record the cardiac rhythm, electrical rhythm, and we are building AI on top of that. So many things can happen. Technology and knowledge is like this. Once knowledge advances, then there is not a way to come back, like the knowledge stays for the generations to come. So I'm looking forward for it.
Great. We've got 15 seconds. Just enough time to thank our panel. It was absolutely fascinating. Really, really appreciate you, talking to you and learning from you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pleasure having you guys. Okay. I have to hand it to Robert. Thank you very much. Right on time. Our team appreciates it. Okay, that was a moving chairs. So whoever wants to come in, free spaces here at the beginning, at the front rows. Plenty of space on the other side also. How are we doing? Good? Enjoying? This room is much nicer. I was outside before and it was hell. Keep advising foreigners, please don't stay at the sun. Okay. So our next panel, we're going to be talking about, as someone very aptly named it, the elephant in the room, which is for those of us that have been in technology for decades, there's one thing that no one really talks about that much, which is mental health. When I give classes around entrepreneurship, one of the first things I tell people is like, you can be very good at technology, but if you don't have the personal support, if you don't have a partner that supports you, if you don't have friends that support you, if you don't have co-founders that support you, you are in deep trouble. Because doing a startup is the long run, and that requires you to be centered, to be stable. And very few people talk about this, and it's a real problem. It's a cost of going massive is, in many cases, your mental health. And precisely to talk about that, I'm very happy to welcome our next panel with good and old friends from the house. So I want to welcome all the way from Miami our first panelist, Damien Bellumio, co-founder and CTO of New Life Health. Come on, big applause for Damien. Let's welcome our next panelist, Emilia Molimpakis, co-founder and CEO of Timia. Big applause for Emilia. Thank you for joining. Alessandro Desario, co-founder and CEO of Therapy Chat. And last but not least of the speakers, Carolina Morim, co-founder and CEO of Emote AI. Big applause. And to run the show, a very close friend from the house, please welcome our moderator, Roberto Sanmalo, managing partner at BAMCAP.
Thanks so much. We have to get to the elephant at some point, and it's a big elephant, a bit of a mysterious elephant. But I think, why don't we start by a little bit more about each of you, and maybe you share your secret sauce a little bit. Carolina, maybe you can start.
Sure, thanks. Hi, I'm Carolina. I'm the co-founder of Emotai. At Emotai, we boost productivity in the workplace using neurotechnology. We developed a platform that includes a headband that records your brainwaves, your heart rate, and body movements. And then we apply data fusion to make sure that the information we're presenting you is correct. If you're feeling stressed, if you're feeling focused. And then based on this information, we give you exercises to improve, like focus exercises, breathing exercises. We've done several pilots, and we've actually brought this type of technology from professional athletes. So we worked with Formula 1 athletes to Formula E, to esports, gamers. And from this information and these exercises that they do, we are now applying it in the workplace market, and we've managed to reduce anxiety by 30%, burnout by 20%, and we help to increase your HRV, which is your heart rate variability, that is associated with your productivity and sleep quality by 53%. So if you're interested in applying this to your company, let me know.
Thanks. Alessandro.
Hi. My name is Alessandro. I'm the CEO and founder of Therapy Chat. Therapy Chat is an online therapy platform. We're basically a marketplace. On one side, we have therapists that are using our app to provide their services online. So they have a payment gateway, they have clinical forms, they have a chat, and they can start video sessions with their clients. And on the other hand, we have users looking for a therapist, both B2C and B2B users, which can easily download the app, get matched with the best therapist, and start a therapy via Therapy Chat. So in terms of secret sauce, I think when we started Therapy Chat, we were wondering, are we going to be able to recreate the same experience that therapists provide offline to the online, right? So, and I think we can say yes today, as the therapy duration in Therapy Chat is of about 5.5 months of therapy, which is very similar to an offline treatment of 6 months on average here in Spain, for example. And again, also if we take into account that we do not treat the most severe issues via the app, as we believe that an offline treatment should be better for these cases. So we operate in Spain, in Italy, and the UK. And yeah, that's pretty much about us.
Great. Emilia.
Hi, I'm Emilia. I'm the CEO and the co-founder of Themia. And we are creating the equivalent of a blood pressure cuff for depression. So our AI models look at your speech pattern, so how you're speaking, at video, so how your face is moving, and finally, behavior. And we gather this data through specially designed video games. So these three data streams are what makes us super unique. Nobody else is looking at multiple different modalities. But also what makes us unique is that we don't just do a classic kind of classification exercise of depressed, non-depressed. More importantly, we delve into the actual core symptoms of depression, and we're able to objectively measure and monitor all of those. And so this we offer to clinicians as part of a much larger clinician suite. The aim isn't to replace them in any way, but to aid them by providing more objective biomarkers for depression symptoms. However, we also have isolated parts of our models, such as fatigue tracking, and we can sell that into the mental wellness space as well as safety-critical environments like air traffic control operators, miners, pilots, where fatigue is relevant for your safety. And yeah, we've scaled really quickly in 2 years. We're in the biggest clinics now in the UK. We've rolled out to Spain, Italy, Greece, and the UAE, and we're going live with those countries very soon. And we have hundreds of thousands of potential end users signed for. So that's us.
Damian.
Great. So I'm from Miami. I'm a co-founder of a company called New Life Health. We are in the psychedelic therapy space. So instead of the elephant in the room, ours is like the unicorn in the sky for those that are doing our therapy. Yeah, we're I would say very innovative company globally because we've been able to not only talk about this therapy but actually deliver them by the thousands in the US. We're one of the largest or fastest growing at least provider. We are in 10 states now. And what we are focusing on is reducing the cost of these therapies. I mean, most of our patients have been dealing with depression, anxiety for a decade, and they don't have any more relief. It's called the treatment-resistant patient, meaning no other antidepressant will probably work on them. And we are getting about 60 to 70% efficacy on those type of patients. So it's a very promising. And really our magic sauce is that given the background that my partner and I have, almost 20 years building tech companies, very involved in the plant medicine world for many years, in the psychedelic world, we almost could bridge the worlds that are needed to actually deliver this type of therapies, which is from the medical side, the neuroscience, the psychiatric, psychological side, to like the shaman music side, because as you see how these therapies are delivered, we're actually bringing a lot of the approaches that our ancestors used to use in the middle of the jungle to actually treat their tribes. And it's funny that today Johns Hopkins, Imperial College, all these universities are actually borrowing those practices. So it's a very unique space, very exciting, and hopefully we can incorporate a lot of these technologies to really really measure how this works, right? Because right now the mind is really hard to understand what's going on, but I think eventually you will see how the combination of technology, alternative treatments, and even chanting, in nature could actually help someone heal.
Yeah, the activity is just multiplying. What great examples of approaches, great momentum in all cases, great thinking. Costs are are tripling every 10 years for the past couple of decades. The amount of capital coming into the space is also growing tremendously. What's driving this? Why you see numbers pre-COVID, post-COVID that are staggering? What are you seeing, first of all, in terms of the market, the demand for? Mm-hmm. Would anybody like to take that one on? Yeah.
I can share on a personal experience that when we started Emotai, we are actually focused, as I mentioned, on more professional athletes. And when COVID hit, we in the team actually started feeling quite burned out. So we were working every single day, really long hours, like every startup, but the difference was we weren't meeting, we weren't together, and we were working much longer hours, and all of us in the team started feeling a little bit burned out. And the exercises that we developed were made for professional athletes, but we tried them ourselves and we noticed that it worked. So I think one of the biggest reasons that it grew so much in the past few years was this people working so many long hours. They don't take breaks. They keep thinking about their work when they're dreaming. I'm sure people here dream about their work often, and that doesn't make you feel rested. And then if you keep thinking about it and there's no breaks, that's when your burnout starts to increase, and that can lead to other more worse diseases, like you can have depression. And one way that this market has grew and blown up so much is that I feel like people started to reach out to their employers a little bit more, not too much still, to try to tell them, I can't do this anymore, I'm working too many hours, I need any type of help. And that's when employers or companies started to find these types of solutions, and that's when we, at least at Emotai, saw the market explode.
Yeah, same thing for us in Therapy Chat. I think the first year was we had this huge wave of requests. We are a marketplace, and it was great because we had the requests both on the demand side, so the clients, but also on the offer side, right? Mm-hmm. So all the therapists found their clinics closed, and they were asking us, how can I offer my service via the online, right? So we multiplied by 10 in 2020, and in 2021 we multiplied again by 3 times the numbers. So the impact was huge. Luckily, we had a technology which could allow us to scale that fast, And today we're seeing that things are not going back to pre-COVID situation. They're keeping stable there.
Any other thoughts on,
I'm happy to weigh in, yeah. I think one thing that really, really affected depression levels, so depression, if people aren't aware of the stats, with COVID, depression levels actually doubled. So now it's like something like 1 in 3 people or something have quite severe depression symptoms. And one of the biggest drivers was uncertainty, the isolation that COVID brought with it. Suddenly you weren't seeing family members. I've heard a lot of people who had regular contact with friends and family, suddenly they cut ties with everyone because they didn't have that face-to-face interaction every day. That's a really big driver, I think. So the isolation, but also there's, this was a really horrible event that affected millions of people. There was grief. There was all sorts of other socio-economic effects as well. So governments having initially to weigh in and then having to claw that money back from the people, all of that had a very profound effect on mental health, not just burnout, but also depression, and also, making cases of more severe mental health conditions even worse. So bipolar, schizophrenia, all of those actually also got severely worse over COVID.
Yeah. Damian, and you've probably put lots of thinking into this over the years. You are you're addressing relatively severe situations, right? That's your sweet spot.
Yeah.
That said, what about the prevention side? How does prevention and sort of base case well-being fit in for you guys?
So so when we started the company, we weren't doctors, right? We had a vision, and we knew how effective these treatments were for us in ceremonies when we sat in ayahuasca or other type of ceremonies, and we knew about the science that was happening and the research. But when we started the company, what we learned so far is we never understood how severe this problem is. We get thousands of people every day that, call us, and a lot of them are suicidal. A lot of them are, we have to Baker Act some people. I don't know if you know in Europe what the concept is, but Baker Act is when someone basically is at risk of injuring himself, herself, or the family, and we eventually have to follow a protocol that ends up us forcibly putting, not us, but police or whoever it is, that person, in a situation where they cannot harm themselves. Mm-hmm. And obviously in the US, look at the news, everybody has a weapon in the house. These are very complicated situations. Because when you talk psychedelics, everybody's like, oh, fun and games. It's actually very serious, but the important part is that it works, and it works when other things don't work, right? Like traditional antidepressants. I would say the biggest problem in the US right now is that 80% of all prescriptions for antidepressants are being prescribed by primary care doctors that have no mental health training. So you go to your doctor, you say, I feel like this, they give you pills, and those pills are not really a solution, and they don't work very well for many people. And then it gets into this loop where basically other things become worse because you really become desensitized to yourself. It creates all these patterns that eventually turn out to actually be worse versus, getting to really understand what is at the source of your problem, right? So the way that we use psychedelics, in this case, we use ketamine, which is an anesthetic that is a very powerful, I would say even a miracle drug in mental health, which we've known for 5 decades. This is not something we discovered. This has been used actually they discovered the power of ketamine in Vietnam War when the soldiers used to come traumatized. They would inject them with ketamine to calm them down, and they saw that those soldiers didn't get PTSD because of the effects of ketamine. Because ketamine works I don't know if we have time for this, but I could explain a little bit because people are curious about that. But the point I'm making is the drugs, the way we see it, is a really powerful way to reset someone. But we don't want to continue to give people drugs. Then it's, okay, what can you do after? So things like what you guys, therapy, devices that measure your neuroplasticity that allow you to, or your mental activity to allow you to understand how your brain is working and then work on that through breath work, through exercise. That is really the long-term healing that a patient needs. And I think, again, that's what I said, like the drugs and the combination of drugs with technology, I think is really the antidote to the disservice that most physicians have been doing by just giving people antidepressants and other things that don't work.
Yeah. Carolina, and I guess you must look at some predecessors like Calm and Headspace a little bit.
Of course, yeah.
And you know they've made progress. They've grown. Lots of downloads. Do you have any views on this first wave of meditation, lifestyle-oriented players, and how are you being different to these guys?
Well, I think it's great. It means that people are looking for solutions out there to help them, maybe not through medication, like Damien was saying, but more through meditation or through breathing. I don't believe that there's one solution for burnout or one solution for anxiety. I think people should try and find the things that they can stick on doing, and they should continue doing that if it's really helping them. One way that we're distinguishing ourselves from Headspace and Calm is that we not only suggest you which exercises you should do based on what we're recording from the headband, but we also apply biofeedback. So this means that you are following our guided exercise and you are seeing how well you are following it. And the closer you do it, what you're supposed to do, the bigger the impact is gonna be. So we can have a quicker impact in a shorter amount of time, and we can also analyze what is the impact it actually had. So when you do Calm, maybe you do feel calmer, for example, but with us, we can tell you what was the impact that it had and how well you're progressing throughout the week or throughout the month. Is your HRV levels increasing every single day? Is your focus increasing every single day? Is your stress decreasing as well? So that also gives you some engagement. We create some gamification to it so that people keep interested in using the product and targeting their performance.
Great. Alessandro and Emilia, do you have any favorite devices? I mean, there's such a proliferation of devices, and they do seem to be an important part of the mix, right? You want to get feedback.
You have more devices.
Yeah.
I think for us, I mean, we don't actually use feedback from any devices other than your smart device. So we just use people's phones or a tablet or a laptop. That's how we gather kind of like very easy to gather biomarkers such as speech or facial expressions, behavior, so how you're interacting with your phone. There are certainly a big proliferation of other devices, like I'm wearing a Fitbit. I see that Damien's wearing a Whoop, is it?
Whoop.
A Whoop. Yeah, there's the Oura Ring. There's so many of them. I think they're great for kind of wellness level of feedback, so kind of lighter touch. But when it comes to actually measuring things that are a little bit more severe, like depression or like bipolar or, you know, the more extreme cases, there's only so much that these devices can actually tell you. They haven't been calibrated for that. And so there you need to reach for something a little more, not exactly invasive, but more fine-tuned to that. And that could be an EEG headset in terms of devices, let's say. One thing I would also say is actually not so much about the capability of the device itself, because, I mean, there may be a device that gets developed that's fantastic and just sits there and monitors you. What we've actually seen is that people are actually much more reluctant to have a device like that strapped to them throughout the day, because it is monitoring them passively, but it is monitoring them all the time, versus, say, a situation like ours or like with Emotai, where it's active. Kind of, you know that you're being recorded in that time, you're doing it for a very specific reason. We're actively eliciting certain behaviors from the participants or the patients. And that's way more accepted, not just from the patients, but also by their clinicians and also investors, it turns out. So investors are a lot more likely to invest in active tracking rather than passive tracking. So I think there are several lines there with devices that you need to be aware of.
And if I can add, it also has a bigger impact because like we're recording this data, but it's to give you an impact in that specific moment. When it's more passive, you get that information. For example, you felt stressed for the entire day, but what do you do with that information? So that's when a more active solution like ours could come into play. We actually tell you what to do to improve in that specific thing you would like to improve.
Yeah. And Alessandro, you're working with hundreds of therapists, and you're vetting them. And how do you, do you help them with their playbook, their approach, the tools they use? How do you control quality in your your network?
So our network as of now is of 600 therapists across the 3 countries, and again, Italy, Spain, and the UK, but the clients come from more than 40 countries. Again, if you're a Spanish, you could be living in Spain or abroad, right? Actually, pretty much 25% of our clients live abroad. Since day one, we built Therapy Chat thinking like, how can I provide a tool to a therapist so that they can only focus on what they know how to do best, which is provide therapy, right? So we don't interfere with the therapy itself, because again, it's video sessions. We don't believe in chat therapy, by the way, and even though our name it's a bit misleading, right? Therapy Chat, but it's not chat therapy, it's video therapy. And one day we will change it probably. And again, the tool is just built for a therapist in order that the payments are managed by the app, all the reminders to the clients. You can send clinical forms. And you as a therapist, you only focus on the session, the 60-minute session, that is where you really are adding value. And again, in there, we do not enter. In terms of the quality of the therapist, we do a validation process, right? It's not that Therapy Chat is open to any therapist. And this is what clients want us to do, pretty much, right? So when you enter in Therapy Chat, you're going to get matched with a therapist in, on average, 2 minutes as of now. Again, we have a bunch of therapists, so it's quite easy for us to find the right one for you. And yet this validation process is already done, right? So you can always change therapists, but we have a 97% of success rate, meaning that less than 3% of the client ask for a change of therapist. That, however, you can change, you can ask for it.
Pretty amazing. Questions? I think I've asked enough myself. Somebody back there, maybe? No.
I saw someone there.
Yeah, there is one hand over
there. Hi. What do you think are the challenges in this post-pandemic situation with health professionals? Are you addressing that too?
This for me?
Yeah. Can you repeat maybe? Even.
You mean the lack of professionals in the mental health?
No, I mean like the pandemic is a trauma. Like I don't remember. It was a traumatic thing for health professionals. Mm-hmm. So is any of the companies of you are doing any social activities or social addressing that to work with health professionals after what they've been through?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for us, for example, we are collaborating with the Red Cross, with Cruz Roja. And also during the pandemic, we have been working very closely with hospitals so that we could basically provide support to all those professionals that were very much under pressure and their stress level were very high. So since day one, we've been trying to be there. And again, I think last month we signed this agreement with Cruz Roja, and it's specifically built for their professionals across the world.
For us, we weren't live when COVID happened. We actually founded the company during COVID. But what we've been doing is actually, during therapy sessions, if we get access to the actual teleconf itself, like with consent from everybody, both the patient and the therapist, we've actually been asked by therapists themselves and psychiatrists and other people within larger mental health clinics to train our AI models, not just on the patient, but look at the therapist as well. And we've started trying to help by looking at their fatigue levels and their burnout and actually helping address their mental health as well, as it's deteriorated significantly over COVID. So yeah.
Yeah. Maybe one more, and then I'm being conscious of time here. Over
Hi.
here. Sure.
Given the high importance of the public sector in the health system, in Spain at least, are you already collaborating with the public sector, or are you thinking on doing so in your future roadmap? Thank you.
Is it for you?
Yeah, should I go?
Collaborate. Yep. Carolina, you're...
I mean, so we have looked into it because, for example, in our website, you can do a burnout-free assessment form that has been validated scientifically. So if you guys want to do it, you can try it. It's at emotai.tech. And we had this issue where, of course, we want people to come into our platform so we can help them, but after we give them the end of the exercise, like the end of the form, and we tell you that you're burned out, it just ends there. So we wanted to direct them to government, so for example, health practitioners and psychologists in Portugal. But because of the pandemic, the waiting time is currently 11 months. So we are trying to find other solutions that maybe is not directly with the government because they are quite swamped with all of the people that are coming. So we are looking into directing them, for example, to platforms like yours or yours, where in case they really need to talk to a psychologist in very high levels of burnout, we can direct them to you guys.
Yeah. From our side, we didn't do that in Spain. We're doing it in Italy as of now. They just released it's called Bono Psicologico, which is a government aid for all the people up to 600 euros per person. So we're seeing right now how we can implement it in our platform. But again, I would say in Southern Europe, it has been a little bit more difficult to do B2G, which is pretty much your question. Whereas if we look at Northern Europe, we have competitors or players like us that do a lot of B2G, but it's much easier in terms of, I would say, also negotiation, and also everything is quite a bit more efficient in terms of public sector again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So given that we have to wrap up shortly and we, yeah, it just, you know, coming back to the elephant, I mean, the scene is dramatic, right? Numbers are mushrooming. Do you think those numbers are real, number one? Maybe just some quick final thoughts from each. Those numbers there's a real mushrooming, or maybe we're measuring things better? 2 words. And yeah, just 2 words. And secondly, are you...
No, there's no second.
Yeah.
2 words,
okay.
please.
On my side is humongous. The opportunity is humongous to help people, and obviously the opportunity, you know, globally is big.
Yeah. Next.
Yes, they're real, and they're going to get worse. Yeah.
It's real, the mushrooming.
Yeah.
I think we haven't talked about stigma. Stigma is being taken away, and this is helping a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I think they are underrepresented because people have a tendency of course, being afraid of getting fired if they come to their employers. So I think you should reach out to your employers, reach out to your health providers, find ways to combat burnout.
Great.
Thank you. Big applause, please. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I have to be the ball buster here. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. As always, those that want to come, front rows are still free. And let's get ready for our next panel. Okay. 3 rows here at the front. Okay, so we're gonna keep moving here, and I'm gonna pick up the slack of the previous guys. If you're gonna talk, please do it outside. I need a gun. Please, team, can I produce a gun, a Nerf gun or something? Okay, so as I was saying, I'm going to pick up the slack from the previous talk, and it's true the pandemic has created a lot of shock waves. And one of the maybe most important one that few people are talking about is that we are rethinking a lot of what happened in the, a lot of what's happening actually in health tech. A lot of stuff we had is kind of not working. We are going through second generation, third generation of stuff. And precisely to talk about that, to talk about imagining a new paradigm in health tech, which I wouldn't even say it's a new paradigm. It's already happening. We're changing a lot of things. So I want to welcome our next panel. So please welcome our first speakers. Big applause for Jose Mesa, partner at Alta Life Science. Big applause for Jose. Jordi Carrera, CEO of Deepool. Come on, big applause. We're small, but we make a lot of noise. Jesus Jerónimo, New Digital Services and Product Director at Bupa Sanitas. My dear friend Laura Socek, CEO of Peptomic. Big applause. Buonasera. And last but not least, our wonderful moderator. Big applause for Antoni Murt, partner at Ernst & Young. The floor is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you for a great introduction. We feel like the Rolling Stones, like coming into stage. So we gotta continue talking about health, which is one of the key topics in this summit. But we want to focus this next panel on health tech. Then we talk about what is health tech. I mean, it's how the technical revolution that we are facing is going to impact on your business, on your day-to-day activities, in the future of health that we are seeing in the next years. And we have a fantastic panel for that. We have investigators, entrepreneurs investigators, Laura, Jordi. We have the ones that invest, Jose, thank you. And we have Sanitas also, a service provider. So we have a nice picture to talk about the future of health. First question, I mean, how does technology impact your business, your day-to-day? Is it really helping you? And if not, what would you ask? Go ahead.
Shall I start? So just to give a little bit of context, I'm CEO of a company called Peptomic that is a spin-off of a research lab in oncology. So we generate a lot of data. We generate data from cells, from mouse models, from patients, and before, all this data would just be compartmentalized and analyzed separately. And now we have the big luck to be able to integrate all this data and gather information that we had never seen before. So we can see correlations all of a sudden, for example, with the help of AIs that we had not noticed before. So this amount of data that we are collecting is only growing with time. And it's giving us huge value. And the technology is really helping us to get the best out of this value.
Jesus, what do you think?
Well, in our case, Sanitas is a part of Bupa, and we provide services. Just like you said, we have health insurance, we have hospitals, we have aged care, and we also have dental, mainly. Technology has always been at the heart of everything we do. It's been an integral part of the way we understand business, but it is also true that in the last few years, the acceleration in terms of technical availability and solutions has sped a lot. And to me, we are providing service, right? So to me, the biggest opportunity behind all that technology is to be able to be much closer to patients, much closer to customers, and because of that closeness, to be able to provide personalized and hopefully proactive care with people, so that I always say everywhere I go that the health sector has always been about sickness rather than health, because we've been treating sick people rather than treating health. And nowadays we have a very big opportunity in terms of changing things around and starting taking care of healthy people and making sure they stay healthy as long as possible. So that's probably the great enabler behind technology.
Yeah, from our end, we are in clinical diagnostics, and I think technology, I'd like to put 2 points here. Fundamental element is what Laura indicated, that really with the enormous power that we have now on computing, we can process data in a way that we couldn't before, and this really expands terrific in all ways. And this also goes into the analytical part in diagnostics, that we can interpret raw data in a way that before we could not see linkages in between those diseases and those patients. And I think that allows a bit more precision medicine, which is a bit the future. And also technology is deploying something that is maybe simpler but very important. So when doctors, when healthcare providers have information, this information needs to be disseminated to the final person that will execute that information into the patients. And sometimes this is regarded as something very simple, but it happens in many cases that you have a result sitting somewhere in the hospital and does not reach the doctor to make that decision. So I think technology is really breaching those walls to make information more actionable in healthcare. I think these are two fundamental different things, but very important for the future.
Yeah, all these technologies that have been developed during the last years, recent times, are really having an impact already on how we approach the disease, how we approach the therapy, how we approach the diagnosis, and how we approach the monitoring of those patients. And in our case, as an investor, that gives us a bigger and broader view of the sector, and a lot of new companies coming from even different spaces where we are used to interact. We get a lot of engineers and a lot of data-driven people with really top-notch projects that really change the value proposition that from now we've been investing and creating value from that innovation. So it is clear how the technology, the new technologies like AI, how it's changing the diagnostics, how it's changing the new targets to address a disease, but it's changing as well how the investor work. Not long time ago, we met another venture capital that used an AI machine as an investment committee member. So they had the 4 members of the 5 or whatever partners that were in the partnership, and they had the decision or the opinion of an AI machine using probabilistic methods on how that molecule, the probability to reach the market, the risk of failure, the toxicity, the team, the university where the innovation came from. All these parameters, they use it together, and they use it as one member of the investment committee. So that's the level of impact of new technologies even in investment space where it's like more traditional or less technology-driven.
Yeah, indeed, many fields. We're talking about data, a lot of data analytics, but it's not only about data, it's all about, I'm just thinking about the remote medical treatment, there's quite a few gadgets, wearable devices that will say how do you feel even before you know that. Maybe from the Sanita side, how you are introducing these very well advanced, maybe also getting rid of the doctors, of the face-to-face meetings.
Yeah, well, we have been working in the remote telemedicine space for quite a
And
few.
especially for COVID.
Yeah. During COVID, it's been a big accelerator, but before that, we were already working in remote consulting and video consultation. And IoT, which is the technology you were mentioning with the wearables and so on, is, to me, playing a very big role towards the final rollout of the remote consultations, because, as I said before, it's the technology that enables customers to be closer to their doctors, because it's, in a way, bridging the gap between that space which is created in the video consultation. So, in our case, we have like several programs, some which are specifically designed for specific needs, such as chronic patients, suffering from maybe arrhythmias or that kind of thing. That's a whole space that needs specific plans, programs, and attention. And then we have another space which is more sort of designed in terms of health promotion or health prevention and those kinds of services in which the wearables are somewhat different because they are, like mass market wearables such as Fitbit or Samsung or that kind of thing. And by ingesting those data, we do have several thousand customers already connected with us. We're able to, help them to live healthier lifestyles, which eventually, obviously, mean longer and happier lives, which is, by the way, our main goal. So we are pretty satisfied with that. Also, we think that there is a big opportunity because the amount of data that we are gathering is enormous, and there is obviously, like Laura said, a very huge opportunity hidden within those data, and we are doing many things in order to, find the needle in the hay in that whole space in data, and being able to provide the best advice, personalized advice for our customers.
Great. And Laura, about your company that you founded back in 2014, it was?
Yeah, December 2014.
Yeah. Why don't you explain us a little bit how the phase 2 study is going? We know that phase 1 was excellent.
Yeah, so
Laura is a fully multiple awarded investigator, so we're very happy that she's...
I like the spoiler. So the phase 1 has just finished, so the phase 2 will start soon. Just to explain, we have developed a new drug for the treatment of cancer. It's a new drug that attacks an undruggable target. So it's, we are attacking MYC, which is a function shared by all types of human tumors. So you can already see there the opportunity. We have something that could potentially apply to different oncological indications, to different types of cancers. But we are pioneering this because for many, many years, people thought that MYC was absolutely undruggable and untouchable. So we are the first ones to have developed a drug against MYC. And everybody told us that attacking MYC would cause catastrophic side effects in normal tissues, so that patients would have terrible side effects. So of course, before going into patients, we did a lot of preclinical work, first with cells, then with mouse models, in order to be sure that what we were using was not toxic. But of course, the real challenge was to do the study in patients. And phase 1 clinical trial is designed to do that, to check for the safety of new drugs. So the excellent news for us is that the phase 1 went really well. The drug is safe. We even see very, very promising signals of efficacy. Usually in phase 1, you don't expect much signal because the number of patients that you treat is very small. But we are extremely happy, and so we will disclose the results of the phase 1 in September, October. And from then, we can start phase 2. Phase 2 is a study that is a little bit bigger, in which you are really looking for efficacy in specific types of tumors. So this is what is next. But said that, we are the perfect example of a biotech that is trying to climb out of the valley of death, as you can imagine. Because this is when everybody, before investing, is waiting for the results. They know that waiting for another month or another month means more results coming from the clinic. In the meantime, biotechs like ours run the risk of dying, okay? So this is where we are really, really never stopping fundraising. So the big challenge at the moment is to fund the phase 2 of the clinical trial. And it's the biggest round of investment we have done so far. We need at least 40 million euros for this phase 2. But it could be the phase 2 that shows finally the efficacy of this drug. So this is the turning point where we are.
There is a bank account that you can see before below. Jordi, Jordi's the top expert in diagnosis, probably. He was the co-founder of STAT, also to QIAGEN 2018, it was? 2018. One of the biggest biotech transactions in the past years, and now DeepL. Diagnosis of sepsis. Doing fine also, Jordi?
Yeah, we left that previous project and we felt quite young, and we're looking for a very challenging area in diagnostics, and sepsis sepsis is one of those minefields that a lot of big players have pulled out of the market, both in diagnostics and therapeutics. So that was, well, let's give it an attempt. So we talked to a lot of people, and we built a technology package. Going back to the previous initial comment, I think today we have a lot more knowledge and technology than 10 years ago and 15 years ago. So you can attempt now projects that a few years ago were a lot more risky, or we didn't have the information. So what we've done over the past 2 years, first you need investors to finance this type of adventures. We've generated some quite attractive data package that looks at sepsis from different perspectives, and in our opinion that was one of the it's a potential mistake that we did in the past, that we were focused on a potential solution, and sepsis is a syndrome like cancer that you really need to look at the complete picture. So the project is advancing. If everything goes as we plan, we'd like to bring a product to market in 2025. I think in diagnostics it's easier to reach the market. The big question mark is whether that piece of technology in diagnostics is going to do a patient impact, and to which level. And a bit the challenge we're facing here is to disrupt the standard of care, which is liquid blood cultures that have been here for 45 years. A very inexpensive technology, low tech, but high performant, but very slow. So we're facing a disease that just has a mortality rate of 20 to 30%. Every hour counts, and we are having a technology that takes 2 days to get a result. So that's a bit the challenge and the future that we're facing with this new project.
Great. And from the investor side, Jose, we know that during the pandemic there's been a lot of new projects growing. What do you do to choose amongst those very interesting projects? What is that you are looking for? Technology, social impact, profitability, of course. Which is the mix?
Before getting to the question of the different kind of criteria that we could use in the evaluation, just a comment on the pandemic side, because that is true that during the pandemic, the number of projects that came to my desk, my home desk, because we were at home, was amazing. I didn't expect it, and nobody expected that how all research groups, all companies that got some assets or some ideas on how to address any potential solution to COVID, they were pivoting that asset, that solution, trying to develop a solution for diagnostic, for treatment, or for monitoring, for detecting. And the peak was like, I cannot even count, maybe that year is like 5 times the number of projects that we had in a normal year. A lot of them driven by COVID-related technologies or solutions. What problem we faced at that moment? That says those technologies were not developed for that kind of problem, so they were imperfect. No data was available, so that we had just to make a faith jump on the technology, and we had a very short time to make it work, because it was a right now solution where it was needed. So the result of that is that a very high amount of projects, and the number of investments from investors in the sector was really poor. In Spain, there was a fund that invested in a specific project, more in logistics of the test. In Europe, some projects, of course, were financed, but in comparison with the amount of projects we received, was the difficulty of invest in those kind of projects. But the science is there, and it surprised me. Well, not surprised, but I was proud of the scientific work from those years. And coming back to the general sense, because from last year, I think the number of projects is more pre-pandemic number.
So we could be general now on the comments. And I have to say that they have answered this question. When you face a project and you want to invest, you have to check that the science, that the technology is top-notch. It has cutting-edge science, first class, no doubt. You have seen what they're doing, amazing. So that's the first check, they got it. Second check is address an unmet medical need, a really problem for the health of the people. And you were talking about cancer, a specific way of addressing cancer, sepsis, so they're really an issue for the health of the humanity now. They have to have a plan, and they got it, a really good plan, really well thought, and knowing where they're going. And they have to design and attract the right team to execute the plan. If you got all those ingredients, maybe you can invest. Then you have to negotiate with them. But they really, and they did well because they are in our portfolio. So they did it.
Yeah, Jesus, what's the relation between Sanitas and the entrepreneur world? I mean, do you have any specific plan to support the entrepreneurs in the health sector? Do you support them with technology, provide them technology? I mean, which is have any specific program?
Yeah. Well, we have like several ways to relate with entrepreneurs and startups. One, we have what we call the Disruptive Program, which is a program that allows startups to come into our workplace and work alongside many Sanitas people. So we help them to scale up their product and their proposal and so on. And then obviously, apart from that, we are already engaging with many startups just in final product deployment. So we have already integrated many startups, both in the digital health space, but also in some health tech approach like these friends have here. So for us, I think the main thing to say that some years ago, my feeling was like, like startups were like asking us, work with me, and now it's turning around a little bit. It's us who want to work with the startups because we can only be humbled by what these guys are doing. We are great admirers of the courage and the great work they're doing. So yeah, we are envisioning that we are going to be transformed into kind of an ecosystem in which we will be able to, really integrate with the startups and provide a customer journey, unified customer journey for our patients, so that they don't feel like they are going through different entities when treating their health, but rather a common one. But hopefully we will be able to ingest and integrate the best of breed, and with that provide a very satisfying and again proactive health to our customers.
And a closing question. We are running out of time. Just a minute each. Laura, thanks to technology, how do you see the future? A big question. The future of health, because of your work, you guys, technology. What do you expect in the future?
I really, really count on big breakthroughs in health in general. I think in oncology, of course, because I'm seeing the changes happening in the treatment of patients, and in particular in oncology, I count on therapies that are less toxic. Many of you might know people that had cancer and had terrible side effects because of chemo or radio or other therapies. What I really count on for the treatment of cancer is that therapies will be more effective and less toxic.
Well, in my case, again, I'm a service provider, so my dream, and I think what is going to happen, is that we are going to be there much earlier and much closer, and that should enable a whole different healthcare environment.
I think we're going to face a an important challenge of potential saturation of technologies. I think being cost efficient is going to be a very important element, because we cannot continue adding new technologies. I mean, the system has a limit, and people that develops technologies and companies and large companies need to be sensitive on how effective overall those technologies for the system as a whole. And also regulatory-wise in Europe, we're changing the paradigm on how we're going to register medical devices and diagnostics. It just happened 2 weeks ago, and we need to see that that's not put a break in Europe compared to America. Some companies are now looking into deploying and getting registrations in the US rather than in Europe. So this we need to watch out as companies, as all the stakeholders, because this is a muggy terrain that we need to see how it will evolve over time.
Yeah, I could see some of the technologies that now are reaching the patient somehow. We've seen mRNA vaccines with COVID, or gene therapy, gene editing. Those kind of therapies will be on our hands closer than later, sooner or later. And we will need to, following your comment, Jordi, we will need to figure out how we're going to pay for that. Because the system cannot afford such a kind of expensive treatment. And we are working, from now, of course, on different ways to approach that expense, different ways to measure the efficacy of the treatments. And in 5-10 years, I think in that sense, in that regard, there will be major changes in how we face the affordability of the health.
Okay, we still have a minute. So anyone from the audience that want to make a question, maybe?
One there.
Up there.
I wanted to ask regarding one of the most, let's say, controversial parts on data science and managing data with regards to health. One of the main issues that people may be concerned with is that this data is a valuable target for many, for example, pharmaceuticals or different companies that may have an interest in generating value from the health data from patients, for example. How do you work with all this information without risking all this value to go out and be profitable for maybe malignous agents, let's say?
Who want to take this? Yeah.
Okay. So I'd be delighted to answer a longer answer. In our case, we take the regulations very seriously, so we cover pretty much everything that the regulation is establishing. The information belongs to the patient or the customer, and we don't let that not be the case. So we are always making sure that we are doing the proper things with the data. So probably that's the answer. But again, we ran out of time, but meet me outside and we can discuss longer, because that's quite an interesting and long question, actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Big applause. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go. You're finally moving. Plenty of space here. If anyone at the back wants to get closer, plenty of space here in the first rows. So, the paradigm is changing, and it is changing dramatically to the point that things that looked like very futuristic before are becoming a reality. And one of those things that for me honestly is fascinating is, could we actually make medicine and treatments that only work for you, that work to treat that specific disease in that specific body under that specific DNA sequence? This was a dream. It was actually a dream. Not anymore.
we're getting this kind of therapies that are reaching nearly close to 60% success rates, which is massive. And precisely to talk about this kind of using data, how do you gather the data to personalize the medicine, we have our next panelists. And I'm very, very happy with the incredible lineup that we have this afternoon. So please welcome our first speakers. So let's start with, who here, by the way, who here loves dogs? Raise your hands. Yeah? Cats? You can get out now. Sorry. No, but we have a wonderful lover of dogs, but even more importantly, she's the Senior Director of Strategic Alliances and Partnerships at the A-Catalyst Network at AstraZeneca. Please, big applause for Madeleine Toon. I remove all the cats.
Yeah, woof, woof. Yeah.
And to join her, we have the incredible Luis Valente, co-founder and CEO of Intelligent Lab on a Fiber. Please, big applause for Luis. Obrigado, Luis. And to join them, Ignacio Aguirre, Business Development Lead at Amadex. Big applause. Former winner of South Summit, by the way. So big applause. And to run the show, a huge applause to our dear friend Michael Gear, co-founder at Humanity.
Thank you, Alex. So Alex, we're supposed to run over, right? Yeah, okay. Cool. Awesome to have you all here, and always great to be at South Summit. And this is my favorite topic, is how can we keep data private but leverage it to actually save lives. And we have the right people on the panel to talk about it. So I guess just to start off, I think just each of you, if you can, starting with Madeleine, introduce yourself and also say what you're seeing or what you see as the potential for leveraging data to save all of our loved ones' lives and make us healthier.
Such a small question, right?
Yeah.
I was already really well introduced. I love dogs, you heard that. But I also, as you said, I'm part of a team who runs A-Catalyst at AstraZeneca. And what we do is that we form networks or partnerships in order to help solve really complex and concrete health and healthcare challenges, always with the patient at the center of that. So patient and people-enabled innovation. So we partner with startups, we partner with medtech companies, we partner with governments, patients, patient organizations, healthcare organizations, you name them. And I think we're also starting to look a little bit cross-industries and cross-sectors, because there's such big overlap when it comes to health. But that's what we do. And also, if you want to meet us, we have a booth over here with A-Catalyst and AstraZeneca, so please come and see us. Big question, though. What do we see when it comes to personalized medicine and data? Just going back 8 years, I think AstraZeneca had one diagnostic accompanying a medicine. Now we have over 50 for our oncology field. So there's a lot of progress happening quite quickly. So the more precisely we can treat disease, the more precisely we also need to be able to identify the people who are potentially living with that disease or living with it. And I guess we're going to touch on that quite a lot during this conversation of how do we do that, as you said as well, in a non-intrusive way, which data sources can we use. But we see that there's more and more understanding for that we can prevent. So we're moving from, we call it healthcare in English. In the majority of the world, it's sick care. We wait for someone to get sick and then we treat them. We want it to be truly healthcare, right? We want to maintain health. But it's tricky. And when you look at healthcare systems, then you see how do you direct funds for that? It is a challenging machinery around that. So what we do at AstraZeneca and what we do at A-Catalyst is also really working with the entire ecosystem so that we can free up funds, make sure governments and payers are willing to also invest in preventive care, and finding the solutions for being able to do so. Because screening an entire population is costly. We cannot do that for certain diseases. So can we be more precise and be directive in that? And I see a lot of that already happening. And now I'm going to shut up and leave it.
That was perfect. Yeah. And we should be screening everybody, because the cost of the dear cost of having a loved one be sick is priceless, but just for the healthcare industry, it's so much cheaper to catch things early, as you're saying. Awesome, thank you.
Thanks, Michael. So Luis from iLove, and what iLove does is, so we are a Porto and Oxford-based company built in 2019 out of the exact same principle that Madeleine just mentioned, which is for the past centuries, treatments have been developed based on this idea that the same medication works equally for everyone. And unfortunately, for a lot of the still to be tackled diseases, this is really not the case. And what we're doing at iLove is we're collecting, massive amounts of data on biological profiles that we collect from biological sources, also from electronic health records, taking all privacy matters into account, of course. And we're building this accurate, personalized biological profiles that we then use to help researchers and pharmas and biotechs severely cut time and cost in their drug discovery and drug development processes. There's a lot, as Madeleine was saying, there's a lot of diseases that are currently were not tackled and are currently being tackled by treatments that are not going to fit for everyone, but they're going to fit for a very significant portion of the patients, and they're going to be life-changing for them. And we're helping the brave researchers and pharmas and biotechs do their job quicker, faster, and hopefully in a more humane way for the patients participating, especially on those clinical trials. Awesome. That's what we do in iLove.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Well, I'm Ignacio, and at Amadix, what we do is we are developing early diagnosis tests based in the blood for the early detection of cancer. Particularly, we focus on three different cancers: the colorectal, the lung, and the pancreatic cancer. And our aim here in Amadix is to develop an AI algorithm that is based in molecular biomarkers, as I said, present in the blood, but also some relevant clinical features that we can extract from the electronic health records of the patients, and as well as sociodemographic data or other data that we can use in order. We're trying to do this combination in order to develop two main objectives, which are basically having, as I said, a very high accurate tool for the early diagnosis of cancer. And also, as I think you were mentioning before, we're trying also to correctly identify those patients that would benefit from using this kind of diagnosis tool. So we're trying to see which individuals here that normally now, for example, for colorectal cancer, for the screening of colorectal cancer, we have the screening is based mainly in the age, so it's just the people that get screened if you are between 50 and 70 years old. But we believe that there is more individuals out there that could benefit from the use of this kind of diagnosis tools, and we're trying to, based on the electronic health records, based on the sociodemographic data of the patient as well, we're trying to identify those patients at risk of developing these cancers, and to offer them this kind of tools. And I think this has a lot to do with personalized medicine and how data can help us really target the population that we want to diagnose, or that we want to offer them a treatment, or whatever we want to offer the patients. There's a huge amount of data in your watch, in the electronic health records. There are many sources, but the electronic health records, in my opinion, they are not really, we're not getting access enough. We're not getting enough access to this kind of source, and there is a lot there still to potentially be analyzed and to potentially give us new diagnoses and new treatments in the future. So this is an exciting topic for all of us in the industry. So yeah.
Well, I mean, it's interesting for us, but it's also interesting for everybody because we all want to live, healthier. I think one thing you touched on was, right now we have these standards of care, which is the screening standards, where we're saying, okay, until you get to this age, you don't need to do it. And we were talking, Madeleine and I were talking earlier about, it's statistically when you say, oh, well, only say 2% of the population gets this particular cancer before this age, great. 2% sounds like a small number, but when it's your loved one, when it's your mom or your dad or your wife or your husband, that's, one person is 100% of the thing that you care about, right? And so we need to do better than we are right now, and I think the positive spin on that is we actually are. We're starting to as you were saying, find different attributes of people that can then say, hey, actually, you probably need to start doing this screening method or something like that because of this specific person that you are. So, thank you. So I'm Michael Gear, run a company called Humanity with my co-founder Pete Ward, and so my background was, well, I wanted to be an astronaut, but that's a longer story I can tell you over a beer. But that led me to go to Moscow and ended up starting what became one of the biggest dating sites in the world, Badoo. And so, yeah, really roundabout way of getting into tech. But unfortunately, both me and my co-founder had, and I think a lot of us, share these experiences that come into health tech, is that on my co-founder's side, his dad had a stroke out of the blue when he was 61, killed his quality of life, was in a wheelchair for the next 4 years, and then passed away. And on my side, when I was leaving Badoo, I had a close relative. She got stage 4 breast cancer diagnosis and unfortunately passed away within about 12 months. And so, that made us go down a bunch of rabbit holes, but what we started to discover, and it actually started with early detection of cancer, and it's amazing to see all the advances there, liquid biopsies and, these kind of non-intrusive ways of detecting cancer. But what it led to is we actually found that there was something even upstream of that, and Madeleine was pointing out the preventive side, that we could actually monitor people's loss of function in their body over time, which we call aging, and we could do that through digital markers. And so we're using markers like your movement patterns and your heart rate pattern if you have it. And so Humanity allows you to monitor your rate of aging, but more importantly, guides you to slow it down. None of us would jump into a car without using Waze or one of the traffic navigation apps. What they're doing is using the data of the people ahead of you and then seeing which turn got the person there faster, feeding that data back to you, and that's what we're doing with health. And the data exists out there, and it's just putting together the pieces, and I think that's what we want to explore with the very short amount of time that we have on this panel is, this is something that we can do today. We don't need some breakthrough in the future. This is something that we can actually start working on. I think one thing that we wanted to touch on was basically, okay, so we know this data can be very valuable and it can save lives. Great. Why aren't we doing this more? What can we do to actually expand upon that? I'll start with Madeleine, but then we're going to open it up into a complete free-for-all where we're just going to jump in when we want to. So.
Thank you. A tricky question, but I think there are a lot of things that are speaking in the favor of us being able to advance this quite quickly. So storage of data is becoming extremely cheap, and people are, like you're wearing several wearables.
I got to feed my team data. They're playing with it in the background.
But people are naturally starting to do that. You're starting to be interested in that as well. But one tricky challenge, if we talked about what's stopping us, is I think the notion of privacy of data and the notion of who owns that data. We talked about this earlier today, you and I, where we need to kind of stratify data as well. So like I own my personal health data. I think everyone is very cautious of letting go too much of ownership over their own health data. But today it's tricky because it's spread out in different systems. And if you go to one clinic and you go to the next, they will not necessarily know your health history. And I can assure you that if I end up in an accident, I want them to have everything they possibly can know about me, which is not the case today. So we need to get to a point where, as an individual, you have 100% ownership of your own data, but there's ways where you very easily can contribute that into healthcare systems to support you and service you, but also so that you can service the entire ecosystem. We talked earlier, you and I, about the internet. Like, the internet is very weak without the network effect. If you only have a computer connected to the internet, fun for you, but you kind of need more to be on the internet. And when it comes to leveraging health data, the more people who are contributing health data into that ecosystem, the more value we will get out of it. So by being as citizens of the world, like kind of contributing your health data in a way that is not jeopardizing your privacy in any way, I think will be something that becomes normal. I think we need to get to that stage. And we talked about synthetic data and the possibilities that comes with that. So aggregated level data, synthetic data. But it comes down to some aspects are regulatory and law aspect. How can we use health data for secondary use, meaning my health data being used to help treat these two gentlemen here, if you need so. In some parts of the world, that is not really set yet. So I think a lot has to do with regulatory aspects around that, but also growing kind of the confidence in people that your health data is safe, you own that, but you can still contribute with it. I think that's a huge part.
Yep.
I think if I can just jump in.
Go ahead.
I have two comments, I think, related with what you were saying. I feel like we as company that we are trying to use data to our final goal is to expand the people's lives, so expand people's life and create better diagnosis for people, better treatments. I do believe that the message that we might be sending to the general population is not really the best one in terms of that. For example, you know that Instagram or Facebook or these companies, they are using all your personal data for, just selecting which image they want to show you or this video, and this is okay for you. But if we told them, we as biotech companies, we told them we're going to use their data to give them a better treatment or a better diagnosis, they would say, no, this is my personal health data. I don't want you to use this data. So this is very personal, very important to me. So I think maybe there's some message there that we are not transmitting, or we're not saying to the people correctly, or we're not making a statement correctly, because I think this is key. And well, in terms also of the legal aspect that you comment, it is true that now there's a new European law also from the new GDPR, and I think it is coming to a future where we are more and more like we have really clearly stated in the law how we can use the data for secondary use. So it is pretty clear that for us, a company, if we or research centers or a third party outside the hospital, if they use this data, this data need to be completely anonymized or pseudo-anonymized, and you can use this data for investigational purposes. So I think that we also, sometimes we think too much about the regulation, but we don't really say, okay, do the hospitals have for example, in our experience, we work with hospitals that didn't have even the tools for anonymizing correctly the data. So I think we should be also concerned about, okay, do the hospitals, because the technology is there, but they need the resources, they need the softwares, or they need the tools to correctly anonymize the data. And I think as a patient, if I know that my data is going to be completely anonymized and it's going to be correctly distributed, I would feel more safe about a company using it. So.
Yeah, so on that, allow me just to comment one thing. I think a lot of people, as you were saying, underestimate the power that they have in their own bodies. I mean, it's a whole library of information about the way that you age, about the way that you eat, about the way that you interact differently with different medications. And if you allow that data to be donated, or even if you on your own will donate that data in an anonymized way, then that can be used to refine diagnostics. That can be used to create better performing treatments. And hopefully that will feed back to either you or it will feed back to someone that you love. And there's a lot of initiatives, government and on the private sector, actually asking patients to go out and donate blood, also so that those profiles can be studied and can then be feedback to innovative companies and pharmas that are creating better treatments to some of the most severe illnesses in the world. So we are a library. We are a library with a lot of information, and if the data is, of course, properly anonymized and used to make personalized profiles, we can really all benefit from having that data shared. And I think a lot of work is actually being done in making patients aware of that, but in the end, it comes down to each and every one of us and how do we feel we should contribute or not to this.
So can I build on that? Because it comes down a lot to solidarity, right? When we look at clinical trials, for example, why do people participate in clinical trials? It's not always super pleasant to them, but they usually do it because they do not want anyone else to go through what they're going through. They want science to advance. They want others to have better chances when they get breast cancer, for example. And if you look at it in the same way here, you talked about donating blood. Some countries, some geographies, some cities, they have a lot of people who donate blood. What is that? Like I just heard the other week, in Finland, there's a really high percentage of people who donate blood because it's like since the Second World War, where they were in war with Russia at that point, like they needed blood. So it is like in the bone marrow of every Finn, they're like, I'm going to go and donate blood. It's solidarity, like you contribute, you partake. And I think we need to build that empathy side of being humans. Like we will not survive on our own. Like we've never survived on our own. Like and the way that we can advance science and advance our health is together, and the power of that kind of combined data sources.
Yep. Yeah, I very much agree with that. I think as a tech entrepreneur, I might be very biased that I'm always looking for tech solutions to things. This is one case where I think, so we were talking about it before, is can we actually, what is our goal? Our goal is to learn from, like most people don't want the data, right? It's a liability, they don't want it on their servers. What do we all want? We want the learnings from the data so that we can provide better products. So I won't even say, good or bad projects, better products. So in the health field, what is our goal? Our goal is to, make people healthier and save lives. And if we can learn from the data and do that, that's the two things we want to accomplish. We don't want a bunch of data. We don't, all these abstractions of that we don't actually want, right? And so I think what we were talking about earlier is, and you mentioned it actually, so like things like creating synthetic data sets, things like federated learning where the data stays where it is with the data custodians, right? Maybe we can, as the expression in the States at least, have our cake and eat it too. Maybe we can keep the privacy and get the learnings because that's what we want, because we want to, provide that to people, right? You had mentioned that you had started coming across, and these things are moving quite quickly. So
yeah, actually, I don't know how it is outside of Spain, but for me, this concept of federated data and federated database is actually quite new here in the healthcare sector. And actually, we went to a congress a month or 2 months ago here in Madrid. Everyone was talking about a healthcare congress, and everyone was talking about the federated data. And I feel it is a good solution to the problem of, okay, we don't want the companies to have data from the patient. We don't want to get this data out of the hospital. So this could be a possible solution. But still, I think we're missing another step before, which is how the data is stored at the hospitals. At least in my experience here in Spain is what you were saying before, Madeline, that each hospital, it doesn't matter if it's in the same community or if it's in different cities. Each hospital has their own database, so you can find the results from the lab in a database and the results from primary health in another database in one hospital, and then in another hospital you have everything mixed in one. We cannot forget that also doctors are humans, not machines, so they write in what we call the natural language. So like 80% of the electronic health records is natural language, and we need to process this natural language and transform it in something useful for us that we can analyze. So this is something also that is not easy to do, and so all these concepts, I think that they are developing, and we will have more advances in the future. But still, we have a long way to go there. Yeah.
But it's interesting as well, because regardless of what type of disease you have, there's a very short amount of time that you spend at the hospital and with your physician, right? You spend the majority of the time on your own or with your friends, or you're out, and you're not a patient, you're a human being, right? So when we look at health data, what do we include in that term? So is it your electronic health records that you have at your clinic, or is it your movement data and other wearables that you collect, or is it also aspects, because we know socioeconomic data has a huge impact on health projections. So I think we need to look at larger data sources in order to inform health decisions. But then also we need to look at who is the customer of data and why do we need data. So sometimes you need to make large-scale, maybe funding decisions on a national level or regional level, and you need that aggregated data to help you. Where are we going to focus our funding? Because we know cost of healthcare is rising dramatically, and I think all our healthcare systems after COVID are quite stressed. So how do we focus in our efforts? So you have those more kind of higher level decisions that you want to make. What type of data do you need for that? So that we're not using the same data for everything. Like we have different use cases for data, and we need to be clear on that. I think.
For sure. I think since we have 2 minutes left, I might just pass it to Madeline to just talk about how can, because one of the great combiners in these spaces ends up being both the corporates and the governments. And so since you have an inside track of knowing kind of how corporates work, we'd love to kind of hear, how do you think you can how can corporates be a catalyst for bringing together all this data and these mechanisms so that we can actually save some lives? So.
I love that you use the word catalyst as well, as we call the A-Catalyst Network. Thank you for that. No, but it's exactly that. We, as a big corporation, we have connections as well, and we're invited to certain tables where we can have impact as well. So just one case where we are together with the government in Sweden, really looking at how we can push the boundaries for health data, how we need to push regulatory aspects there, law aspects, but also protocols and usage, etc. So we're driving that together with them. But we're also here, we're connecting startups and scale-ups with patient organizations and healthcare providers, and we're trying to partner across the entire ecosystem, because a lot of the challenges are not in the actual technical solution, it is in how you implement it and how you use it, and understanding all the different players in that system, and we can help guide in that. So we see ourselves, many cases, as a connector, someone who can connect dots and connect people and connect entities, and the A-Catalyst Network is the entry point for that.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe the big call out that we want to give to the crowd and the people watching. We should all give each other kind of the benefit of the doubt that our goal is to actually make people healthier. And so what can we do to actually engage? Because I think once we just start engaging with each other, like one of our values at Humanity is, open collaboration. Sometimes our investors are a little bit like, oh no, there are competitors. Like you said, we're never going to solve these things if we don't work together. So what's the point if we're staying, separate? So I think that's everybody that wants to help us in that mission, our common mission, would love to talk to you. Thank you, everyone.
Big applause. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you. Okay, and we're gearing on to our next talk. Let's see. Plenty of changes now. Okay, people leaving, please, I would appreciate speed and efficiency. Those of you coming in, you can come all the way to the front. There's plenty of space here. Okay, here we go. So, I don't know if you've seen it, if you realize the problem with this room is wonderful. It's a wonderful room, but it has a tiny little door, which means that every time we switch, it's like a lot of people trying to get out, a lot of people trying to get in. It's complicated and noisy, as Spain is, so. Okay, noisy people, get out. Okay, those of you that are proper and silent, are we ready? Yeah, we're ready, people? Okay, so we're gonna have, I'm actually quite excited for this next talk. First of all, because it's an intimate interview with two titans. Well, one of them, very, very good friend of the house.
I would ask you to try his Spanish. He still haven't learned proper Spanish, even though he's been living here forever. You know, let the Irish try to learn Spanish, and that's what happens. But the other person is a titan with an incredible track record, and they're going to be talking about something very, very intimate, which is how do you improve through transformation? And if there's a word that hurts a lot in the human society is, hey, change, transform. It's great when you hear it. Yeah, transform yourself, change. It's painful, it's hurtful. So let's see how our intimate talk goes. And without further ado, please welcome my great friend and the interviewer, Joe Haslam, professor at IE Business School. Big applause for Joe, who was also an MC, and his incredible guest. So please give a huge applause, and thank you very much for joining us. Big applause for Enrique Jimenez. He's the managing director of the Iberia cluster at Philip Morris, Spain. Big applause for Enrique. Thank you for joining.
Ok, muchísimas gracias, Alex. Ha sido un placer, siempre. Alex was the first guy I met when I came to Spain, and he regards my level of Spanish exactly the same as it was when I first came as it was 18 years later. But I will say about Alex that he speaks wonderful English, so I'm not going to say anything wrong with that. So my name is Joe Haslam. I'm a professor at IE Business School, and here one of the things we do, in class every day is we talk about cases. We talk about genuine business problems. So it's quite attractive for me to talk about something which is exactly the kind of thing we talk about in class, which is the transformation that Philip Morris, or PMI as some people call them, are going through. Business can be very boring when it's more of the same, but Philip Morris are in a situation similar to the oil majors, or similar to, perhaps you could even say, Coca-Cola, whereby they're faced with a transformation. They're faced with, do you try and just live off the legacy, in their case over 100 years, or do you try and actually transform? And, I read the business press like you would expect from a business professor, and in places like the FT and The Economist, they talk about the smoke-free future. So it's interesting to get somebody, and I also think it's great that Enrique will come to public forums and talk to us about this. So very much looking forward to spending about 15 minutes talking. So let me start by welcoming you, Enrique. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Joe. We were talking in Spanish indeed before, so I don't think we need to test that. Better than my English.
Well, it's I love speaking in Spanish, but we're trying to. It's the 10th year anniversary, so after 10 years, we're going to keep speaking in English. I should, of course, mention you are, of course, an alumni of IE Business School, which that's also wonderful to have you. So let me just quote directly from the Financial Times, which is to say, in a recent investor call, the phrase smoke-free was uttered more than 40 times on the investor call to discuss the deal. So is everything you're talking about in PMI this smoke-free future?
Indeed, I have to say that it really is, yeah, and it might look quite paradoxical, because at the end of the day, PMI, Philip Morris, is the largest cigarette manufacturer in the world, but reality is that we believe that it's possible a future that is smoke-free. And we believe in this because it doesn't come just by chance. It comes after almost 2 decades of investigation, almost $9,000 million spent on the subject, with more than 1,000 scientists enrolled in Philip Morris progressively in order to create something that is science-based. And the reality is that it's true. It's true that we can, because we do have products that have a different risk profile than conventional cigarettes, and also because we should, because in fact what we are doing is answering a demand that was coming from society since long ago, yeah? And because what we are seeing is that the number of smokers in the world is not decreasing at the pace that it should, and that in fact, of course, we agree that the best thing is not to smoke, yeah, not to start, and if you smoke already, to quit. But if you're not going to quit, then change, because I think that there is hope for those that otherwise would continue smoking, that we have today products that are radically different, fundamentally different than cigarettes, that in the 21st century should be a product of the past.
Okay, so I guess talk to me about these alternatives. I mean, we know vaping, and we know, I mean, there's this sort of, a friend of mine lives in Switzerland, and he puts the things into his mouth and things like that. So
Yes.
what areas, okay, if I came to you and I said, Enrique, I'm an occasional smoker, I don't mind saying, but if I came to you and said, okay, I never want to smoke again, what alternatives can you offer me?
Well, the reality is that there is a very strong misconception about what is the biggest threat when you are smoking, and this misconception revolves around nicotine, tar. The reality is that the main problem is combustion. It is the fact that you are burning a cigarette at very high temperatures that make that many components of the cigarette, they transform into carcinogens. And as a matter of fact, the moment you avoid combustion and you simply heat the cigarette and avoid high temperatures, toxicity decreases strongly, up to 90 to 95%. Yeah? This is why it is also important to say that all these products, and you mentioned the electronic cigarettes or our own product, IQOS, these are not innocuous.
Mm-hmm.
So the best alternative is really to quit, but they are a fundamentally better option than to continue smoking, and this is why I said in 21st century, it doesn't make any sense to smoke. Either you quit or you come to these alternatives.
Mm-hmm. And what about, I mean, targets? We have to talk targets. I mean, the target I've read is 50% of revenue from non-smoke products by 2025, which is
Yes.
3 years' time.
Round the corner.
Yeah. So is that a target you expect? Is that a target you expect to hit?
Well, it's not a target that I expect to hit, it's that I better hit it. Because, in fact, I'm responsible for the Iberia Peninsula, and this is a worldwide target, and of course, the markets that I run need to commit to this target as well. So, as you mentioned, we need by 2025 to reach 50% at least of our revenues with this category. Indeed, we are not that far if you think of it, because we are at 30% today, and I'm mentioning results coming from the first quarter. Still, we have these 20 percentage points that we need to cover. Today, in the world, we have around 21 million users for IQOS, but we simply need to make it much closer to 40 rather than to the current 20. Yeah?
Sure. I mean, and how does that change your day-to-day in terms of like internal, have you separated completely? In other words, like your smoke and your non-smoke, or are people responsible for moving both targets?
I think that, and this has been a process, but quite abrupt. If I can a little bit dig into history, in 2014 we did the first test that was in Nagoya, Japan, and in Milano, in Italy, and as a result of which we decided to proceed with the commercialization. And since then, for those of us that at that point in time were in Philip Morris, and also for those that joined later, it has been an incredible adventure. Not exempt of pain, because to be very honest, if I put together the amount of things that I needed to learn is humongous, but if I put together the amount of things that I need to unlearn, it was equally big. And I think that, of course, we had a lot of support. And I think that the biggest support that we got is that from the very top of the company, there was a completely unproportional attention that was devoted to this kind of products. And since day one, even when these products were nothing, almost 100% of the time and investment was put into achieving this goal of 2025. What made our life as employees much easier, yeah, because it is easier said than done, but in this case it was really done, meaning 100% focus and commitment to this mission of achieving this smoke-free world. Now, you can't imagine the enormous amount of subjects where I didn't have a clue. Science, logistics, digital, because at the time we were not using any kind of digital communication. The biggest transformation maybe was twofold. The first one is that we were dealing with iconic brands, especially Marlboro, which is by far the largest cigarette in the world. Yeah? And as a result, we were profoundly brand-centric. Everything we did with the brand was scrutinized by so many people. Attention to detail was amazing. And I tell you, as a marketeer, very nice brand to work with, but really paying attention to brand values, brand territories, and exceptional execution. I think that was all very nice, but where is the consumer in all this picture? We had to move from a very brand-centric company into a very consumer-centric company. And again, for this, we began to work even with KPIs. We were far from being used to utilize, for example, NPS, Net Promoter Score. Today for us is like the Bible. Everybody in the company knows about the NPS. That is the opinion that consumers give to our brands and to the different touch points where we interact with them. We had to do a vast change in order to become much more consumer-centric than brand-centric. And if you ask me, where are you? I think we are much better than we were, but this is a never-ending journey. Yeah? So I think that this path is already open, and we are already very much into it, but still we need to continue working on this. And the second one was, apart from transiting from brand-centrism to consumer-centrism, was about the ways of working. Because I recall very well, and just by chance this weekend, it was the 25th anniversary that I ended the MBA. Can you imagine 25 years ago?
I'm not too far. I'm not too far behind.
Well, I tell you, it was black and white slides at the time.
Yes.
Yeah, but it was very joyful. Yeah. To be again with all my teammates from 25 years ago. By the way, we look radically different, except a couple of them that I don't know what they did, but they look better. Yeah. But my point was that those days we were deeply talking about innovation. Yeah? Innovation was really the buzzword, and from an academic perspective, surprisingly enough, the final solution to the conundrum of how innovative companies can be was not given by multinationals such as Philip Morris, or you mentioned some others before. It was given by small companies, startups. Yeah, and we had to acquire many of the tools that a startup use, like trial and error, testing, words that for us, we were not used to A/B testing. If we are going to do a campaign, we know what we do it big and we do it large, and then we expect the results. It doesn't work like this in this century. It is much more A/B testing, much more different ways of working, trying to fail early and to fail cheap.
Yeah.
Rather than failing late.
It's like a startup in that sense.
Exactly. And I think that this, if you ask me, were the kind of things that on the personal side were more difficult to me. Yeah, consumer centrism and new ways of working.
Sure. So, I mean, as I'm sure you could well understand, when we survey all our best graduates, the health of a company is based on that they can attract the best people, right? And right now, our best people go to Amazon, Google, Facebook, Apple. That's where they go, right? So, I mean, is there a pitch you can make to them that they should come to work in Philip Morris?
Well, you've talked about big companies that I personally admire, yeah, but we need young talent, we need old talent, we need all kind of talent, because what we want to achieve is massive. We want to kill cigarettes, and we want to replace them by these new alternatives. I think that is such a nice mission, such a large one, such a thrilling one, that we die for the talent. And I have to tell you that I think that also in the eyes of many people, our employability has improved, meaning people feel that Philip Morris is a better option today than it might have been in the past. And the truth is that we don't have enormous issues to attract talent. We still receive a lot of talent. But what I can ensure people is that the journey is amazingly thrilling and amazingly fun, but not easy. So this is not for people that is not very much focused and concentrated. This is a tough call, but so rewarding and so thrilling. Yeah, I think that at Philip Morris, I would like to think that our HR policy, our hiring policy, is about recruiting the best, and this is about selecting them, making them unique, And this is about developing people and then allowing them to be themselves. Because I think that we know very well in academia how important is diversity for companies, but at the end of the day, it doesn't make any sense that you come to a company and then you are obliged to behave the same way that all others behave. Then you might have a different gender, but behaviors are the same. And I would like to think that on this path, which is not easy, we are also improving.
And just, I mean, we've about 3 minutes left now, but I mean, I want to ask you specifically about Spain. I mean, as I say, there's what's called the continental breakfast, which is a coffee and a cigarette, you know. But, I mean, what do you think your challenges will be in Spain? I mean, the one thing I've noticed here is cigarettes are not that expensive. They're much more expensive in Ireland and France and other countries. So what are your particular challenges in Spain to move to a smoke-free future?
Okay, let me compare with Portugal, which is also a country that is run by us. Yeah? Since November, IQOS is the largest brand in the tobacco market in Portugal. It just overtook Marlboro. So today, in Portugal, it is larger than Marlboro. Yeah? In Spain, we are going slower, and to me, the biggest challenge is to explain to those that smoke that they should quit or change. Because there in Spain, the misconception, the lack of information about what is exactly the main issue about the smoking is large. You see a lot of people that is concerned about the nicotine. Nicotine is addictive and it's not innocuous, but the biggest, the largest problem by far is combustion, is burning. And I think that this is my biggest challenge. We are investing a lot of time, a lot of attention, a lot of money in order to try to inform as much as we can smokers. By the way, those that are mostly utilizing our brands, because we are market leaders here in Spain, that doesn't make any sense. And that they should go through this journey with us, and we should transform. This is for me the biggest challenge. I think that in this respect, we might be at a different point than in other countries, but if we manage to break this through, I think evolution is going to be faster.
Yeah. Would you support increasing the price of cigarettes?
Well, I think that at the end of the day, I'm not the government of the country. I think there are so many. You are asking me something very complex in the sense that every country is different, that you have to be attentive to some side phenomena. Like illicit trade and the disparity of prices with those neighboring countries, especially in the European Union, when goods are free to move. And then on top, we have to understand that different categories have different taxation. Now, if your question is, are cigarettes cheap in Spain? Well, you are Irish, you know the prices that exist in Ireland. We have France with more than double the price than Spain. So if you ask me, yes, I think pricing plays a role in discouraging people from smoking, and I think, yes, the price of cigarettes could be higher in Spain. Now, a different thing, and this is more specific, is I also believe that the efforts companies put into innovation should be helped, should be fostered by governments with different taxation for different products. And I think that products of the 21st century shouldn't have the same taxation as products of the 20th century. But overall, yes. My answer is yes, there is a space.
Okay, well, I congratulate you on you have no future in politics, Enrique, because you've answered a straight question with a straight answer. So, you know, stay with Philip Morris rather than answering the question directly, which is, I congratulate you on that. So we're out of time. Thank you very much to the audience for staying here and listening to us. And thank you very much to Enrique. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much.
Applause. Thank you very much, both. Thank you, Joe. Okay, pleasure. Thank you very much for being here. Okie dokie. So, don't move. Freeze. Sit down. If you move, shh, silence, so we can keep moving. Anyhow, we're approaching the final talks of the day. It's been a long day with a lot of activity. So I thank you all for being here. It's so great to see your faces. I'm sure I met many people, but I cannot recognize you without the mask. You look prettier now, by the way. So anyhow, so
we're going to move on into something that's quite complex, right? When we're doing innovation, especially in certain verticals, it's not enough to have your own people, right? Your people can be top-notch, they can be the most advanced and the best performing scientists, but science, as everything, benefits immensely from connection with other fields, connection with other experiences, and partnerships with other people. So the question is, how can we accelerate healthcare innovation? Through partnering, basically letting go of the ego and creating an ecosystem of partners. And to talk about that, I want to welcome one of our last panels, and let's start with our wonderful speakers. So please welcome, with a big round of applause, our first speaker, Tamer Tal, CEO of Cordio Medical. Big applause for Tamer, please. Amar Jagirdar, Head of Product at Cure.ai. Thank you very much for joining, Amar. Big applause, come on. It's small, but we make a lot of noise. Third speaker, thank you for joining, Ryan Bates, Senior Director of Partnership at AstraZeneca. And last but not least, the boss, the woman, the sunshine. Please welcome Ana Perez Dominguez, Medical and Regulatory Director at AstraZeneca. Ana, the floor is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you. Hello, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm Ana. I'm the Medical Director of AstraZeneca. I'm not the boss at all, so I am very happy to be here. And first thing I want to do is to say a big thank you to all of you for being here at this hour in the day after many, many hours. A big thank you to the family of South Summit. For me, it's a big family, a great family, and the innovation is there. And so for me, it's great to be here. Second, to all the startups, to all the investors, to all the companies from the healthcare system and for other areas, because we are here to talk about transformation of something that is really, really important, transformation of the healthcare system. At the end of the day, all of us are people, all of us are or will be patients, and so for us, it's really, really important to be here and to discuss about the future, the innovation, and the things that we need to do together in order to create a better future for us and for our families. And so at AstraZeneca, we have been working in innovation for many years. We invest more than $9 billion in 2021 in R&D. We have one of the best pipelines in drugs in the industry, and we are very, very focused in developing drugs to change the life of people. However, we think that this is not enough. Times have evolved, and now we need to merge science, traditional research, with technology. And this is the right reason we are here, because the blend both is critical in order to look to the future with optimism and with the creativity that we need to do. So we are going to be very informal. We are going to have a non-traditional presentation. We are going to talk, and we are going to talk about we think is the things that we need to do as industry and the things that we are doing as a company in order to foster the innovation, the investigation, and the health of the patients. Because at the end of the day, all together need to create things to live longer, live better, and to be more happy. And this is our objectives as people, as a companies. So I am very proud to be here with my colleagues, and the objective today is to introduce how we are working in AstraZeneca in this new ecosystem that we are creating, moving from ego to ecosystem to develop this kind of relationship. So I am going to ask to my colleagues to introduce themselves, and then we are going to start to talk about what we are doing in AstraZeneca to create this new ecosystem. So first, Ryan.
So hello everyone. First of all, I apologize for my voice. This is not due to late nights in Madrid. This is enthusiastic conversations during the day. I'm Ryan Bates. I'm the Scientific Partnering Alliances Director at AstraZeneca, and I'm responsible for the Global A-Catalyst Network.
Okay.
Thanks, Ryan. And Anna. I'm Amar. I head products at Cure. We're an India-based organization that builds artificial intelligence solutions for transforming healthcare. Glad to be here.
Hi. Thank you, my dear colleagues. My name is Tamer Tal. I'm the CEO of Cordio, an Israeli-based startup developing a monitoring solution using patient speech.
Thank you. And so we are going to start with Ryan talking about how this new ecosystem we are creating and the role of AstraZeneca in this. Ryan, when you
Thanks,
want.
Anna. Yeah, so ego to ecosystem. I guess when I first joined the industry, 2008, 2009, it was very much a space where I think we believed we had all the answers within our four walls. It was a slightly arrogant approach. There was very little in the way of open innovation concepts. And I think we were very far behind other industries in what we were trying to achieve. So in 2019, fast forward, we sat down and we tried to understand in really simple terms, what was it that we wanted to achieve? And what is it that people want from their healthcare? And ultimately, it comes down to the fact that they just want to live long, healthy, disability-free lives and then die fast and painlessly. You know, I think that's as simple as it can become. And so, under that lofty ambition, how can one position themselves to try to create a roadmap towards that goal? And we looked at other industries, so we looked to luxury brands and how they had evolved to become platforms for lifestyle. We looked at car manufacturers, how they became platforms for mobility, and toy manufacturers, platforms for play. The concepts evolve, platforms are created. And so what was healthcare's platform? Well, it's the patient experience pathway. It is all the way back from disease awareness, disease education, diagnostics, treatment, post-treatment, wellness, well-being. This was our platform. And you have to understand that no company can be an expert in all of these areas. So the only mechanism on which to create a more holistic experience was to partner. So A-Catalyst was born to become the external partnering platform for AstraZeneca, where we were able to bring together government, academia, NGOs, healthcare professionals, and really importantly, entrepreneurs. We're able to create an ecosystem where we have a platform that they can engage with us on, and also begin to further ambitions of trying to address the challenges that we have as a business that can close gaps for patient unmet need and begin to solve things through a co-creation process.
Great. And so Aman and Tariq have been working with us in the different hubs, and probably continuing with the presentation of Ryan. Aman, what's your role and how have you been involved in all this ACET new idea or new movement?
Sure, Anna. So it's been interesting for us because we've been having conversations with different teams at AstraZeneca, and we've really grown. The relationship and the collaboration is now so mature that we are now simultaneously speaking to different hubs in different regions, different countries. It's phenomenal how the project has grown over the past 2 years. What started off as just as a proof of concept or as a pilot is now live in almost 18 countries. And as a small startup based out of India, you can't imagine reaching all those countries and telling them, or hospitals in those countries, that we are an AI company that's going to help detect lung cancer early. That's just not possible. So going with an ecosystem approach where you have partnerships like these, you have the innovation hubs, you have the international teams, you have all the networks that you introduce us to, and with a platform where our technology can be presented, deployed. It can also be used at an academic level to demonstrate how well we perform, because at the end, just pulling a leaf from your book, it's about patient care. It takes a village to treat a patient in the slang sense. But for us, that opportunity, that holistic opportunity to not just demonstrate the proof of concept, but deploy, build evidence, and impact patient care. To date, we've screened more than 50,000 individuals across these 18 countries. We've taken different parts of our technology in different countries. So, for example, we build medical image interpretation algorithms. So, with a chest X-ray, we are able to generate a fully automated report that includes the visual annotations, a report that you would get from a radiologist, and it's all machine generated. To get there, as a small research company, you need to invest a lot in R&D. But to take that to the markets, to take that to reach at potentially 5 million lives by 2025, it's the ecosystem that needs to come together.
Yeah. My dad died of lung cancer, Ryan too. And when you think the amazing thing that you are doing, the opportunity to give more life to people, I think it's amazing, because sometimes we talk about the collaboration, the ecosystem, but after this ecosystem, there are people, there are fathers, that, and we can change the life. And you are doing a great job in changing the life of people, and the collaboration is critical. Tarim, our collaboration with you is also great, so can you explain a little bit more in detail?
Yes, I would take it from a different approach a little bit. For a company so big and important in the healthcare ecosystem such as AstraZeneca, it's very hard for a small startup from Israel, no matter how experienced you are, to approach. So for us, the ability to work with the Accelerating Hub was the platform. It was a big advantage because they direct us exactly to the right persons in AstraZeneca we should speak with, the right teams, where our product will be interesting. And they're saving you so much time and so much, things that you otherwise will spend on R&D. So first thing and foremost for me is the actual approach to AstraZeneca, to do it the right way and start, harvesting results from the first talks. It was amazing. So this is a big wow for you guys to thinking about it. For us, it's really hard to approach a company such as yourself. So this thing is great. Another thing which is important for us, especially if you look, I think both for Amar and I, but I'll talk about Cordio. We're a digital health company. So for us, it's important to partner with someone that is there all the way from community to hospital, all the time, involved with the patient's life. We are selling a product that is actually, we are monitoring patient, by using only patient speech. We develop a platform calling the Hero that can monitor heart failure patients and alert in time before they deteriorate and go to the hospital, actually transforming their mobile devices into medical devices. And as a result, reducing the hospitalization, improve their quality of life, and reduce mortality while improving healthcare economics. And I don't think there's a lot of companies in the world, other than pharma companies, such as AstraZeneca, that have the same involvement in patient life, from the drugs he takes every day to preserve his chronic condition and to deal with it, both symptoms and treatment, and all the way to the hospital where they treat, all this severe cases with harder drugs. So for us, it's a great experience to do that.
Can you, he explained me a little bit before how Cordio was born. I am a physician. I worked at the hospital for many, many years. And when you see this kind of example, it's amazing. And so please give us ideas, because the ideas are not in the company always. The ideas are outside, and the ideas is there. In your companies, in your innovation, and so for me, your example is great.
Thank you. So do you want, yeah, so how Cordio started. So Cordio started from a physician, a heart failure physician, a cardiologist. If you'll ask him, it's still my best speech. It's my third company that I'm managing, and it's the easiest one to sell. So heart failure cardiologist, when they know the patient and the patient keep calling them all the time because it's a chronic disease, they can hear in their voice when they're too congested, when the lungs is filled with water because the heart is not pumping as well as it should, and they can hear it in their voice. But when they hear it, it's already too late. So the physician that started this company said to himself, okay, if I can hear it, let's try to find some way that you can hear it through the phone, and maybe we can intervene faster, apply the diuretics, change the dosage, and eventually avert the hospitalization. I think that your country manager told today, heart failure is a pandemic. Those patients are miserable, to be honest. They don't have a solution because the only solution is change your heart. You can live with this condition for 10 to 20 years. It's older people, obviously. And they don't have any control on their disease. They can go to the birthday of their grandkids, eat too much, and then they're starting to deteriorate. They don't feel it. But if the physician will know it in time, he can intervene, tell them double your dosage for a week, and this hospitalization will be averted. It's definitely improving the quality of life. and giving them control and empowerment over their life. It's something that we keep forgetting. Patients want to be in control. They don't want to be sick. They know they have a condition. They want to control it. The best example, I'm sorry for taking a little bit more time, is diabetic. You've got a lot of diabetic patients living with the disease tens of years because they know exactly their situation. They know to treat it. This is exactly what we're trying to provide to help to heart failure patients.
Thank you. It's great. Ryan, I don't know if your voice is still with us or not, but I will try. Could you, how do you scale the different projects from the different countries and from the different hubs? Is there any kind of scale-up strategy?
Yeah, it's a good question, and you know, this is something that we're still working on. We're not perfect at this. This is something. The network is, you know, is quite young. It's 2 years old. We are creating our framework. We've got 20 innovation hubs across the world, right the way from Colombia all the way to Australia. We have today a very exciting announcement as well, because we have the integration of Spain, which is a wonderful thing for us, because to have Spain within our network not only brings opportunities to Spain.
Where's the applause? It's Spain.
Brings wonderful opportunities to Spanish innovators, but also will be able to solve more problems across the world through Spanish innovation. So it's a great day and something that we've been working on, and huge kudos to the local team, because they've really smashed the ball out of the park with this, and they'll be integrated into the global network, where we can then begin to think about more scaling projects as well. So how do we do this? There's no one method, but we've got an array of, a menu of options really that we have when we support startups. So depending on the maturity, we have many aspects around mentoring, from short-term to long-term mentoring, but this doesn't differentiate from company to company. Pretty much everyone's in this space. We also have a co-development option, where we are able to work together with startup and scale-up companies in order to help them develop the solution. We have the ability to help with lab access and incubation. We have the ability to help the founders of startup and scale-up companies understand new commercial pathways in new territories through incubation and other. And then we also have the ability to connect into business development. But that isn't our primary goal. The primary goal is, how can we build trust in the ecosystem? How can we be a reliable partner? And as a consequence, we're able to pilot in countries, and then we're able to understand where across the network gaps in healthcare systems may lie, where those solutions might be able to fill those gaps, and thereby we can start the scaling process.
Perfect, thank you very much. Mark, and you told me before that the lung cancer is the first part, because you are thinking also in other pathologies, for example, tuberculosis, that can affect a lot of people, not only in the countries has a good level of incomes, but also in the rest of the world. And so right. How is your proposition for the global health in general? Because I think it's also very interesting in your proposition.
I'm going to take 30 seconds and speak on heart failure later, but just say.
Yeah, no worries.
It's been interesting because 2016, when we first started, we just wanted to teach machines to read medical images. And by 17, we had done experiments in heart failure. We had done experiments in genomics, pathology, radiology. But when you're really using deep learning, which is a specialized form of artificial intelligence, to go through an image and create the exact output that a clinician would, radiology is the most natural choice. And the products that got built out over the years were with chest X-rays and non-contrast CT brains. And as of today, we have something for traumatic brain injury. We have something for stroke. We have about 30 findings, out of which 4 specific conditions in the lung health space. Lung cancer, of course, is a big thing in terms of an early diagnosis where you can make a difference. But from 18 to 20, where we really made progress was in tuberculosis screening in emerging markets and lower and middle income nations. We were able to call out using a chest X-ray in the care cascade who needs to go for a follow-up sputum-based confirmation. And in most traditional programs, they would end up spending, just throwing a number for calculation, about $100 to find 2 individuals. Now, with the use of the AI and the improvement in sensitivity and specificity, that number of individuals that can be found with the same $100 spent potentially goes up to 4 or 5 individuals. So the number needed to screen goes up. And you can have more efficient global health systems looking not just for tuberculosis or for lung cancer, but at the same time, we were in a program in Malawi where we were deployed. It was a tuberculosis screening program. But because we do multiple findings on the chest, we were calling out cardiac enlargement. And incidentally, the program had, and this is a published paper as well, they had 129 individuals who had no history or were not diagnosed with hypertension. So, and when the general practitioners who realized that, they went back, started with simple BP cuff measurements and measuring hypertension. And though that treatment started, how? Through a global health approach, through a public health approach. So we really believe the future is in a universal approach to primary care. Not a lot of nations have universal health coverage, but we need all of these experiments, and they can happen only if multiple stakeholders from the ecosystem are involved. That includes governments, it includes industry, it includes academia, it includes startups, and eventually policymakers. Interestingly, it took us 3 years to get a WHO recommendation. We hope we can do more in the non-communicable disease space as well.
Okay, perfect, thank you. As I told you, I'm a physician, and what is going to be the future of the physician with all these machines working in the world? So what is your vision? I have my vision, then I will let you know, but I think it is important your vision in that.
I think that the physician time is expensive. I think that they don't have a lot of time to look at stuff. I think that if you send them too much information, you will get a no-no. I think already physicians in this day and age have too much information. Sometimes they even forget the patient because they're looking at numbers all the time and measurements and tests they need to send the patient to. And I think the idea of digital health companies that are getting into the patient house, getting more and more information, getting more and more ideas how to treat them and how to prevent stuff should be packed really nicely in a way that the decision of the physician should be binary. Should decide, I want to do something, or I do not want to do something. He doesn't need to look at numbers. He doesn't need to think about, to analyze stuff. And I think the combination of better measurement with sensors in the house, with technologies such as the company of Omar is developing, can allow physicians to receive concise information specific for each patient. And again, today the information that you get for a patient is all over the place, right? One of the things that they tried to do in Israel is to teach the young interns that didn't came from the old school. You don't need to send the patient to too many tests. You're wasting money, time, and you don't make the right decision. So you need to give the right information, very concise to this specific patient. I think this is the big challenge of the entire industry.
Yeah, and the physician will be always the physician. That for me is the answer.
It's all about empowering physicians, right,
yes.
at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Giving the right actionable insights with the least concise information.
Yeah.
It can even come to a smartphone.
Yeah.
You don't need the big screen EMR, EHR screens anymore.
You need to make things simply to allow the physician to become more a physician and less of a pilot that reads screens all the time.
Right, yeah. Thank you. Ryan, the last question for you, I promise, is the last one. Talking about the relation also with the different stakeholders that we have as pharma company, I think this innovation hub is totally different to the traditional approach of the pharma companies. What is the relation? What is the reaction of the different governments? How we are perceived differently in the relationship that we need to establish with the different stakeholders to really focus on being for a pharma company to a healthcare company. That for me is something that is also very important.
Yeah, and I think this was a critical question about why we had to change our approach. With everything that you try, you know, sometimes the first iteration fails. We failed in the first iteration. We tried to create a top-down innovation ecosystem, and anyone who knows innovation, that is, you know, ridiculous because that's not going to work. You know, we still did it, but we learned an awful lot of lessons by doing that. The reformatted approach was that we would have each individual innovation hub focus on its local competence. what capabilities did we have internally, so where were our superpowers effectively, and what type of external connections did we have? What was the relationship with the government? What kind of world-leading universities did we have within that country? What kind of startups? Was there an environment of entrepreneurship? And so organically, what began to happen? The innovation hubs began to grow in their own little specialties. And this was really, really something to behold, because eventually they began to solve their own patient problems in country. They began to connect to government agendas about, how to improve access to medicine. Specifically in precision medicine in Latin America, we had an awful lot of success. And then also on entrepreneurship. So we have innovation hubs around the world that have really honed in on that particular angle. And so when the network then lifts up and comes together, we see this plethora of capabilities where best practice is shared and then capabilities are brought across the network. So for us, the lessons learned are engage at the earliest possible time, understand government agendas, because when you've got the government by your side, you are able to accelerate super fast. And by doing the right thing, we're often challenged by our commercial colleagues around the return on investment. What is the return on investment? And it's often around the 12-month mark. It's very difficult working in this space on the return on investment question. I try to reframe and talk about a return on engagement, because when you do the right things and you're providing lecturers to universities and you're providing mentorship to startups and you're assisting in the growth of the community, what begins to happen is the reputation of the organization begins to shift. Age-old things that have once been stuck on you begin to lift, and then doors begin to open to conversations that were once closed. And at the beginning, it was a bit of a chicken and egg situation. We had no examples to be able to demonstrate this return on engagement. But now, after 2 years, we've got these examples, and we're able to demonstrate how, when you do the right things, value comes back to the business organically, and it becomes a win-win-win for everyone.
Thank you, Brian. So we have only 2 minutes left. As you can see for my name and also for my accent, I'm from Spain. And so I think that we are very lucky, all the Spaniards here, because we have a country with a huge innovation, with a huge ideas. And so I am very proud. I challenge you to participate in our challenge in CKD, all the companies that were working here, because it's great. It's a great opportunity for the different companies, for the different startups. It's a great company for us. So we have 1 minute left. So I will give you 5 seconds to each of you to give a call of action to all of us. What is your call of action for this session, and what you would like to ask for?
I think that I go back to my first point, is that I think that the main thing here is that you will continue embracing innovative technologies that help patients and help them, climb up the AZ ladder, but then also the bigger healthcare hemisphere that you're a prominent part of.
Thank you. Mar?
I'm probably going to suggest innovation happens at the edge of chaos. So you have order, where big companies, large ecosystem players can operate at, and you have startups like us, and you've kept us disciplined on stage today, but you really need to strike a balance to drive innovation forward. So shedding the ego to reach that edge of chaos is what I would say.
Yeah, thank you. Ryan?
Any chaos creators out there, get in contact.
Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure to be here with you. Have a good day, and have a good couple of days here in a marvelous South Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have a question, though. Before you all leave, I have a question. Anna, can you tell me the truth? Did you guys got a bus full of people from AstraZeneca and you shipped them here? I keep seeing you guys all over.
AstraZeneca is a real innovative company. This is the reason why we are here.
There we go. Big applause. Come on. Thank you, Anna. And I hope you still have the energy and the strength and the force for us to finish with our last incredible panel. And we will end this track until tomorrow. I hope you're having fun. People there at the back, you're having fun? Yeah, you can get closer. It's too dark there, I cannot see you. Anyhow, we're gonna be talking about, for our last panel, something that it's much needed and still very, very, very hard to achieve, which is how do we lead with impact things? How do we create impact projects? And innovation has a lot to do with the impact and how do you deploy these things. And precisely to talk about that, we have our final panel. And I hope we give them, even though we're small and most people are nearly gone, we still have a quorum. Do you still have the strength to welcome our panel? Yeah? Good strength? We can do this? Okay. Let's show them. Let's show them how we do it in this stage, okay? So please welcome our first speaker of the panel, Françoise de Valera, co-founder and CEO of Pact2Earth. Françoise, thank you very much for joining.
Thank you.
And to join her, Isabel Freitas, Partnership of Euro Coordinator at Hotmart. Big applause for Isabel. Obrigado. To join her, Pablo Beleiron, from Projects, Process and Innovation Director at Cofares. Pablo, big applause. And to finalize our speakers, Jordi Torrent, Open Innovation Manager at DAM. Big applause to Jordi. Thank you for joining. Come on, a bigger one. And to run the show and give us a wonderful panel, welcome our moderator, Beatriz Muñoz, Impact Innovation Director at Fundación Ship2Be. Big applause to Bea. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. So at Ship2Be, we work with startups. So I would like to start with a less than 1 minute pitch. Let's try to introduce a little bit more yourself, and then we will go with the questions. So Françoise, it's your turn.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Beatriz. I'm Françoise. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Pact2Earth. We're an impact company. We try to do good things for the environment, and we're focused on R&D on sustainable packaging. And specifically, we've developed home compostable packaging. That means packaging that you can either literally compost at home, or you can throw away with your banana peel and potato peel and other food waste. And with our materials, it's the first time that you can package from dry to semi-liquid food products in home compostable packaging. And because we have two different materials, so a flexible one and a rigid one, you can make all kinds of different packaging types. You can make everything from little sachets to pouches with rigid tops, or tubs for yogurts, all kinds of different things. And of course, it is food grade, but it's not just for food. You can also use the materials for all kinds of other things, cosmetics, pet food, all kinds of stuff. And yeah, so we're delighted to be here today, and we'll be telling you a little bit later about some of the open innovation projects we have on the go. So thank you.
Thank you. So your turn.
My turn?
Yeah.
Okay. So my name is Isabel. That's not such a global name, so everybody call me Belly in another of countries. I'm from Hotmart. We are a technology company that helps people to live of their passions through digital products. So we are a platform that helps to creators content, or anyone that wants to monetize their knowledge to do that, selling, promoting, and distributing in the platform. So I think we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, perfect. So now Pablo and then Jordi.
Pablo Valerón, and I represent here our recent Cofares Innovation Hub. Cofares is the leading medicine distribution company and services, health services in pharmacies. It's a cooperative, it's 100% capital of pharmacists, and it's created to promote these health services, elite health services across all Spain. Pharmacy is now, since the COVID pandemic, is playing a more important role in the innovation, in the ecosystem, the healthcare ecosystem, because it's guarantee the universal access to medicines, but but also because all the people living in insulated areas of Spain, the España vaciada, the pharmacy is the closest and first point in the medical field. And for that reason, it's important this pharmacy in the net of pharmacy, because we have in Spain 22,000 pharmacies, but more than 2,000 pharmacies are in these rural areas. And this is one of our pillars of innovation in Cofares, is to unite this pharmacy to innovation to promote this development of healthcare services to prediction, to detection, and to monitoring the health and to improve the quality of the life of people.
Perfect, Pablo. So you have already answered one of my questions, but we will talk later on. And finally, Jordi, please.
Hi, my name is Jordi. I'm leading the Open Innovation Strategy for DAM. I worked for this company only for 2 years and a half with a pandemic in the middle. And I come from the startup arena. So I'm just doing the reverse way, because normally it's the other way around. They go from the corporate environment to the startup arena. Yeah, probably you know Estrella, you know DAM, because of obviously the flagship product, Estrella DAM, but the company is much larger than that. And I didn't even know myself when I started the company. But you know, we basically comprehend not only food and beverage, but also you know, logistics, distribution, food services, sports, and a foundation called Fundación DAM. So it's pretty large holding. Basically my main role, my main task is to apply open innovation across all the supply chain. And we have a very long supply chain, actually. We have even our own farmers on our own land. And it goes through also the beverage production, distribution, logistics, clients, and obviously the hospitality sector, and also consumers that they actually use during the beer. So basically, my main objective is to apply the open innovation across all these different stages.
Okay, so let's talk more about the topic, which is leading impact through innovation. What is impact? I think we will know what is impact through the answers. I'm not going to disclose what is impact. But first of all, I would like to know which kind of activities are you doing in your corporates, in the startups, linked to innovation, linked to open innovation, because I think all of you, you have impact in your open innovation activities. Mm-hmm. If you can explain a little bit more what is your strategy, which activities you are involved regarding innovation, and then we will link if they are linked to innovation, and if these innovation activities, are really leading impact in social and environmental arenas. So if you want to start, Jordi, the other way around.
Cool. Just regarding impact innovation, basically, 3 years ago when I joined the company, I built a very ambitious entrepreneurship program that one of the main pillars was sustainability. Actually was one of the challenges that we basically proposed to the company, to the employees. And actually the winner team was taking down the issue about sustainability. Unfortunately, I cannot unveil the nature of the service because it's confidential. We're gonna unveil it in the coming weeks. I'm sorry, I cannot say that today. But it's related to sustainability and festivals, music, etc. Okay. But apart from that, I'm talking also about impact innovation. We have started this year, along with Ship2Be, Festival Cruïlla, Barcelona Music Lab, one call for startups called Sustainability Festival Challenge. Then basically, where we are searching for a 100% sustainable festival, music festival. And this is the first of its kind across the world. When I conducted a benchmark regarding this Sustainable Festival Challenge, I didn't find another solution such as this one, another initiative. And we are searching, we are discovering solutions that we never thought of before. And I think, for example, here there's an example that she will tell you further later on. But this is something that we're really very proud of. And just to finish with, we're also doing a lot of scouting, a lot of venture client with different startups, and also strategic partnerships. And we invest in a few companies over the last 2 years. So that's basically what we're doing.
Thank you. And Pablo, in your case, your innovation is a little bit different, so you can explain.
We work based in our vision to drive employees to think in different ways, and based in our mission too is to position Cofares as a reference in healthcare products and services in the healthcare ecosystem. We work in open innovation activities strategy in 2 different ways. Firstly, we create these strategic alliances with all the ecosystem to create this kind of project, to create the space we can use to generate this kind of projects with hospitals, laboratories, pharmaceutical laboratories, startups, of course, accelerators like Ship2B, because we want to create this space to generate this innovation that will create our impact in Cofares, to transform Cofares. No? Projects like intelligent artificial to create this new route logistics, to improve the route logistics, or even process automation, or how to generate new process in our industrial wholesalers or warehouses, and even something too easy, how can validate our electric fleet if we can use it in a sustainable thing like our distribution in pharmacy. And in the field of health, we work very close to some startups that are creating or are developing medical devices, apps, or platforms to adapt all these solutions to the pharmacy, because if we connect with the first part that we said, that we try to unite Cofares or the pharmacy with innovation, we try to develop all these solutions in the pharmacy to create this impact, the real and the direct impact to the society, and to improve the quality of life. And even some invest in some projects, like, for example, the last invest that we closed is in a non-invasive devices, medical devices to control diabetes, and we invite this to create these new services.
That's great, Pablo and Jordi. And to understand also the open innovation activities that you have talked a little bit, I would like Francois to talk a little bit more about what is your role as a startup working with these companies. You are an impact startup. Your mission is to have an impact to the environment, to have less plastics, less one-use materials. So what are your activities with corporations?
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess the first thing I'd say is, we are a startup, so we have a relatively small team at the moment. We're growing very fast, but I'm almost slightly nervous about coming to events like these now, because every event we go to generates new collaboration and pilot agreements with more companies, and we've got more pilots than we have hands. But it's actually a beautiful thing, because we've created these great bio-based materials. But if we don't have clients who are going to use them and who are going to put them on their products and generate a volume of use of those bio-based materials, then we won't be able to achieve our impact objective of reducing the amount of contaminating plastic that's being used and that's contaminating the environment. So even though it's a little bit scary as a startup, it's actually a very beautiful thing, and hopefully have a great impact for the planet. And actually what we've decided to do is, because we know that the pilots with the very large corporations, and we are working with some very large corporations, one which I'm not allowed to mention the name of, but everyone in this room will have several products made by that company for sure in their kitchen cupboard. Another is Unilever. You know, there are a lot of big names we're working with. We know that those pilots are typically quite slow because they have to go through a big, long decision-making process. So in order to make sure that we're able to meet our own goals as a startup as well, in a reasonable period of time, we're also working with SMEs to do smaller scale startups so that we can prove or show quick wins as we move along. But actually, one of the collaborations we're really excited about is working with the Cruïlla Festival, as Jordi mentioned, and with DAM. We found out today that we've been invited to showcase our materials at the Cruïlla Festival. We're very excited about that. And yeah, it's all about working with corporates to make sure that our innovations are used.
That's wonderful, Frances. Thanks. And finally, Isabel, your impact and your innovation is a little bit different. If you can explain a little bit.
Yes, sure. Okay, I think we have more impact in a social way. First of all, I think our market is already an innovation because it's not that usual. You think like 10 years ago, who was like selling their knowledge through the internet was not that common. So I think our market itself, it is an innovation because we are helping people to monetize their knowledge. You have like 10 years ago, maybe a musician professor, okay, but online, it's not that usual. And now we are helping people that they can go online. We passed this pandemic and we changed a lot our way to make business and our way to survive in an economic way. So what we saw these last years was that we received a lot of people coming from the offline market, like they are used to sell their knowledge, but not in a digital way. So we receive all that kind of person. Of course, we grew a lot in these last years, what's not a good thing because we all suffer a lot also with the pandemic. But what we saw as impact is our market is an innovation that can help people to survive, not only being impersonal. You can also sell your things and reach a lot more people in an online way. So we think we help a lot in these past years with this kind of thing. And also today we are living like a boom of creators economy that we call. So everybody that is creating content that doesn't know how to make a life of it, you know, they're doing great content and helping people, but they don't have a product. So we are helping them to create their products, and also they can live with their passions and they can survive, like not needing to go impersonal.
Thanks. So I think all of you, when you talk about your innovation activities, you imply impact. So what is impact? Impact for Ship2B is something when you have impact as a corporation, as a startup, is because you are changing something. It's because with your activity, you are benefit either the environment or social people. So if you have impact, means that if you stop your activity, the world will be worse, is what we start talking with companies. And it's not only compliance and doing things in a good way, is to impact to the society and to the environment. So I would like to know your opinion about how innovation can help to have more impact. So how do you think the innovation can really tackle all the challenges that we have regarding sustainability, but also regarding health, unemployment, etc. So anyone, what do you think about that, your opinions? Jordi, for example?
Okay, for me, I think doing open innovation in a company such as DAM to tackle down these issues is probably the most efficient way to do it. Why? Because at some point, we are a very large company. We are doing a very massive leap forward into being more agile, but we still, obviously have this rigid structure. It's normal. A lot of companies, such as that, happens this. So, and coming up with new ideas, with new solutions, sometimes it's very difficult. So we need some external stimulations that help us to identify, to select, and to apply innovation across different areas. For example, this case of impact issues. For me, this is the largest advantage of working with the startups, that they providing us these out-of-the-box ideas that sometimes it's very difficult for us to come up with it. And it's super stimulating because we are learning. We're learning how to proceed. We're learning agile methodologies. We're learning how to speak this innovative language. And on top of it, we're also applying this innovation in our company. So it's a win-win. It's a win-win model.
Yeah, and also I think in startups now, I want Frances to talk a little bit. I think the startups that have the impact itself, like sustainable impact in your case, big corporations can learn a lot about what is impact and how to tackle this sustainability and these challenges that they have. Can you explain, what do you think about that?
Sure. So I think plastic is a great example of how innovation on its own is not enough. You have to start out with the idea of doing something good for society or the planet or having a good impact right at the beginning of your project, because otherwise you might invent something like plastic, right? My mother remembers the world before plastic was commonplace in the 1950s, and she also remembers how excited people were about plastic because it was innovative and it had all these great practical uses. And now the weight of plastic in the planet is more than twice the weight of all the animals on the planet. It's gone crazy. So I think it's very important that when you start out with your innovation project, that you really start out to do something good right from day one. And that's what we've tried to do. And I also think it's important not to just make an incremental change. So recycling plastic isn't the solution because you're not getting rid of the microplastics, you're not getting rid of the impact on human health, fertility problems, damage to other animals on the planet. You have to look way ahead and try to find something that's going to leapfrog several steps and try to really do something that's not just incremental, but truly innovative and with an impactful purpose. And that's what we've tried to do, and that's what I think all the people who are here on stage right now are trying to do.
Yes, that's right. And in your case, Pablo, Isabella, I think your activities in innovation have an impact in other arenas, also sustainability, but in your case, Pablo, is more focused on health and healthcare and right?
Maybe both, because we are talking about our improving in logistic routes, and it's because we are more sustainable with our carbon emission. But of course, technology for us is changing everything, every aspect in our life, and is one of the reasons that we created our Cofares Innovation Hub is to make this technology, this innovation more accessible to the society. Because when people talk about innovation or hear news about technology, it sounds like it's so far away because it has no real impact in his daily life. And for that reason, we can work closely with all the ecosystem to create this kind of project that we can unite with the pharmacy, because every day in the pharmacy enter 2.3 million patients, and it's important how can we help them to improve his quality of life. And even because we think that if we work together in impact, we will create the best solution to these necessities, to these expectations of the society. And for us, it's very important to create this healthcare innovation, these disruptive projects, and unit and close to the pharmacy, because it's our point, a health point directly to the citizens.
Perfect. Sounds great. And Isabella, if you want to add anything?
Yes, just adding, I think for us, think outside the box and help people to see that they can think outside the box also is our challenge. Because just sharing, we have like an example. We have a guy that teaches people how to fix their washing machine. Have you ever imagined someone going, like someone in their 50s, going online to help people, to teach people how to fix washing machine? And you're going to think, that doesn't work. It works. He sells a lot all over the world, and he used to have a really bad kind of life. He was like in such terrible moment of his life, and he transformed his life doing that. So I think the innovation for us is just not about the company, but also helping people to see they can think outside the box also. So that's our challenge.
Perfect. I think impact is really linked to innovation. At least at Shift2B is what we do. We only have 2 minutes left, more or less. So if you want to conclude, to say something else regarding this leading innovation through impact, is your turn. If not, I would like to thank South Summit to have this panel about impact, because I think it's something that all of us need to work on. We have examples here. Their innovation strategies imply impact, and it's something that must be done now or never. So that's my opinion, my conclusion. And if you want to conclude, it's your moment.
Well, I would just to finish with, I want to say quickly that we are not only at DAM communicating sustainability through our adverts and publicity, etc., but also we are taking that very seriously. We just built a sustainability committee recently. It's becoming really, really strategic in our open innovation strategy. It's something that we are really put the focus on in the coming years for sure.
Perfect. I love to hear that.
We think that innovation is a key feature for a more sustainable future. And of course, the COFARES commitment is how can we create this kind of projects, innovation and disruptive projects to create or to generate a real impact and direct impact to the society through the pharmacy, because in the pharmacy we have a professional, a health professional, and if we support this health advice and personal attendance to the pharmacist, supported with innovation projects, with innovation services, we will create a better or improve the quality of life of the patients in the pharmacy.
We are running out of time, but just like to say thanks, and also that if someone is curious, you can go to hotmart.com. We have a lot of histories and a lot of people that it's interesting to know their challenge and their innovation, so you can find us there.
That's great. And just to finalize, to say, I think everyone in this room can help a company that has an impact purpose to do good stuff for the planet. So find a company that you believe in and invest in it. Talk about it on social media. Do anything you can to help that company, and all together we can make a positive impact for the planet.
So thank you, all of you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, everyone. By the way, I'm just going to remind this. This morning I was asking people who is willing to leave the tech space and become a farmer. There were several takers. Invest in a project. Hey, monastery with a little farm, I might be in it. So anyhow, this is the end of this track.
end of day one. Thank you so much for being here. Tomorrow we come back. I'll be back here in the morning at 9 a.m. So hopefully get a good rest. Don't drink too much. Drink a bit, not too much. And hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good rest. Thank you very much.